Chapter 1624. The saber first swept across the neck of a palace guard, and in the next moment, it pierced through the shoulder of his colleague beside him. It entered the left shoulder and came out the right shoulder. A nearby guard who had jumped high with his saber was cut in half by the saber. It formed a large arc around Su Fengnian. After all, this group of palace guards was one of the few experts in the palace. In the arc of Jianghu 17, there was no lack of people who used their sabers to save their lives or intercept. However, without exception, as long as they used their sabers, the temporarily ownerless Jianghu 17 was unscathed. However, the Daoist sabers in the hands of the other guards shattered on the spot. Without seeing Su Fengnian move, Jianghu 17 began to draw a second arc with a larger range. At the same time, in the first big circle around Su Fengnian, the sabers of all the palace guards who died in battle before they could use their sabers also began to leave the ground and fly into the air, joining the arc. In the second arc, which was even farther away from Su Fengnian's body, there was an ear-piercing sound of the Daoist saber exploding and breaking, and corpses kept falling to the ground. The more than 160 palace guards who were still alive were forced to stand outside the arc. It seemed that they were surrounding the king of Bailiang, who had not really used his saber yet. In fact, they could not even catch the corner of the young king's clothes. When Su Fengnian began to move forward, the arc that was visible but traceable suddenly rippled and changed. Occasionally, it would jump out of the arc and kill a certain guard before returning to the arc. More than 20 guards who were caught off guard were killed immediately. After someone shouted, "Break the array together," the palace guards outside the circle began to slash at the arc with no regard for their lives. Ordinary people would not be able to detect a breath. For an ordinary martial artist who had reached a high level in martial arts, a single breath was like a raindrop falling on the roof, disappearing as soon as it touched the ground. However, a martial arts grandmaster's breath was as long as a river. Ever since he personally created the division of martial artists into the first grade and the fourth realm, there was a saying that his body could travel 800 miles in an instant. When experts of similar strength fought against each other, it was mostly a battle of chi. Whoever had a longer breath would often be in an invincible position, and whoever had a shorter breath would be able to seize the fleeting opportunity faster, thus resulting in life and death for the other party. No matter what, the rest of the imperial guards found that they could not let the young king continue to finish everything in one go, comfortably. Su Fengnian continued forward, ignoring the imperial guards who were trying their best to break the formation. He turned his head and looked at Su Yanbing, who was holding the instant spear. The latter smiled and nodded. Su Yanbing's accompanying this time was not to help kill people, and was not even to help Su Fengnian block the armored cavalry at the two ends of the street. These people would all be left to Su Fengnian, who had reached a new level in the Maui post station, to deal with himself. But before Su Fengnian entered the imperial astronomer, he would hold back two people and two formations. Su Fengnian was today in Great Peace City. Just like when Wang Xianji was standing in Martial Emperor City. This kind of state of mind was related to the level of martial cultivation, but at the same time, it was not very related. But whether or not one had this kind of state of mind, it would have an effect on one's cultivation. Previously, Su Fengnian had truly managed to fight one against two people at the last moment of Maui. This had already explained everything. At the time, Chao Chongqing, Luo Yang, Wu Jian, Xianyuan Qingfeng and the others had done it intentionally. Dong Tai, Chen Jibao, Yu Grum, Chai Qingshan and the others had done it unintentionally. On the empty street, Su Yanbing lightly inhaled, the shaft of the spear in his hand trembling. This man who had always been seriously neglected in the Liang dynasty and the Jianghu of the Central Plains, a middle-aged martial artist who had never been heard of, who had never left Bailiang's territory, and who did not have many illustrious battle records, raised his head to look at the heavenly connecting platform of the imperial astronomer. Qin Jibao, Xia Guining, who will come first? Or together? On the heavenly connecting platform, Xia Guining said helplessly, "Of the two of us, the one who can fight, you are not willing to act, the one who can run, I can't run right now. What should I do? My head hurts." Qin Jibao said indifferently, "There are two big arrays in the imperial astronomer, the one on Dragon Tiger Mountain can be used to imprison Su Yanbing. Xia Guining sighed. Although there are more than 60 imperial jade seals in the spring and autumn period, and the influence of Duke Yanqing's presence is not big, but without the big array on Dragon Tiger Mountain to reduce Su Fengnian's strength, the effect will be very different. The most important thing is that you are not willing to act. Chen Zhibao interrupted the words of the ambitious scholar. You should know that Su Fengnian came here to do something that I would have done in the future. I'm just standing here, and that's already giving you a lot of face. If you want to take the opportunity to destroy Beiliang's fate, then do it with your own ability. Xia Guining said self-mockingly, I know. Our cooperation is like asking a tiger for its skin. I, Xia Guining, know it in my heart. At this time, Jin Sinan, who had been the leader of the Qi cultivators in the north for 20 years, suddenly ran into the Tongtian platform, looking anxious. Xia Guining frowned, his fingers quickly pinched in his sleeves, and said to himself, it is not strange that Duke Yanqing suddenly left the capital, but other than that, what other big changes can there be? Jin Sinan's face was pale, and he said sadly, Mr. Xia, I just went to the imperial treasury and found that Duke Yanqing had taken away the central seal that symbolizes the fate of the Confucian school. Xia Guining was stunned at first, then he laughed, his sleeves shook, looked to the south, and said in high spirits, Duke Yanqing, do you really think that by doing such a rebellious thing, you can stop me, Xia Guining? You are just trying to be clever and make a fool of yourself. You're just a bunch of stubborn scholars. On the post road, in a simple carriage from the north to the south, a middle-aged Confucian scholar and a little attendant were sitting in the carriage. The little attendant looked at his teacher who was fidgety for the first time, and could not think of anything in the world that could make his teacher feel uneasy. Finally, the little attendant could not help but ask curiously, Mister, what's wrong? Before the teacher could give an answer, the little attendant thought that he had found the answer, and he grinned, could it be that you are not acclimatized to the capital and have a stomachache? The middle-aged Confucian scholar had a small wooden box with simple carvings on his knees. After hearing the little attendant's teasing, he remained calm. The little attendant was worried, and he asked with a bitter face, Mister, are you worried about the world's affairs? Can I share your worries? Soon, the little attendant sighed heavily and said, Of course not, I don't even have scholarly honors now. The middle-aged Confucian scholar smiled and said, Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Whether or not one has the ability is secondary, whether or not one has morals in one's heart, it comes before one's ability. The little attendant's face still did not look better. I have read so many sages with you, of course I know these principles. The Confucian scholar smiled and said, This time you have to accompany me to the capital. In the end, you want to slack off on your homework and study for me. The little attendant said, Oh, and began to read aloud the 10 family precepts that the teacher had summed up with his life's efforts. The teacher's family precepts were the family precepts of all the scholars in the world. Inside and outside the carriage, the sound of reading was loud. The middle-aged Confucian scholar began to close his eyes and concentrate. A scholar listened to the sound of reading. When you see a virtuous person, you should follow him. When you see a virtuous person, you should reflect on yourself. Do not do to others what you do not want to be done to yourself. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. When the little attendant read the last sentence of the 10 precepts, a scholar must be resolute. The burden is heavy, and the road is long. The middle-aged Confucian scholar followed and said, A scholar must be resolute. The burden is heavy, and the road is long. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and patted the little attendant's shoulder. His eyes were firm, and he slowly said, Because the burden is heavy and the road is long, we scholars should remember one thing more, a scholar must be resolute. The little attendant did not know the inside story, but he nodded hard. It was the middle-aged Confucian scholar of the current Duke Yanqing. He smiled and opened the box. It was empty. The Duke Yanqing said softly, Su Fengnian, with you, Beiliang, fighting to the death in front, the central plains will be resolute behind. Chapter 1625. The top Qi cultivator in the north, Jin Xianxia, stood beside Xia Guining and Chen Zhibao. He looked down at the scene outside the gate of the imperial astronomer. Looking at the young vassal king who was still suppressing his aura despite being trapped in the battle, he suddenly felt generous. Why bother? Since you have already killed your way to the imperial astronomer, why don't you give it your all? Jianghu, as the head of the imperial astronomer and the head of the imperial astronomer, knew a lot of inside information that even the officials in the capital did not know. For example, the existence of the two big formations was the cornerstone of the battle against top martial artists like Wuxia Xianxia and Chao Changqing. Beimang's west capital once had a huge vat that hid a flood dragon, which could be used to search for all kinds of strange phenomena in the human world. The imperial astronomer's methods were not bad, or even better. Jianghu also knew that this time, in order to target the young man's surname Su, he could be said to be unscrupulous. In Mr. Xia's plan, the 300 palace guards were not chosen purely because of the combat power of these guards, but because they were closely related to the fate of the Zhao family in Liang. In particular, he persuaded the current emperor to allow the 1,200 heavy cavalry trained by Ma Lulang to rush into the capital in hopes of wearing down Su Fengnian's own fate. As the top Qi diviner, Jianghu knew about fate and fate. It seemed illusory, but in short, it was the will of the people. It was the power of heaven and earth. On the contrary, it was no longer the fate of heaven. It was the fate that heroes were not free, and everything came to an end. Therefore, Mr. Xia was really cruel and merciless. Not only did he ignore the life and death of the 3,000 soldiers, but he also wanted to destroy the fate that Beiliang had painstakingly gathered by Su Fengnian. At that time, Qi Jiajia's one sword of going Liang did not make Su Fengnian use Beiliang's fate. The young vassal king risked his life to prevent the one sword of 1,000 miles from entering Yuzhou. This time, Mr. Xia was forcing Su Fengnian to make a difficult choice. Would he let his emotions affect his decision, barge into the imperial astronomer, and resist the two big formations regardless of the consequences? Or would he leave some suspense for Beimang, which was in the middle of Beiliang's struggle for power in the Central Plains? Now it seemed that compared to the time when Qi Jiajia, one man and one sword, died one after another, Su Fengnian's state of mind had changed. He no longer had his hands and feet tied, nor did he have any misgivings. Although he was on the opposing side of the young vassal king, when Jianghu saw the scene at the door, he couldn't help but feel sincere admiration. With this young man leading the new Jianghu of Liang, Li Yufu, Wuxia Xianxia, and Xianyuan Qingfeng, all of them were truly impressive. Outside the Imperial Observatory, Dong Tai had just shown his magnificent skill of killing 1,000 people and 1,000 swords in an instant in Tai and City yesterday. Today, Su Fengnian was using what he had learned. A young vassal king who had forcefully borrowed the day sword appeared in front of each of the 100 palace guards standing outside the door. Almost all of the palace guards were repelled by one move, and they all crashed into the outer wall. The entire thick wall rumbled and was on the verge of collapsing. If there were some valiant guards who didn't want to retreat and tried to take back their swords to continue blocking the road, they were quickly stabbed by a sword and nailed into the wall along with their swords. Of the 300 palace guards that Yang Dongping had brought, less than 100 were still alive. Yang Dongping was the first to die in battle. The two carriages had just turned the corner at the end of the street and had just brushed shoulders with the charging cavalry. On one of the carriages, Chinyu lifted the curtain and saw through the gap that at the very back of the cavalry, there were many tall and large cavalry who were donning armor and getting on their horses with the help of the supporting troops. Other than that, there were also hundreds of idle warhorses that no one had ridden. Chinyu said in surprise, "I thought that this troop had entered Tai and City as an armored cavalry." The proprietress of the Jiao restaurant couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, this is a heavy cavalry that has only appeared a few times in the wars of the spring and autumn period. When they travel, they definitely won't wear armor. Before they face the enemy, the warhorses they ride will definitely be supporting horses. Otherwise, if both the men and horses wear armor, the cavalry and the warhorses won't be able to take it after a long time. Let alone being able to destroy everything on the battlefield and play a crucial role in deciding the battle, they probably would have collapsed from exhaustion before they could even charge. Wearing armor before the battle is a rule of heavy cavalry. Only then will they have enough strength to tear apart the enemy's most dense and important formation. But even so, they cherished the strength of the warhorses. On the battlefield, it's already very impressive to be able to carry out 2 long-distance charges while maintaining an orderly formation. As for using 1,000-man heavy cavalry in a roundabout way, that's just a novel and can't be taken seriously. Qin Yu reluctantly pulled back her gaze and put down the curtain. She sighed emotionally. Aunt Hong, so that's how it is. In the past, I thought that heavy cavalry meant that they could wear armor and run for thousands of kilometers. The lady boss's eyes were absent-minded. She said softly, only when you go to Bailiang and see them kill with your own eyes will you know how valiant a true heavy cavalry is. Actually, I only heard it casually from my man back then. But at that time, Su Xiao used the strength of alcohol to pat his chest and say some heroic words that reached the clouds. He said that one day in this life, he would lead over 100,000 elite cavalry and beat 1,000,000 Beimang barbarians until they were cowards who didn't even dare to step out of their homes. Back then, my man Sun Ping and Su Xiao, one a poor scholar who had no money and the other a boor who had to look at the Ministry of War's face, could actually drink together and brag without thinking. It was already strange enough. Wu Su and I, 2 women, actually felt quite helpless every time we saw them putting on that cocky appearance of a hero in the world at the table. Xia Guining suddenly joked, "Are you really not going to fight with Su Yanbing? Or are you saying that you'll wait until you've taken that step and half a step respectively before you have a life and death battle like Su Fengnian and Wang Xianji? But let me say this first. This kind of opportunity might not come. It's the same for both you and him." Qin Jibao stretched out his hand. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the heaven-reaching platform. Chapter 1626. Qin Jibao held the plum wine and pulled it out gently. His figure flashed and disappeared. Even though Jianghu Xian had ascended to the great celestial state, he still couldn't help but take a step back when the long spear landed on the ground. At that moment, the Qi cultivator grandmaster understood a principle. Jianghu Xian's state was like an ant in the eyes of Su Fengnian, Qin Jibao, and Su Yanbing. Xia Guining turned and threw a sharp look at Jianghu Xian. The latter calmed down and nodded. He went downstairs in his white robe. In a hidden attic of the imperial astronomer, the northern prime minister of the Liang dynasty, Wu Lingsu, who was wearing a purple-gold robe, followed Jianghu Xian into the building. The 2 straightened their clothes and took an incense stick from the hands of 2 old Daoists who had been guarding the building for many years. They walked to a table carved from red sandalwood. On the table, there was an ancient incense burner. There was an incense stick as thick as a child's arm in the burner all year round. The incense stick burned continuously. Before Jianghu Xian came, not only did he put on the deputy uniform of the imperial astronomer, he also borrowed the badge of the head of the imperial astronomer and hung it on his waist. Wu Lingsu, on the other hand, went to great lengths to bring the golden edict that the court had issued to him. The edict was stamped with the vermilion seal of the Emperor's 3 seals and the Emperor's 3 seals. It was the Emperor's seal that was specially used to worship the gods. Jianghu Xian and Wu Lingsu put the incense sticks in their hands on the left and right sides of the burner respectfully. The 2 spoke at the same time. Jianghu Xian folded his hands and looked straight ahead. He said in a low voice, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Wu Lingsu looked down and bowed. To suppress the 4 barbarians. The wall behind the burner was shrouded in layers of smoke. One could vaguely see solemn portraits that were as tall as real people hanging on the wall. As Jianghu Xian and Wu Lingsu finished speaking, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. The portraits that didn't reveal themselves started to show their true faces. They didn't reveal their true faces. The portraits on the wall were of the ascended Taoist masters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Jianghu Xian's expression was complicated. It was just like what Xia Guining had said to him before. Don't ask if there are gods in the world, how many people have ascended since ancient times. In that case, the real people depicted in the portraits were the real people who had ascended. They were either riding dragons, cranes, or phoenixes. People only knew that the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain and the Zhao family of Liang had the same surname. However, the history between them could be traced back to the founding emperor of Liang. Because of Wudang Mountain, Zhao Huangchao, who was born a noble, had no choice but to conceal his identity in Mount Longhu and cultivate in seclusion. He raised an evil dragon in Earth Lung Mountain to restrain the northwest black tortoise. The 3 incense sticks in the incense burner that were originally dimly lit suddenly blossomed into 3 brilliant flames. Especially the incense stick in the middle, it burned out at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the incense burned out, the paintings on the wall seemed to move without any wind. The sound of books being flipped could be heard in the building. The 2 brand new portraits hanging on the left and right were the first to shake, and they were also the first to show signs of abnormalities. In the air 3 inches outside of the portraits, mysterious ripples appeared. 2 Daoist masters in yellow and purple Daoist robes broke out of the mirror. Their figures were illusory as they walked out of the portraits and the mirror. They floated to the ground and walked out of the building. One by one, the sage-like Daoist masters landed on the ground and floated out of the door. Some of them were carrying ancient swords, some were holding purple gold books, and some were holding horsetail whisks. Among the last 3, one of them was riding an auspicious white deer and singing generously. After the white deer immortal, 2 immortals appeared side by side. One of them had a delicate face, a lotus crown on his head, and a long-sleeved crane cloak. Unlike the previous immortals, whether it was his aura or his eyes, there was a trace of heaven and earth pity me, I pity all living things. The other immortal who came with him was extremely young. He looked about 30 years old, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. After he landed, he raised his hand and held a talisman sword, Yule, that had been enshrined in the building for hundreds of years in his hand. He weighed it in his hand and the corner of his mouth curled up. Jin Sinan maintained a respectful posture with his hands folded and looked straight ahead. Wu Lingsu, who was recognized by everyone in the Liyang imperial court as a lucky person, was trembling in fear and sweating profusely. One by one, the immortals appeared at the imperial observatory in the mortal realm. Most of them passed through the Li family's infantry formation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial observatory. Apart from 2 of the armored soldiers, whose eyes suddenly became unfocused, and then their bodies suddenly emitted a purple gold light, turning their eyes golden and imposing, the rest of the immortals lined up at the entrance. They stood in the exact same position as the portraits in the building. The immortals who had replaced the 300 imperial guards all had different expressions on their faces. An immortal on the right whose feet were shrouded in purple mist turned to look at the newly ascended sect master of Mount Longhu, Wuxia Xianxia, and asked with a smile, "Is this the one?" With each word, the people around the gate of the imperial observatory seemed to hear the sound of nature. Wuxia Xianxia nodded slightly. It is this person who abandoned the true body of the Xuanwu great emperor in this world and cut off his own path to immortality. The immortal surrounded by purple clouds frowned slightly and angrily stared at the young man in mourning dress. He rebuked, treacherous. On the far left, the old perfected master Zhao Shi, who had ascended with Wuxia Xianxia, was also talking to a grandmaster beside him. When the latter heard that it was this person who had blocked Zhao Huangchao's path to immortality, he was furious. Flying swords formed a formation around him and he softly shouted, "How dare you!" When this immortal said these 2 words, the bells and drums of all the Daoist temples in the capital suddenly rang. Changming Great Peace City. An immortal stood in the middle. Golden armor could be vaguely seen under his loose robe. The immortal glanced at the charging cavalry on the left side of the street and smiled slightly. A ball of golden light exploded and flew toward one of the cavalry generals. The cavalry was instantly possessed by an immortal. His entire body shone brightly and shone brightly. The golden-armored immortal urged his horse forward. The immortals were in front. Su Fengnian looked at these high and mighty immortals expressionlessly. He did not say anything and only raised the cold blade in his hand. That was all. Chapter 1627. In novels about immortals and supernatural beings, the description of those who achieved the Tao after a rough journey of cultivation would usually be given the title of immortal class, which meant that they had a place in the heavens. Actually, in the end, it was the same as those scholars in the world who had obtained scholarly honors in the imperial examinations and obtained a position in the imperial court or the throne room. The immortals in front of the gate of the imperial astronomer really opened the eyes of the soldiers of the Li family. Living under the feet of the emperor, they could see all kinds of strange people and things. For example, Jiang and I flew through the 18 gates with a sword. Many people in the capital were lucky enough to see it with their own eyes. However, Jiang Ni's style was at most like a banished immortal. It was definitely the first time they saw a real immortal. Moreover, dozens of immortals in Daoist robes appeared in front of them in one breath. It was too much for the eyes to take in. All the soldiers of the Li family didn't dare to breathe loudly. They all widened their eyes and stared hard at those tall and low figures. Enemies were bound to meet. The young immortal in the middle was holding a talisman sword, Yulei. It was a Taoist treasure that was as famous as Wudang's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's Shinshu. Probably because it was too precious, it was hidden deep in the imperial astronomer in the capital. After a long time, people only knew about Shinshu and not Yulei. On the other hand, Wudang Mountain didn't have the habit of keeping treasures. Even a treasure like Lu Zu's relic was casually hung on the corner of the eaves. When Wuxia Xianxia went to Wudang Mountain to make trouble, he just took a few glances at the relic. At that time, the young chief Hong Shixiang also lent it to him. Wuxia Xianxia felt that it was too childish and didn't accept it. Although Wudang Mountain and Dragon Tiger Mountain were both Taoist ancestral courts, the path of cultivation was poles apart. The latter climbed to the heavens step by step and only wanted to ascend. The former chief in the past 100 years, from Huang Manshan and Wang Zhonglo to Hong Shixiang and Li Yufu, all of them diligently traveled the world. There was no such thing as yellow and purple nobles and feather-clothed ministers. At this time, the sword-carrying immortal was very similar to Zhao Ningxian, the current leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, in terms of appearance and demeanor. However, compared with the latter who was like a piece of jade, this young Taoist with strong immortal qi was more aggressive. He was like a well-carved national seal with countless golden talismans flashing around his body. In fact, the ancestor that Zhao Ningxian had invited to the Spring God Lake many years ago was this person. But at that time, the immortal's face was blurred, and Bailiang Prince invited the more magnificent Zhenwu Great Emperor Dharma image, which immediately broke Zhao Ningxian's invitation. Except for the few disciples of the Zhao family in Dragon Tiger Mountain, almost no one knew who Zhao Ningxian's ancestor was. Compared with the other three immortals who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain who were aggressive, the sword-carrying immortal faced the young king with a complicated look in his eyes. There was no anger on his face. He seemed to not see that the golden-armored immortal had already charged at the king of Bailiang. He slowly said, "The father and son of the Su family really can't stop." At the same time, the golden-armored general who was possessed by the immortal had already arrived. When he was 50 steps away from Su Fengnian, he reached out his hand and casually grabbed in the air. A golden spear surrounded by purple lightning appeared in his hand. The spear body was engraved with obscure Taoist cloud patterns. The golden-armored immortal shouted and thrust the spear at Su Fengnian's head. Su Fengnian didn't turn around. He leaned back slightly and dodged the spear. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually grasped the golden spear. Not only were there lightning flashing between his fingers, but his entire arm was shrouded in dazzling golden light and purple clouds. After the golden-armored immortal was caught by the spear, his warhorse couldn't move forward anymore. The immortal tried to smash the mortal's head with a sweeping posture, but the spear didn't move at all. Under the shock of qi, the golden armor that symbolized the immortal's heavenly power trembled. Su Fengnian increased the strength of his 5 fingers. The golden spear made a loud bang and was directly broken by him. The golden-armored immortal's dazzling golden color suddenly dimmed. He angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Su Fengnian finally turned his head and looked at the ascended immortal wrapped in golden light. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Since both of you have descended to the mortal world, let's get off the horse together." Su Fengnian pulled the broken spear to his right. The golden-armored immortal, who didn't want to let go of the spear, was pulled off the horse. The latter obviously realized that something was wrong. When he left the horse's back, He let go of the spear and raised his hand high, as if he wanted to use something to suppress this audacious mortal. Sure enough, a square Daoist seal with dazzling thunder light hovered above the golden-armored immortal's hand. It looked like the seal of the thunderbolt deity recorded in the Daoist scriptures. He smashed it down heavily on Su Fengnian's head. At the same time, the immortal said in a deep voice, "Heavenly thunder blast." Su Fengnian didn't make any big movements with the blade in his left hand. He just made a gesture with the tip of the blade slightly raised. The three immortals with the Yule sword, the lotus crown on their heads, and the white deer at the gate of the Imperial Observatory seemed to want to say something at the same time. Among them, the lotus crown immortal sighed slightly. The immortal riding the white deer almost couldn't help but attack. Su Fengnian's move was Gu Jiantang's famous move, the Thunder Heart. In the last decade, Gu Jiantang, who rarely acted, only used this move to return a bow to the official when Chao Changqing entered the Great Peace Imperial Palace with Jiang and I. Later, Jiang Fuding, who had a special status, provoked Su Fengnian and used it once against Su Fengnian. At this moment, Su Fengnian used the Thunder Heart with a force far more shocking than Jiang Fuding's. Even Jiang Fuding, who had always been proud of his talent, would feel ashamed of his inferiority if he saw this. The immortal in golden armor was just about to smash down with the Thunder Heart seal when his entire body seemed to be struck by lightning. He flew into the sky. The seal that had just formed and hadn't shown the majesty of the heavenly Tao also disappeared. Su Fengnian's sleeves moved slightly. He rose from the ground and twisted his body. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, showing the endless elegance of the number one person in the world. Su Fengnian appeared above the immortal in golden armor. He also reached out with his palm. His 5 fingers were also spread. However, he didn't use the Dharma seal. Instead, he simply slapped down at the immortal. There was an ancient poem that said, "The immortal touched my head and tied my hair to teach me longevity." These words contained the true essence of Taoism, causing countless cultivators in the mortal world to yearn for it. Many people visited famous mountains and great rivers just to see the true appearance of the immortals and learn the art of immortality. But today, the young vassal king in white robes, after being angrily reprimanded by the immortal, did something truly disgraceful. "I touched the immortal's head. I broke longevity with one hand." Chapter 1628. The golden-armored immortal didn't even have time to defend himself before he was smashed to the ground by this extremely majestic palm strike. In the blink of an eye, the golden light around the immortal's body dissipated at an extremely fast speed. When the immortal's possessed body smashed a large hole in the ground, the golden armor he wore before was gone except for the remaining golden light in his eyes. The immortal's body was mostly restored to a mortal's body. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. Su Fengnian stood expressionlessly at the edge of the large hole, looking down at the general of the heavy cavalry who could not escape death no matter what. Unless one had reached the Vajra or heavenly image realm, one would not be able to bear the burden and die when carrying the body of a banished immortal. The people of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were different from the ordinary martial artists of Jianghu. Just like the eminent monks of Buddhism who reached the first pin realm of the Vajra realm, the Taoist grandmasters often reached the finger mystery realm as soon as they reached the first pin realm. This was also a unique opportunity that ordinary people could not envy. However, when facing an enemy of the same realm, it was natural to advance step by step. Pure martial artists were better at fighting. For example, the early grandmasters of martial arts like Han Xingxian and Xianyuan Pan could kill 2 or 3 of them without any suspense, let alone an eminent monk of Vajra realm or a Jinren of finger mystery realm. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, there were fast and slow, and there were gains and losses. It all depended on how one chose. But generally speaking, everyone had their own opportunities. Jiang Ni's swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Xianyuan Qingfeng had a series of fortuitous encounters and achieved great success in martial arts. Zhao Ningxin's failure to invite the deity was a blessing in disguise. Jiang Fuding, whose state of mind was damaged, opened a new path after hitting the tide. Chen Jibao even reaped the benefits of the fishermen several times. Xia Guinying and Xianyuan Jingsheng could achieve great realms just by reading books. The burly cavalry general was completely dead. Then, a bright white rainbow rose from the large hole and swiftly swept toward the sky. I came from the sky, I will go to the sky. What can mortals do to me? It was a pity that he met Su Fengnian, who had killed celestial beings and sky dragons. In the past, the Taoist great immortal Zhao Xuanzu, who had returned to simplicity, appeared in the world with a young face. He almost escaped Li Chungang and successfully killed Su Fengnian. However, even though he was killed by the flying sword of the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, he still viciously attacked Su Fengnian before his death. The Taoist great immortal Zhao Xuanzu. He met the Dong Tai, who had traveled thousands of miles to borrow a sword and set sail to visit immortals. Even Zhao Xuanzu, who was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal, couldn't escape. Now, this immortal of Mount Longhu, who had ascended to immortality at some unknown time and who himself was restricted by the rules of celestial being descending to the mortal world, had encountered Su Fengnian, who was at the peak of his spirit, as if he was in martial Emperor's city, facing all the heroes of the world. Before Su Fengnian had made his move, many of the immortals gathered at the gate of the Imperial Observatory were simultaneously furious. The flying sword immortal standing next to Zhao Shi was even more furious. When his thunderous voice rang out, "How dare this brat!" the immortal had already disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, many of the immortals near the left and right raised their heads to see this scene. They were somewhat shocked. Then, they looked at each other in dismay and began to whisper to each other. It turned out that after the flying sword immortal blocked Su Fengnian's attack, the streak of white light was still cut in half by a bolt of thunder square that appeared out of nowhere. From then on, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Not far away, the two cavalry troops that had already begun their charge had no choice but to stop their warhorses. Then, they unwillingly turned around and retreated from the battlefield. Even though they were the greatest killing machines on the battlefield, they didn't dare to act rashly when two groups of immortals were fighting in front of them. In front of Su Fengnian, thousands of purple-gold flying swords poured down like a torrential downpour. Following closely behind was the immortal who was riding on a huge flying sword. He put two fingers together in front of his chest and uttered a mantra. Su Fengnian took a step forward and a step back. His knees were slightly bent. He held the blade in his left hand and pointed the tip of the blade slightly upward. He pointed the blade at the immortal who was riding on the sword. His right hand also put two fingers on the side of the blade and said softly, "Break the formation." Without the majestic flying sword sprinkling down like rain, without the majestic Daoist mantra, Su Fengnian simply raised his blade and said two simple words. A green upstanding chi, like a swimming dragon, directly broke through the dense sword formation that was falling from the sky and crashed into the immortal who was riding on the high ground. The immortal's expression changed dramatically as he made a gesture with his fingers. A crystal-clear tablet floated in front of his chest. The tablet was the most popular item in the imperial court of Dafeng dynasty. Now that the Liang dynasty had unified the spring and autumn period, it was gradually abandoned. According to the laws of Dafeng dynasty, the emperor used jade tablets, the vassals used ivory tablets, and the scholar officials used bamboo tablets. Because Dafeng dynasty worshipped Elder Huang, they specially granted the Daoist who was conferred the title of immortal to use jade tablets. However, in the Dafeng dynasty, there were only a handful of Daoist priests who were conferred the title of immortal. According to historical records, there were a total of 8 immortals in Dafeng. Unlike the Liang dynasty, the previous emperors of Dafeng dynasty worshipped Wudang and demoted dragon and tiger, so the 7 immortals came from Wudang mountain. Only one Daoist priest of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Zhao Jingzhen, was conferred the title of immortal Dong Su. In the last years of Dafeng dynasty, this famous immortal of Dragon and Tiger Mountain had various legends of riding a sword in the sky. Presumably, the immortal's sword who returned to the mortal world this time was the immortal Dong Su, Zhao Jingzhen, who was rumored to have ascended with one foot on a sword and the other on a tablet during the last years of Dafeng dynasty. After the jade tablet appeared, it came and went in a hurry. The green upstanding chi and the pure white jade tablet collided with a loud bang, causing a strange phenomenon that seemed to shake heaven and earth. Not to mention the Li family's armored soldiers and the cavalry on the street couldn't help but cover their ears in pain. Even the sleeves of many immortals began to flutter backward. Under the head-on collision, the jade shattered. The green upstanding chi, wrapped in wind and thunder, shattered the jade tablet and pierced through the immortal's body into the sky. The sound of wind and thunder lingered in the air. It echoed in the sky for a long time. Immortal Zhao Xingzhen's outcome was the same as the golden armored immortal from before. Immortal Zenrens were not immortal. Without the support of their masters, the rain of swords instantly disappeared. For a moment, heaven and earth were clear. The two immortals had no power to fight back. Su Fengnian turned to dust with a snap of his fingers. The immortals looked at each other. There was no fear on their faces, only anger. No less than 30 immortals floated out together. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "So what if you have more people?" Facing a group of immortals, I am very familiar with the situation. I have not traveled the Jianghu 3 times for nothing. Su Fengnian did something that the immortals found inconceivable. He sheathed his saber. He opened his arms and suddenly raised them up. Rise. The second year of auspicious talisman. There was a rain of swords in Great Peace City. The second year of auspicious talisman had yet to enter winter. There was another rain of swords in Great Peace City. That time, they fell from the sky. There was a suspicion that the thunder was big but the rain was small. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords fell in the rain but did not hurt anyone. Earlier, when they landed and seemed to dissipate, they had quietly gathered near the imperial astronomer. This time, from the ground to the sky. If they wanted to kill, they would kill immortals. More than 30 immortals that rushed forward. In an instant, it was as if they had stepped into a pool of lightning, all disappeared in the rain. And the young king still had the leisure to talk to himself. Technical work, can't reward. Chapter 1629. The Qi cultivator Jianghu Xianxia and the great Jinren Wulingsu did not leave the small building. Although Wulingsu used unorthodox methods to obtain the identity of a living immortal, Wulingsu had always been clear about his own abilities. He did not forget himself just because his life in Tai and city was smooth sailing. This was not because Wulingsu's willpower was good, but because there was that tigress at home watching over him. Every time before he could be satisfied, he would be doused with cold water. It was hard not to wake up. It must be known that the red talismans on the doors of the palace to welcome the new and greet the old all came from that woman's hand. He, Wulingsu, was just pretending to take out his sleeve and stick it on. At this time, when Wulingsu thought of the request she had made not long ago, his body couldn't help but tremble and sweat poured down his back. Did he really have to be a servant of 2 surnames? Accurately speaking, he wasn't a servant of 2 surnames, he actually had the same surname. But the struggle of the same surname in the family of the emperor, the quarrel between brothers, the degree of bloodshed was even more terrifying than the internal strife in the imperial court. If she could guarantee the continuation of the Wu family's prosperity and ensure that the only son, Wu Shizhen, could inherit the title of Minister of Yue, then it was fine. But if he did as she said, the wealth in his hands was not small, but the risk was also greater. Wulingsu was trembling with fear. If it was before today, he still felt that the Zhao family of Liang could stick a protective talisman on his head. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away, not to mention a vassal king far away in the northwest. But when that young man killed his way to Tai and city and even directly to the imperial astronomer, great Jinren Wu had to think carefully. Jianghu Xianxia did not look into Jinren Wu's loss of composure. He only treated it as a fake immortal meeting a real immortal and was worried that the Wu family's position in the Liang imperial court would not be maintained. Besides, Jianghu Xianxia was too busy to pay attention to a puppet of 2 generations of emperors. Jianghu Xianxia raised his head and looked at the portraits on the wall. The portraits were still intact, but many of the people in the portraits had disappeared. This was a huge blow to the Qi cultivator grandmaster who wanted to become an immortal on land and then ascend before the gate of heaven closed. Since ancient times, the people who cultivated Tao believed that those who ascend would have eternal life. But if even immortals could die, then if he helped Xie Guanyin do evil, even if he ascended, could he really escape the cycle of heaven? It was easier to become an official if one had connections in the imperial court. Wasn't it the same if one wanted to become an immortal? Why did the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain have people ascending from generation to generation after Dafeng, while the Wudang Mountain, which was also the ancestral court, was dying? If Ancestor Lu had not entered the gate of heaven, would things have been completely different with Ancestor Lu Dongshuan's ancestral shadow? With Huang Manshan and Wang Chongluo's profound cultivation, wouldn't ascension be within reach? How could there be no immortals in the blessed land for 400 years? Compared to Wu Lingsu's fear and Jin Xian An's absent-mindedness, the two elderly Taoist priests who were responsible for offering incense all year round looked haggard. One of them leaned against a pillar, his eyes unfocused. One of them knelt on the futon devoutly, silently chanting mantras. Xia Guining sat lazily on the edge of the heavenly platform, his feet hanging in the air, as if he wasn't worried at all about being caught in the crossfire. In fact, whether it was hiding or escaping, if Xia Guining claimed to be the second in the world, no one would dare to claim to be the first in the world. Within the borders of Western Shu, he had evaded Deng Tea's thousandly flying sword, which was brimming with killing intent. However, earlier in the year of Hongjia, he had evaded two soul-stirring pursuits. Back then, Xia Guining and Li Yishan were both young and vigorous God's favored sons. They hit it off immediately, especially Xia Guining, who was proficient in divination. He even revealed the secrets of heaven, which led to a monstrous disaster. Li Yishan was a bachelor. He only had talent but no background. Logically speaking, he should have died long ago. However, he unintentionally got close to a tree like Su Shao and managed to escape that storm. On the other hand, Xia Feiyu, who was born in a wealthy family, was deserted by everyone and treated as an abandoned child. He was even considered a must-kill by East Sea Martial Emperor City. Even the old lady who ascended the throne later bore a grudge against him. She didn't hesitate to let Tuoba Bodhisattva sneak into Liang to assassinate him. Because of this, he had to change his name and hide in the imperial court. Even his own flesh and blood didn't know if he was alive or dead. Therefore, there was no more Xia Feiyu in the world who hoped to leap over the Dragon Gate. There was only Mr. Xia of Great Peace City who should be hiding behind the scenes. In the eyes of Xia Guining, who had watched the world's affairs with cold eyes for more than 20 years, Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi were the same type of people. Sun Ping, Zhang Julu, and Yuan Benshi were the same type of people. Huang Longsher, who had a loose tongue, was another type of person. However, in the end, Xia Guining felt that they were the same type of people. They worked for others, a land, a country, and the world. The only thing they weren't good at was working for themselves. If they couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they help the world? Among them, Yuan Benshi wanted to work for himself, but he couldn't. Huang Sanjia could do it, but he disdained to do it. Xia Guining's plan was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He wanted the Central Plains to sink again. Then, he would personally obtain 1,000 years of peace. If one said that Xia Guining was seeking the status of Grand Secretary or Imperial Preceptor, or a few decades of peace and prosperity, or even ascending to become an immortal, then they were underestimating him too much. Since Huang Longsher said that there was no 100-year emperor or 1,000-year dynasty in the world, then he, Xia Guining, would have to wrestle with this outsider, who claimed to know about the future of 1,000 years. Xia Guining suddenly felt a little lonely. The old faces and acquaintances had almost all left these years. Except for Nailan Yusi, it seemed that everyone else had died. Although there were many newcomers, in fact, except for Chen Wang, who was successful in his official career, the others still needed various polishing and scrutiny even if their futures were promising. In comparison, Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang of Beiliang stood out faster. Jean Lanting, who was not inferior to Chen Wang and was already the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Xia Guining had never put this kind of clown in his eyes. Adding oil to the fire was never a long-term solution. It was just a flash in the pan. Between the replacement of the old and the new, Xia Guining was not optimistic about Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. On the other hand, Liu Baijia, Yuan Gua, and Han Lin, the three civil officials who were either demoted or promoted to the local government, had the hope to take over the responsibilities from Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen. They were the top officials for a short time, but they were still paving the way and building bridges for Chen Wang, Yan Qi, Li Jifu, and the others. During the reign of Yonghui, there were only two real mainstays of the Liang dynasty. There was the blue-eyed Zhang Julu and the warrior Su Shao. It was the existence of these two people that deterred all the dragons, snakes, fish, and shrimps in the imperial court. With Zhang Julu, the literati who wanted to make achievements honestly ruled the country, and the literati who advocated quiet talk continued to talk about the wind and the moon. With Su Shao, Chen Zhibao could not leave Western Shu, Chao Chongqing could not restore the country, Yan King Zhaobing did not dare to march north with great fanfare, Gu Jiantang could only be the governor of Liao province, and Beimang's army did not dare to march south. However, it was precisely because of the two of them, one was at the center of the imperial court, deciding the promotion of all the officials, and the other was at the northwest border, commanding 300,000 cavalrymen, that the late Emperor Zhao Dun did not dare to give the dragon throne to his son Zhao Zhuan, because there were too many thorns on the throne. The biggest knot was that as long as Su Shao was alive, Beimang would not dare to stake everything on a single throw to invade the Central Plains. Beiliang could substitute defense for war, allowing Liang to prosper day by day, and its national strength to gradually increase, restraining and dragging Beimang to death. However, if they took the initiative to march north into the desert, firstly, Beiliang's chances of victory were not high, and secondly, Zhao Dun would not dare to do so. Su Shao would not rebel, but once the northern expedition went smoothly, and Crown Prince Su Fengnian established his prestige in the northern expedition, would Su Shao have the idea to give his son a higher position than the vassal king's throne? Even if Su Shao would not do so, would Su Fengnian take advantage of the situation to rebel because of the white clothes case in the capital? Even if the Su family only conquered half of Beimang, with the vast territory of the southern dynasties as strategic depth and abundant supplies, how could Liang resist the battle-hardened Beiliang cavalry? When the time came, when the wind and rain were tossed about, would the new emperor, Zhao Zhuan, who did not have much prestige to speak of, really be able to rely on the eloquence of the civil officials of Tai and city to stop Beiliang's cavalry? Taking advantage of West Chu's rebellion to weaken the vassals and suppress the power of the local generals, and at the same time taking the opportunity to demonstrate martial arts to the world on the battlefield of Guangling, was the strategy that the late emperor, Zhang Julu, Huan Wen, and Yuan Benshi had no choice but to do. In reality, they were buying time, taking advantage of the fact that Su Fengnian was not fully fledged. Even if West Chu did not rebel, Liang would still force Chao Chongqing to rise in rebellion. The imperial court had Gu Jiantang personally oversee the two Liao provinces, and Qin Zhibao the vassal state of Western Shu, making an aggressive stance towards Beiliang everywhere. How could a Beiliang that did not have any reinforcements not give Beimang, who had been accumulating strength for 20 years, an opportunity to exploit? A chance to take down a Beiliang that finally did not have Su Shao leading the border army? Beimang attacking Beiliang had the same meaning as Su Shao winning the Battle of the Western Wall. Although the price was huge, the results were obvious. One battle decided the fate of the country. Looking at it now, the direction of the two dynasties did not change, but there were many deviations. Even after Wu Zhongshuan left Nanjiang and joined Liang, the Guangling War did not quickly change. On the other hand, northern Liang had obtained a tragic victory. It was tragic and heroic. What was even more unexpected was that the Beiliang frontier army lost 100,000 men less than Liang had predicted. Especially the 130,000 to 140,000 cavalry, they did not suffer any major injuries. Today, they still maintained an impressive number of around 100,000 men. Originally, not only did Beiliang win a Pyrrhic victory, the Second Great Battle of Liangmang would directly spread the flames of war to Beiliang's Dao territory, or even Lingzhou. Looking at it now, Beiliang fighting to the death outside the pass was not a fool's dream. Therefore, when Su Fengnian left the vassal land without permission and Liang retreated step by step, it was not that great peace cities suddenly liked to talk about comradeship and reason with people. Instead, it was because they were afraid that Beiliang would do something irreparable in a fit of anger. It was a pity that other than Tantanon, whose heart was like dead ashes, those few people of the older generation who had set the trap had all died one after another. Now, the crucial point was how Grand Chancellor Qi, whom Zhao Dun had high hopes for, would react. Chapter 1630. Before his death, Zhao Zhuan had made many plans, both overtly and covertly. He had planted many foreshadowing in the officialdom, which gave Zhao Zhuan a great opportunity to display his skills after he ascended the throne. So far, it seemed that the young emperor had done a good job. Even Huan Wen, who held a grudge in his heart, was still cautious and conscientious in the new Xiangfu dynasty. There was not much of a gap between him and Qi Yanglong, and he became a mender. Unlike Su Fengnian, who could win the hearts of Beiliang's soldiers by risking his life on the battlefield, the young emperor Zhao Zhuan was like the most honorable caged bird in the world, relying only on the skin of the dragon robe. Therefore, his majesty as an emperor required years and years of hard work to build. Of course, if Zhao Zhuan could have Su Fengnian's martial cultivation, it would be a different story. For example, when Chao Chongqing and the princess of West Chu came to deliver gifts, he defeated Chao Guanzi before Gu Jiantang and Master Lu Hao. However, in the path of martial arts, there was no such thing as a great grandmaster without risking one's life. Even Xianyuan Qingfeng, whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds, did a crazy thing like fighting to the death with Wang Xianji. Yuan Benxi's illegitimate son, Jiang Fuding, who had outstanding talent, even if he had received guidance from a large group of experts such as Gu Jiantang and Master Lu Hao, Qi Jiajia, in the end, he still ended up as a tide-bearer in Donghai. Xia Guining said softly, "Several pillars of the country can work together to support a throne room that is swaying in the wind and rain. However, a cornerstone can allow a dynasty to remain standing in the face of a once-in-a-century storm. Zhao Zhuan, Chen Wang by your side is still too young. It will take time to become someone like Zhang Julu. You can wait, but others won't." Xia Guining closed his eyes, calm and composed. He didn't care about the immortals who walked out of the hanging statues and died like moths to a flame. Anyway, the ones who lost were the Su and Zhao families. Xia Guining, who had personally created this situation, couldn't be more happy. If the Qi refinement warriors from the north and the south were all dead, it would be more beneficial to Xia Guining's long-term plan. Therefore, it would be best if Jin Xian and could bow his head and listen to his orders. If he refused, Xia Guining would not only have the ability to escape. However, Tantai Pingjing accidentally dragged her family to Beiliang, so it was not easy to make a move. Now she seemed to have gone to Guangling Road alone, which was a hidden danger. As for Mount Lantua of the western regions, it no longer shunned the world with cold eyes. After Lu Songtao's death, it also put down its arrogance and chose to enter the world and rely on Beiliang. The white-robed monk Li Dangxin also went to Beiliang. Even Huyen Dagwan's family of 3, why did they all bring their families with them? Recently, there was also Duke Yenxing who left the capital without warning. It should be known that this saint had helped Zhao Shi of Liyang to persuade Chao Chongqing not long ago. Xia Guining, who was smiling at first, suddenly frowned. He opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the northwest. Xia Guining was a little annoyed. Was the reason why his vision began to blur because he had also become a part of the game? Then Xia Guining suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked down. As a result, he saw the seemingly innocent young Jianzheng, the child nicknamed Little Bookcase, grinning at him. At the same high place, the young emperor, Chen Wang, and Lu Su on the roof of the main hall did not speak much. Only the eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood under the eaves from time to time and reported the situation at the imperial astronomer in detail with a voice that was neither soft nor loud, just enough to be heard clearly. When Zhao Zhuan heard that 2 carriages and 4 women appeared over there, the young emperor was a little self-deprecating and helpless. After that, his brother-in-law Yan Qiji went to the palace to have an audience. It was also an indispensable and important step for Yan Qiji to rush to the palace to pass a message to Su Fengnian. But when Yan Qiji hurried back and knelt under the eaves, the young emperor was obviously a little angry. Even the seal eunuch Song Tonglu was a little nervous. Song Tonglu knew that other than Yan Qiji's identity as a relative of the imperial family, he was also a very special balance. As for the balance in the previous emperor's heart, one of them was the scholar Yan Jieshi. This dual leader of Bailiang's literary and officialdom had betrayed Bailiang and entered the court. Naturally, the previous emperor was very happy and favored the entire Yan family. Yan Jieshi was made one of the 6 palace scholars, and his daughter Yan Dongwu was now the empress. In reality, Jean Lanting was also the same, so his meteoric rise shocked the entire capital. Yao Baifeng was also the same, but this great scholar of Confucianism had leaned toward Bailiang and Su Xiao many times in court. Thus, he was still an imperial college chancellor with high hopes but no real power. As an old acquaintance of Zhang Lu, Yuan Guo was even more pitiful. He had finally come back and become the Minister of Rights. Because he stood on the wrong side of the issues of the transport of grain and the printing of documents, he was quickly sent packing out of Great Peace City. As a scholar, it was important to have strength of character. As a civil official, it was not as important to have strength of character as the scholars imagined. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. The emperor and the young master of the Yellow Gate, both of whom had good reputations, were in a deadlock, one high, one low, one sitting, one kneeling. Chen Wang smiled and stood. The young emperor seemed to say in a fit of pique to ignore him, but Chen Wang still walked down the ladder to the ground. He helped Yan Qiji up but did not help him up. Chen Wang did not force him. He stood at the feet of this rising star of the Hanlin Academy. Looking at the tightly closed palace doors, he said softly, "Stand up. The more you kneel, the more useless it is. You cannot sink too deeply into the matter of figuring out the emperor's heart, but you cannot do nothing. You are not an official that seeks fame to seek favor. Of course, Yan Qiji does not need it. In reality, you can't do it. Since this is the case, rather than have the emperor vent his anger on the king of Bailiang, you might as well stand up and shamelessly follow me to the roof. Just think of it as looking at the scenery. At the very least, you will make the bad thing worse, right?" Yan Qiji lowered his head and knelt without saying a word. Chen Wang, who had always been gentle and respectful, suddenly lowered his voice and said sternly, "What, are you not afraid of implicating your father and sister? Or is it that your Yan family has more descendants than the dazzling Jiangnan Lu family? Without you, Yan Qiji, you can easily bring out a few more. If you really have the ability, then bring the empress and scholar Yan here to kneel. When the time comes, I, Chen Wang, will kneel with you. Everyone can join in the fun. How about that?" Yan Qiji's shoulders trembled. He no longer cried silently, but sobbed silently. Chen Wang sighed and said softly, "I, Chen Wang, am not like you. I am just a poor scholar studying hard. I have some classmates in my hometown, some in the same year as the imperial examination, and some colleagues in the officialdom. But there are very few who can truly be called friends. It can even be said that there is not one. So, I do not agree with you kneeling to beg the emperor for mercy, but I can somewhat understand. You and I are now rich, powerful, and famous. It's actually very simple." Chen Wang glanced out of the corner of his eye at the eunuch in embroidered robes standing silently with his hands behind his back. The latter did not move. Chen Wang hesitated and then squatted down next to Yan Qiji. He said lightly, "The old King Liang has the strongest army in the world, hundreds of thousands of cavalry. From the northwest border to Great Peace City, it is not as far as we think. But every time the general enters the capital, he only has a few personal retainers with him. Of these two matters, which do you think is more difficult? For normal people, it is the former, but for the general, it is the latter. When a general has a large army, and a civil official has the power of the court, what is difficult is not to be spirited like normal people think, but to not act recklessly. Instead, to weigh each of the 5 words, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, and affection." Chen Wang smiled. "The new King Liang, Su Fengnian, your good brother, has also weighed these 5 words these years. As an official, speak of loyalty. As a son, speak of filial piety. As a general, speak of benevolence. As a brother, speak of righteousness. As a husband, speak of affection." In my view, his entry into the capital this time was unexpected but reasonable. He put aside the word of loyalty and picked up the word of filial piety. In reality, I am slightly disappointed that he would abandon the country for his own selfish interests. But I also know that this is my inhumane request. It is my wishful thinking to place Su Fengnian in the position of a saint. In reality, it is the exact opposite. I knew long ago that Su Fengnian was never a saint. In the end, he is a man of the Jianghu, and is more suited to the Jianghu. In the high court, he is a young vassal king with grievances that are difficult to resolve. But in the distant Jianghu, he can become a hero that does not lose to Li Chungang. He chose to leave the Jianghu, and take on a heavy responsibility to stand outside the Beiliang border. He did not have any freedom, and only people died. I think that Su Fengnian is already very unhappy. In short, he is unhappy. It is a very simple principle, but many people do not understand it. If someone says Su Fengnian, he should be satisfied. But I, Chen Wang, am a poor scholar at the bottom of the marketplace. Step by step, I have reached my current position. But there are some things that I am also very unhappy about. You can't say that it is easy for me to stand and talk, right? You can't. If anyone says that and I hear it, I will one day make them even more unhappy. See, I am also not a saint. This has nothing to do with whether or not I am an official of the left scattered cavalry or not. None of us are saints. So, His Majesty is also not a saint. There is justice in heaven and earth, and people also have human nature. It is not wrong to follow this principle and conduct oneself in the world. So, because Su Fengnian is Su Zhao's son, it is not wrong for him to come to the capital and go to the imperial astronomer. Because His Majesty is the son of the previous emperor, it is difficult for him to back down. It is also not wrong for him to be unwilling to back down. Since that is the case, you, Yan Qiji, have already knelt. His Majesty and I both understand your principles. Why do you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Even the ignorant children in the capital know that kneeling in the imperial court is a simple matter. Being able to stand is difficult. Why don't I take a look and see if there is gold or silver on the ground? Chapter 1631. Yan Qiji finally wiped his tears and stood up. When Yan Qiji was about to bow and express his gratitude, Chen Wang shook his head and said, "Forget it, forget it. Lu Su has already done the same thing in front of His Majesty today. If you do it again, where will His Majesty put his face? Once the label of forming a clique for personal gain is put on me, I can forget about continuing to be promoted." Yan Qiji said calmly, "Gentlemen are a group, not a clique." Chen Wang was stunned for a moment, then he turned around and began to climb the ladder. He muttered softly, "What a waste of my effort. That's good, I don't have to waste money to treat you to a drink." Yan Qiji, who had flattered the wrong person, was immediately embarrassed. Song Tonglu, who had been ignoring their conversation, secretly raised the corner of his mouth. On the roof of the main hall, Chen Wang, who was originally sitting next to the young emperor, moved his seat. Yan Qiji could only bite the bullet and sit between the emperor and Chen Wang. Zhao Zhuan said coldly, "Aren't you going to learn from those famous officials who remonstrated with the emperor?" Yan Qiji lowered his head and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. He said softly, "Sir Chen is right, as an official, one has to think about being promoted. This is human nature." Chen Wang, who was immediately retorted, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Scholars were not good people. On the other side, blind Lu Su smiled playfully. Zhao Zhuan was a little self-deprecating. He sighed and said, "You're right, you and Su Fengnian are good brothers who grew up together. That's why you're kneeling and pleading for him today. If you, Yan Qiji, were only an official of Liyang, I, as the emperor, might be angry on the surface and even throw you into the cold bench for a few years. However, deep down, I'm not angry. If I say that I'm not angry at all, I'd be lying. However, you're not only Su Fengnian's friend, I'm also not only the emperor of Liyang. You and I are not only monarch and minister, but also family. In the future, I might choose more concubines and there will be more than one. At that time, there will be more imperial fathers-in-law and imperial uncles. However, I'm not lying to you, you're first the fourth prince's brother-in-law, then the imperial uncle of the current emperor. Yan Qiji was stunned. Zhao Zhuan put his arm around Yan Qiji's shoulder and laughed. He pointed into the distance, look. The wind and clouds were surging. I hope that one day, the four of us will be able to sit here together and enjoy the scenery. Chen Wang's expression was solemn as he sat upright. Blind Lu Su raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his hands casually supporting himself on the roof. Great Peace City was the most virtuous city. There were many people, and naturally there were many rules. Even the residences of the officials were divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. They were mostly divided into the rich and powerful. For example, the group of residences where the Duke of Yan and the Marquis of Huayang resided were mostly of great birth. Dukes, marquises, and counts were piled together. For a new face like Chen Wang, if he had not relied on his relationship with the Junwang to become a son-in-law, even if Chen Wang had become a regular attendant of the scattered cavalry of the province, he would not have been able to get a residence there. Most of the people in Jing came from the Hanlin Academy, the Imperial College, and the Imperial Censorate. They were officials of Liang, and also scholars that were renowned in the scholarly circles. Living next to each other saved them the effort of calling for friends. In Great Peace City, there were also poor officials. For example, the earliest Ministry of Rights was a typical government office. Many of the officials of the Ministry of Rights who did not have a high rank and were not the top officials even had to rely on money to survive. They passed their days in poverty. They were called clean sleeves, and their bitterness was not known to outsiders. The rich people, like Song Tianbao, who was brothers with the son of the former Minister of Revenue, Wang Yuanran, and the grandson of the old general Yan Jinshuan, Yan Tongshu, even though he had a rich father, it was still very awkward for him to buy a residence in Great Peace City. The residences of the dukes, marquises, and counts were people that he could not get in. There was no point in going to the residences of the poor officials. The feeling of being looked down upon all day was not good. Fortunately, there was another choice. That was to buy a large residence in the middle of the residences of the officials with power and the rich. During the day, he would go to the residences of the officials in Jing and pretend to be their sons and grandsons. At night, he would make up for it from people who had money but had less money than him. Some busybodies had studied the group of officials in Jing who had made a name for themselves at the end of Yonghui. They had probably made a name for themselves in the poor area to the south of Great Peace City where scholars gathered. Then they quickly rose to the ranks of the nobility in the northeast of the city. In the end, they went to the east to buy a grand residence. If one day they could move to the west of Jing like Chen Wang and Chen Xiaobao, then their lives would be complete. Not only would they not have any regrets, they would also be able to answer to their ancestors and descendants. With the Peng family at the head, the large and small landowning clans in the north suddenly flooded into the northeast of Great Peace City in the second year of the auspicious talisman. As a result, the residences in this area, which were already worth an inch of gold, became even more in demand. This caused many mid-level officials who had saved up some silver with great difficulty and wanted to finally be able to no longer rent houses to live their days, to the point that they couldn't help but curse the Liaodong barbarians in private, saying that other than being rich, they weren't anything good at all. As the most important old power in the northeast of the capital, the officials of the 6 ministries of the Shangshu province didn't have a good attitude toward this either. Their relationship with the new landowning households that moved in was rather estranged. This was also very normal. In the past 20 years, especially after the old Grand Secretary Bai Yan personally presided over the imperial examinations, Liang no longer deliberately supported the scholars of the northern lands in the imperial examinations. As a result, in the previous examinations, the scholars of the southern lands occupied at least 70% of the seats with an overwhelming advantage, forming an extremely clear structure of northern generals and southern ministers. However, in the 10 years after Yong Hui's death before the auspicious talisman, there was no war in the world. Where did the new generals come from? Naturally, there were more and more southern officials in the imperial court. The Green Party, which was known for its unity, was one of the most striking examples. As the great generals of the 4 campaigns, for equalities, and 4 towns, who were mostly from the north, died of old age. The northeast of Great Peace City became less and less a place for the northern scholars to speak with their backs straight. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still General of the North, Ma Lulang, left to hold up the facade, and the officials from the south didn't kill him to the last one, the northern officials would have been pushed aside to the point of wanting to die. Thus, the first thing the Peng family did after buying a new residence was to grandly pay a visit to the manor of General of the North. Although it was said that they didn't even see the sickly Ma Lulang, after all, they were personally received by the eldest son of the Ma family, General of Anong, Ma Zhongxian. With the Peng family leading the way, the collective migration of the 2 wealthy families of Liao was quite smooth. The Minister of War, Liu Baijia, had left the capital, and the backbone of the Green Party, Hong Lingshu, had entered the capital. It looked like the Jiangnan powers had entered and left the imperial court without any losses, but in reality, it was clear that they had greatly damaged their vitality. Thus, the large-scale movement of the northern scholars into the capital was very interesting. The doors of the official mansions were higher than the street level. This was a rule that had been followed for hundreds of years. The so-called steps in the officialdom were actually the steps in front of the door. The number of steps was very particular. According to the laws of Liang, first, one had to be of the flowing class. Only then could the number of steps be determined by the rank of an official. A 6th-level official could only build 3 steps, and a 4th-level official could build 4 steps. This meant that this was the case for local governors and ordinary generals with real power. Next, most of the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, if not specially bestowed, could only build 5 steps. The ministers of the 6 ministries had 6 steps, and very few could build 7 steps. For example, the former Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, and the current Minister of Rights, Sima Puhua, had also received this honor. It was said that on the day the Sima family mobilized a large number of people to build more steps for their mansions, the old minister cried on the spot. What was interesting was that the rare 7 steps in the northeast were rare in the area where Chen Xiaobao and Chen Wang lived. If you didn't have 6 steps, you wouldn't have the face to greet people when you left the house. 7 steps were also very common. Chen Wang's father-in-law was at the 7th step. Even someone like Duke Yan, Gao Shizhi, who was at the 8th step, was not rare. However, all of the officials in the capital knew that the steps in the west of the city were all fake. They relied on the ancestral shadow and the surname of the Zhao family to decorate the face of the court. However, the steps in the northeast were truly exchanged for by the official hats of the 2 recent generations. The saying, West 7 is not as rare as North 5, was precisely the reason. In the northeast of the capital, there was another saying, Ma 8, Yen 7, Minister 6. It said that most of the official mansions here were only at the 6th step, but the Yen manor was at the 7th step. The Ma manor had the same standard of 8 steps as the vassal states and dukes. Recently, not only did the eldest son of the Ma family, Ma Zhongxian, often rush back to the manor in the inner city from the Jingji East Army, even the eldest grandson, who often didn't return home at night and smelled of cosmetics, stayed at home obediently and declined visitors. It was probably because they had heard too many rumors of the Ma family's old master finally dying. In the end, he was still able to do it every time. As for the strange behavior of Ma Zhongxian and his son, not many people took it seriously. However, whether it was the son, Ma Zhongxian, or the grandson, Ma Wenho, they all knew that the old master might not be able to make it this time. This was because the old master, who had been bedridden for many years, was not only no longer muddle-headed, but also had a sense of vitality. He could even sit up and eat a few mouthfuls of plain porridge. His eyes were much clearer. This was called the final radiance of the setting sun. Some old people knew that they were nearing the end of their lifespan, so they didn't mind letting the wind extinguish the last bit of their candle flame. When the old master of the Ma family heard from his son, Ma Zhongxian, that Beiliang had defeated Bei Mang, he only opened his turbid eyes and asked shakily, "How many died?" Ma Zhongxian truthfully reported the general situation of the battle, which was still very vague. However, compared to the officials of the Ministry of War, he was already closer to the truth. Chapter 1632. The first time the old man sat up was when he heard that the young king had entered the capital without permission. However, the old man was probably too tired and soon lay back down. Only when he heard that the 800 Bailiang light cavalry scared the Jingji Western Army out of their wits did the old man call for his grandson, who was widely acknowledged to be useless, to return to the mansion. Ma Wenho was a strange person in Great Peace City. He was said to be a playboy and did not play well with people like Wang Yuanran and Yan Tongshu since childhood. However, he was said to be ambitious, but he never got along well with people like Yin Chang'an and Han Xingyan. Therefore, Ma Wenho and the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's youngest son, Zhang Bianguan, who lived in a shabby alley and liked to wander around the city, were called the strange people in the capital. However, compared to the eccentric Zhang Bianguan, Ma Wenho was actually quite popular. When he was young, he traveled and studied and left home for more than 2 years. He went to Donghai Martial Emperor City, Nanjiang Mountains, Shishu Nanzhao, Qingzhou Xiangfan, and the north of Jizhou. Ma Wenho was personally brought back to the Ma mansion by his father, Ma Zhongxian, that very night. The old general of the north, Ma Lulang, sat up for the second time with the help of his grandson, Ma Wenho. After that, whether it was eating or listening to Ma Wenho's reading, the old man sat up more than he lay down. After that, whether it was when he heard that the Beimang general, Yang Yuanzan, died at the mouth of Gourd in Yuzhou, or when he heard that the Tu Liao cavalry under Gu Jiantang finally could not hold back and showed signs of restlessness, the old man, who had been in the officialdom for more than 60 years, appeared to be calm. However, when the old man personally handed over the tiger tally, he sighed with emotion, seeking death. It was unknown whether he was talking about the young king or someone else. Today, the old man seemed to want to go to the morning court, but until his body could no longer bear the bumpy ride, he did not make it difficult for his children and grandchildren. Under Ma Zhongxian's secret instructions, several hidden Ma family consecrators spread out like a net. They only had one thing to do, which was to keep an eye on the young man surnamed Su from afar. Soon, news came back to the Ma mansion one after another. The young vassal king left the Demoyai post house, but he didn't attend the court meeting. Instead, he went to the old Ministry of War Yamen in Liang without entering. Entering the Ministry of Rights Yamen, Minister Sima Puhua slipped away. Finally, he arrived at the Imperial Observatory and met with the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji and Jiu Jiu Restaurant's lady boss. The old man would comment on each piece of news he heard. The old man was full of energy and became very talkative. His mind was very meticulous, as if he wanted to say all the words that he had accumulated in his stomach for the past 10 years in one go. The old yamen of the Ministry of War is actually a place with good feng shui. It's a pity that it's been abandoned. Wenho, my Ma family has been a force in Liang for a long time. It's just that we changed our sails quickly back then. In fact, when I was first thrown into the Ministry of War by your great-grandfather, I was only 18 years old. Many people thought that your great-grandfather was muddle-headed, leaving the only son of his family in the capital. Did he really not want the foundation of his ancestors? Then, after more than 20 years, I finally became the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Everyone shut up. Some people were dead and couldn't open their mouths. Some people lost their power and didn't have the face to complain in front of me. I've been in the Ministry of War and the military all my life, but people of the blue-eyed Tantanon's generation all know that I've never been on the battlefield in my life, let alone killed anyone. Isn't it funny? Such a person ended up as the great general of the North? When I became the big boss of the Ministry of War, I saw many young generals. They were ambitious, capable, and murderous. At that time, there was a Jinzhou barbarian surnamed Su who struggled to climb up the ranks of the bureaucracy. He was always defeated. There were several times when he lost all his troops and horses and almost became a lone army. No one was optimistic about him. I wasn't optimistic either. Without a foundation, he could only rely on his life. Wenho, you have to understand that the Liang of that time wasn't as peaceful as it is now. There were endless battles. Now, killing 100 Beimang barbarians was enough to make you a commandant. At that time, it was possible for you to kill over 1,000 Dongyue or Northern Han soldiers and still not be able to become a commandant. Otherwise, if you managed to become a commandant with great difficulty, it would become someone else's military achievement the next day. As a result, there was one time when that young man ran to the yamen with his head covered in dirt and face covered in dirt, asking for troops, horses, and provisions from us old fellows of the Ministry of War. No one was willing to pay him any attention, as they felt that he wouldn't be able to make back his capital. In reality, the Ministry of War only had a dozen or so tiger tally that could be used. Otherwise, they would have to mobilize private armies that couldn't see the light of day. If I remember correctly, that day, it was raining. That young man from Jianghu, who only had the empty title of commandant, was standing in the courtyard with a chest of silver at his feet. His back was straight, and one could tell at a glance that he wasn't someone who would ask for help. Just that bit of silver? Did he think that the Ministry of War would transfer 700 to 800 men to him? Although everyone knew that this person wasn't greedy for money and that as long as he won a battle, no matter how many of his men died, the first thing he would do would be to give the money to the officials of the Ministry of War. But of all things, this fellow shouldn't have killed a junior sent to his army by the Ministry of War when he lost a battle. That's why no one was willing to pay him any attention. I've seen people who don't care about their lives in battle, but none of them are as reckless as him. He's always at the forefront of every battle. Who would dare to fully support such a person? If he only knows how to fight and doesn't know how to be an official, he might have died that day. How could that be? But I was in a good mood that day because that Ministry of War's senior doctor always liked to go against me. My idea was very simple, to discuss that Ministry of War's senior doctor. So I walked up to that young man who I had never dealt with directly before and agreed to give him a troop of soldiers. Hearing this, Ma Wenho curiously asked, "Did you win a huge victory very quickly?" The old man smiled and shook his head. "We did win, and 3 times in a row at that. But the troops were all wiped out by that young man. Of course, I definitely earned back my capital. At that time, human life was the most worthless thing in the world, but once a strong young man put on armor and picked up a sword or spear, he could still be counted by the head. The Ma family's current foundation was accumulated bit by bit at that time. Many of the generals who originally ruled over a region also spent all their resources bit by bit at that time." Ma Wenho was speechless. Most of the young people of his generation didn't like to listen to the older generations nagging about the wars of the spring and autumn period. They had heard so much since they were young that their ears had grown calluses. Ma Wenho was no exception. The old man sighed emotionally. "You must have guessed that the Jinzhou commandant who needed to listen to your grandfather's mood and expression was Su Shao. Later on, he was the butcher of Liang, and finally, the king of Beiliang." Ma Wenho nodded lightly. The old man had never mentioned this matter to anyone before. Chapter 1633. As the old saying goes, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. That's not entirely true. No matter what, Su Shao being able to die of old age in bed with a body full of injuries is probably God's reward for his righteousness. But those who are unjust will bring disaster to their descendants, I believe very much. The Su family is a good example. Su Shao killed so many people. Look at his children, which one of them is blessed? The eldest daughter died a long time ago, the second daughter is paralyzed in a wheelchair, and the youngest is an idiot. As for the eldest son, this young man, I think he hasn't had a good time these years. On the surface, he looks impressive, but that's just it. Humans were very strange. The poor would think that the rich would definitely lead a good life, while the poor would think that those with great power would definitely do whatever they wanted. They were half right and half wrong. Let's make a simple comparison. If an ordinary person was kicked on the street for no reason, they might curse and be angry for a few days before crossing the threshold. But what if it was you, Ma Wenho? If you slap Yin Maochuan's son or Gu Jintang's son, will you forget this thorn tomorrow or next year? You won't. This kind of unhappiness is more or less the same as a poor person who loses a dozen taels of silver and wants to die. Ma Wenho muttered softly, "Yin Chang'ing and old Gu's son dared to slap me? Won't I break their 3 legs? Ma Zhongxin glared at him. "How old are you? Do you know the severity of the situation? 30 years old, 30 years old, what nonsense are you standing for? The old man waved his hand, indicating that Ma Zhongxian shouldn't be angry. Zhongxian, don't be fooled by your son's mouth. Actually, Yen is very bad. Don't think that teaching Yin and Gu's children a lesson is wrong. Is it wrong? No, as long as the method is appropriate, it's actually a good thing. In terms of understanding, you, Ma Zhongxian, are thousands of miles away from your son. Ma Zhongxian made a sound of acknowledgement. Although this Enong general was famous in the capital for being unruly, he was extremely filial. He listened to everything Ma Lulang said and never felt that his wings had hardened or that Ma Lulang had become muddle-headed. The old man, who was so thin that he was only skin and bones, smiled happily. He reached out his trembling hand and gently squeezed his son's shoulder. You are stronger than me. You have fought in real battles and made great contributions. Your personality is also pure. This is a great thing. You are the most suitable person to keep what you have achieved. Especially at the foot of the emperor. You have shouldered the burden of the Ma family. The old man turned his head and stared at Ma Wenho, who had been doing nothing for more than 10 years. It's the responsibility of your grandfather and your great-grandfather's generations to fight for the country. It's your father's responsibility to protect the family business. So, it's your turn to revive the family or to take it to the next level. Marvin kept his mouth shut, not saying anything. Seeing his son's sickly appearance, Ma Zhongxian immediately felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to flip out, he was glared at by the old man and immediately kept quiet out of fear. The old man said softly, Wenho, your father is my only son, but I have 4 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. All these years, your 3 younger brothers have been busy fighting for power and favor. You're the only one who's been carefully protecting your 2 younger sisters. This is very good. Those 3 good-for-nothings don't have any real ability, but their ability to fight for favor is very good. They are even more sissy than women. If you give the family business to them, it will take at most a generation. They will squander all the gold and silver mountains. The old man emphasized and repeated, you are very good. Ma Zhongxian stared blankly. The old man curled his lips and sneered, there are 2 kinds of people in this world that you can't deal with. One is a perfect person who is close to being a sage. For example, blue eyes. No matter what you do, it is very difficult to have a personal relationship with them. The other kind is people who have no bottom line. They are not afraid of people's bottom line. After all, you know what kind of person they are. Be careful. In the end, those who could avoid disaster and seek benefits were the only ones who did not have a bottom line. You never knew when they would bring you a surprise. Such people were like the previous heavenly official Zhao Yuling and the current left assistant minister of rights Jean Lanting. If you have a deep relationship with them, sooner or later, they will sell you out. You will feel wronged, but they will be smug. If the Ma family is a small family that needs to climb up the social ladder, it is a different matter. It is good enough to enter their eyes. But while the Ma family is not one of the wealthiest families in Great Peace City, they are barely in the top 10. Then you can ignore these people. Don't get close to either kind of people. Speaking to here, the old man gave a piece of advice to his son and grandson. Zhongxian, don't think about making great achievements all day, especially don't think about going to Guangling Path to join in the fun. Remember, as the ruler of a country, he doesn't necessarily want someone to die. Did the previous emperor really not want to go down in history with Zhang Jiulu, Yan Zhinshuan, and the others? At that time, if the emperor wants you dead, as a subject, who can you reason with? So, do not make great achievements for the country, but you must make small contributions to the ruler. Remember. Wenho, I'll give you some words. Tantanon told me a long time ago, the water flows slowly when the water is deep, and the people speak slowly when they are important. You, don't say those grand words. I don't hate that I didn't see the ancients, I only hate that the ancients didn't see me. In life, I will be made a marquis, and when I die, I will go to the temple to accompany the sacrifice. It sounds very satisfying, but compared to Tantanon's words, it is a dozen streets away. Some words should be kept in the stomach and should not be said. A man's ambition is not as obvious as a woman's after a few months of pregnancy. Ma Wenho chuckled, I don't like to talk about these things now. In the past, I was thinking that if one day I really made a name for myself, I would be able to write history books and use it directly. The old man laughed and scolded, brat. Ma Zhongxian felt a little wronged and said gloomily, Father, why are you scolding me too? The old man squeezed out a smile and reached out again to pat Ma Zhongxian's head, you're also a brat. All right, I've scolded all three of you. Ma Zhongxian laughed, but there were already some tears in this rough man's eyes. Ma Wenho kept one hand on his grandfather's arm and the other on the old man's back. At this time, an expert of the Ma family close to 70 years old appeared at the door, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Su Fengnian has already killed more than 30 immortals at the gate of the Imperial Astronomer. The 1,200 heavy cavalry has not yet entered the battlefield. The general of the north, Ma Lulang, was somewhat absent-minded. Then the old man suddenly said sternly, Zhongxian, quickly enter the palace and meet the emperor. Even if you break your knees, you must stop His Majesty from using the heavy cavalry. Ma Zhongxian subconsciously stood up, but when he realized that the old man did not have long to live, he hesitated. The old man angrily rebuked, Idiot, I'm using the entire Ma family's face as a ladder for His Majesty to walk down from his high position. His Majesty can appoint anyone to be the commander of the heavy cavalry, but only you, Ma Zhongxian, cannot. Only in this way can Wenho hope to enter the center of power as quickly as possible. Ma Zhongxian wiped his eyes and left with large strides. Ma Lulang was panting heavily while Ma Wenho gently patted the old man's back. The old man smiled wryly, let me lie down. If I can't hold on, there's no need to hold on. Ma Wenho carefully let the old man lie down. The old man held his grandson's hand and laughed softly, it's rare to live in the 70s. Grandpa is already in his 80s, what do you have to be sad about? Ma Wenho squeezed out a smile and said in a choked voice, it's not that I despise my father for being stupid. Even if he curses, he won't hit the point. Grandpa has great wisdom. Even if he doesn't curse, I can still listen. The old man lay there quietly, already in a bleak state of breathing less than he breathed out. The old man calmly said, Wenho, you're 70 and do as you please, not overstepping the rules. This saying is very interesting. Grandpa really believed it after 70. If you don't believe it, then you must live to this age. Your heart isn't calm enough. You need to study more. In the dead of night, you can go sit on those 8 steps more often. Ma Wenho grabbed the old man's hand and nodded vigorously. Ma Lulang slowly closed his eyes. I was born earlier than you, Su Shao, and I died later than you, Su Shao. I finally won a round against you. When the old man finished speaking, he finally passed away. Now, it's time for me to die. Chapter 1634. In the blink of an eye, this rain of swords from the bottom to the top had killed more than 30 immortals who had been invited by Li Yang to step down from the altar. However, the sword formation near the Imperial Astronomer was still rapidly rising into the sky. Each sword was like a raindrop. The densely packed tips of the swords pointed at the Imperial Astronomer at the same time. The Imperial Astronomer had unknowingly turned into a cage to trap beasts. The civil officials of the Imperial Court who were condemned by thousands of people would probably die without any illness. The generals on the battlefield would most likely become hedgehogs when faced with thousands of arrows. In short, they would not have a good ending. Now that the thousands of swords were hovering, ready to strike, the immortals who were pointed at by countless swords would not feel good. On a high wall about a mile away from the Imperial Astronomer, 2 spectators sat swaggering. One of them was dressed in snow-white clothes and the other in a bright red robe. The man in white sat on the wall with one leg bent and the other leg hanging on the wall. A wine pot was tied to his wrist with a red string. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he laughed softly and said, Peach Blossom Sword God, does this move look like the way I welcomed guests in the heavy rain at the gate of Dunhuang City? Dong Tai, who had been called out, finally appeared. He stood not far away from the white-robed Luo Yang and nodded. It does, but the momentum is bigger than yours. The former number 1 devil of Beimang, or the current leader of Zhulu Mountain, Luo Yang, stared at the battlefield in the distance that could be said to be unprecedented. She pondered and said, after being a lonely soul for 800 years, I have seen many ascended immortals and banished immortals. I know a little about the ways inside. More than 60 grandmasters of Longhu Mountain descended to the mortal world together. Due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, most of them are no more than Vajra realm physique and finger mystery realm chi. At most, they have mastered a few greatly reduced Xuannong of the immortals. They only look like immortals on the earth. They are like paper tigers. They can scare people, but they can't kill people. However, the 7 or 8 of them standing in the middle, even if their cultivation has been reduced, are at least in the celestial state. They can't be underestimated, especially the 3 immortals in the middle. They are all Taoist saints, aren't they? Dong Tai placed one hand on his chest and rubbed his chin with the other. The one with the sword is the first grandmaster of Longhu Mountain. The one with the lotus on his head should be the first immortal of Liang dynasty. It is said that the purple golden lotus pond in the Taoist mansion was created by him. And the one riding of the white deer is Qi Xuanzhen's uncle. They are all well-known figures. If they were about to ascend but had not yet entered the celestial gate, they would be powerful. They would be real divine transcendence. But now, they are just ordinary earthly immortals. They lose because their bodies are not strong enough, but they win because they understand the way of heaven. Well, since they are in the human world now, especially when they are facing that guy, this is not an advantage. Suddenly, a man in a green robe appeared leisurely. In terms of bearing and demeanor, the peach blossom sword god was thousands of miles away from this one. Even if the latter had white hair on his temples, when he stood next to Dong Tai, one looked like a country bumpkin while the other was a famous scholar. Comparisons were odious. It was no wonder that Dong Tai's disciple wanted his master, who was not good at appearance, to recite poems every time he rode a donkey. The green-robed Confucian paid attention to the movements at the imperial astronomer's side. He sighed and said, Dong Tai, Luo Yang, facing more than 61st grade realm cultivators, including 3 saints, how would you feel if you were in their shoes? Dong Tai thought for a moment, then said seriously, if we kill until our hands are tired, we might need to switch swords a few times, and we won't be able to kill them all. Luo Yang smiled and said, it's not easy to kill, and it's not easy to escape. For some reason, Chao Changqing, who still had not left the capital to return to Guangling, looked a little helpless. Luo Yang seemed to ask casually, Dong Tai, after Li Chungang borrowed your sword, will there be a day when you can truly wield a sword? Dong Tai said indifferently, even if there is a day, it won't be today. My friendship with that guy is long gone. Don't expect me to interfere this time. Chao Changqing said in a low voice, it's starting. A giant semicircle enveloped the imperial astronomer's sword formation. Tens of thousands of swords shot out simultaneously. The deer-riding immortal lightly pulled on the reins, and the white deer beneath him took a light step forward. The white deer's hoof stomped down, and like a boulder thrown into a small lake, a vast ripple instantly spread out. It was like hearing the sounds of nature. The flying sword's momentum instantly froze, but the flying swords were too fast and fierce. They only paused for a moment before continuing to charge forward. The white deer's second hoof stomped heavily on the ground, and the majestic chi once again spread out. The flying swords were once again slightly slowed. Using the earth as a bell, each time the white deer stepped forward, the immortal's voice would violently strike the bell. When the white deer was 30 steps away from the gates of the imperial astronomer, the flying swords that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts had already begun to slow down from their rapid flight. The 1,000-odd heavy cavalry on both sides of the street raised their blades to meet the enemy. The dense mass of flying swords pressed down, suffocating. Although their speed had greatly decreased, they still continued to descend with a momentum that could be slowed down but could not be stopped. As the saying goes, gods are 3 feet above one's head. Now, there were flying swords 3 feet above. Several cavalry did not believe this, and were even more unwilling to wait for death. They jumped high from their horses and slashed at the flying swords. The war blades were like knives cutting through water. They seemed to easily cut through the water, and the flying swords were unharmed. However, the flying swords that had been slashed by the cavalry's war blades were the first to leave the sword formation, and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, 6 cavalry seemed to have been pierced through by a crossbow, and were nailed to the ground from the air. There were no tangible flying swords on their corpses, but a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on each of their bodies. They were seeking their own deaths. A cavalry commander saw that the situation was not good and angrily shouted, "Dismount." Without military orders, no one is allowed to draw their blades. The heavy cavalry dismounted, and did their best to distance themselves from the flying swords. Chapter 1635. The immortal riding on the white deer waved his sleeves casually, and a purple-gold lotus bud bloomed above the heads of the Ma clan's heavy cavalry and the Li clan's armored soldiers. It grew rapidly, swaying even though there was no wind. It was like 2 armies facing each other on the battlefield. Neither side dared to act rashly. The flying swords finally stopped moving and hovered in the air. The immortal raised a hand at the same time and made a grabbing motion in the air. He shouted softly, "5 mountains, hear my command." A towering mountain rose from under Su Fengnian's feet, lifting him up high. Around him, 4 immortal mountains with different auras rose slowly, each with its own majesty and danger. Su Fengnian took off the cold blade in its scabbard and used it to support himself on the ground. He placed both hands on the hilt and pressed it down gently. Not only did he stop the rising of the mountain under his feet, but the surrounding mountains also began to tremble. Beiliang's sharp edge did not move for the wind and thunder, nor did it retreat for rain and snow. On the vast territory of Liyang, the 5 towering mountains stood tall on the land of the Central Plains. All the Taoist temples built on the mountains, regardless of size, extinguished the incense in the incense burners, regardless of whether they were inside or outside the houses. Moreover, the previously lit smoke began to swirl and sway. At the same time, 4 immortals flew out from the gate of the imperial astronomer. They stood on the peaks of the 4 mountains and each took out a seal made of wood, copper, jade, and gold. The seal buttons were respectively azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Su Fengnian glanced at the immortal standing proudly on the peak of West Mountain with a strange expression. It was just a casual glance, but the immortal, the seal, and the mountain all turned into powder. The old Taoist with the lotus crown, who had been watching with folded arms, looked up at the western sky. He seemed to have mixed feelings inside. Su Fengnian took advantage of the victory and pressed down hard on the hilt of his blade. The scene was like the Central Plains sinks that the seed of Liyang had been muttering to himself for 20 years. After the rainbow light that symbolized the immortal of West Mountain's cultivation exploded, the immortals of the other 3 mountains collapsed. Su Fengnian slowly landed on the ground. When the tip of the cold blade's scabbard touched the ground. At the top of the 5 Peaks mountain, regardless of whether it was cloudy or sunny, a thunderclap rang out at the same time. This was what it meant when immortals fought, and mortals suffered. The flying swords in the imperial astronomer's sky that had been stationary suddenly accelerated. The deer-riding immortal snorted coldly and pulled on the reins. The white deer, which was shrouded in immortal energy, raised its front leg high and stomped on the ground. The countless flying swords once again stopped in their tracks, but this time, the swords trembled violently and buzzed. The purple-gold lotus flower that had been protecting everyone was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the soldiers subconsciously shrunk their necks, their faces covered in sweat. Looking at the flying swords that were close at hand, they swallowed their saliva. The white deer immortal suddenly vanished. A streak of rainbow light entered the body of the heavy cavalry, and then this rider abruptly charged out of the formation, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Su Fengnian's side. Su Fengnian raised his scabbard and pointed a finger, and the golden-armored rider shattered with a boom. The colorful afterimage dissipated a few steps away from Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian did not move at all, his sleeves slightly fluttering. The streak of rainbow light suddenly transformed into 2 dots of golden light. With the golden-armored rider as the center, they drew 2 arcs in the air and crashed into the 2 riders on the opposite street. the two riders began to charge. Su Fengnian sheathed his scabbard. Before the two riders could reach within 10 paces, the golden-armored rider's head seemed to have been pierced by an arrow, and he died on the spot. The 2 dots of golden light split into 2, and the 4 heavy cavalry soldiers began to charge toward their deaths. The flying swords that Su Fengnian used to block Qi Jiajia's sword had already appeared. The flying sword that destroyed the enemy was the box of miniature flying swords that Dong Tai had given him at the Eastern Sea. After the battle of life and death with Han Xingxian, Su Fengnian had secretly replenished the 12 flying swords that had a perfect sword embryo. Wherever his mind willed, the sword would be there. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, moth, vermilion bird, yellow tree, mayfly, gold-threaded tie. On the platform of the general, the brave soldiers were summoned. The 4 golden-armored riders were like eggs striking a stone. The 8 golden riders arrived again. After the death of the 8 riders, there were 16 riders surging forward. Su Fengnian's 12 swords were like a lightning pool. The golden-armored cavalry swore not to stop until they broke through the lightning pool. From afar, Dong Tai had an undisguised smile on his face. He clicked his tongue and said, "This time, you've learned from me." Luo Yang said unhappily, "Just for show." Dong Tai raised his eyebrows and said, "It's just for show and practical use. Don't speak against your will, right?" Chao Changqing listened to the quarrel between the 2 great grandmasters who were both ranked in the top 14 of the martial arts evaluation. He found it rather funny and said, "What's there to argue about?" At the 2 ends of the street, no less than 200 golden-armored riders began to charge together with their spears. The large expanse of golden light reflected in their eyes made them feel as if they were in the majestic heavens. Even from a mile away, Chao Changqing's face was illuminated with golden light. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "Resisting the heavenly might of an immortal with the strength of a single person is not inferior to the Bailiang cavalry resisting the imperial edict of a mortal emperor. It's a pity that apart from the few of us, there aren't many people who are fortunate enough to see this scene." Dong Tai nodded in agreement and said, "Thinking back to the few times when I was in the martial emperor's city when others challenged Wang Xianji, or when others saw me, Dong Tai, climb the tower, they all paled in comparison. The 12 flying swords were like an impenetrable wall that could not be shaken by thousands of soldiers and horses. Outside the wall, more than 200 golden-armored celestial soldiers and generals crashed into the wall one by one without fear of death. The dense sound of thunder was incessant and gathered together, giving people the illusion that they were hearing thunder from the heavens. Many martial arts masters who were closely watching the movements of the imperial astronomer had no choice but to retreat. It was not that no one wanted to stay, but these masters were horrified to find that they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. When they wiped their hands, they were covered in blood. Only Wu Jian, the ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb, Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool, and a few other grandmasters were able to continue. The following scene stirred people's hearts. More than 400 golden-armored celestial soldiers charged towards the young lord outside the imperial astronomer from the left and right. The light was so dazzling that it was as if the sun had risen from the eastern sea on the same day. A red sun rose from the imperial astronomer. Chapter 1636. The sun rose in the east. Even the citizens of Great Peace City were attracted by this soul-stirring scene and looked up. Mount Hui purple-robed Xianyuan Qingfeng had arrived at the Jiujiu restaurant at some point. She ordered the signature mutton hotpot from a young waiter who recognized her at a glance. She expressionlessly picked up her chopsticks. There was someone who was closer to the imperial astronomer than Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan, and even closer than Luo Yang, Dong Tai, and Chao Changqing. The young girl stood at the foot of a high wall. She reached out her hand to adjust the slanted sable hat that covered her eyes. No one knew when she had arrived. Not only did the immortals at the entrance of the imperial astronomer not notice, even Su Fengnian, who was focused on fighting the enemy, did not notice. And she was only one wall away from the heavy cavalry that had been reduced to pawns. As an assassin, she had not killed many people. More accurately, the number of people she had killed could be counted on one hand. For example, the world's 11th ranked Wang Mingyin. And the gatekeeper of the capital, Lu Haoshi, had clearly escaped the pursuit of Su Fengnian, who had been possessed by the Qin emperor. In the end, he had been killed by her and his head kicked around like a ball. Other than killing Su Fengnian, she had only made one mistake, and that was stopping Wang Xianji from entering Bailiang. This time, she would not allow herself to make a mistake. On the main street, the 400 cavalry began to charge at each other. If they were blocked by Su Fengnian's 12 flying swords again, then the next time, the remaining 1,000 or so cavalry would come out in full force. But Su Fengnian's flying swords had clearly been used up. The 8 flying swords were on the verge of shattering and had no choice but to return to his sleeves. In reality, Su Fengnian had been able to last for so long. If he had faced the elite cavalry of the mortal world, he would have been able to break armor 1600. The white deer immortal, who had transformed into a rainbow, did not give Su Fengnian a chance to catch his breath. The 400 cavalry had already arrived. The date mark on Su Fengnian's forehead glowed brightly. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He raised his hands and began to form a sword. In his life, he had only used the 3-foot sword to kill dragons. Azure dragon sleeves. Back in the day, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat threatened to teach him this sword move that was as famous as the sword opens the gate of heaven. When he was young, His Royal Highness was still puzzled about how the one-armed old man had 2 sleeves. 60 years ago, there was only one person in the vast Jianghu. After 60 years, the Sword of Great Snow Plateau came. The unveiling of the young swordsman was to ride his sword and laugh loudly over Guangling. The old man's curtain call was at the riverside of Guangling, where he broke 2,600 pieces of armor with a single sword strike. When he entered the Jianghu, he was stunning. When he left the Jianghu, he was carefree. This was Li Chungang. For 1,000 years, there was only one person whose sword Dao could stand shoulder to shoulder with ancestor Lu. It was Li Chungang. Xiao Chongqing and Dong Tai widened their eyes almost at the same time. Even the 2 earth immortals among the 4 grandmasters of Wushu reviews were somewhat confused and shocked. They could vaguely see an old man wearing a sheepskin coat standing beside Su Fengnian. This time, his appearance was different from the similar appearance on the streets of Mawei Post Station. This time, it was a divine resemblance. The hunchbacked old man stood behind the young vassal and smiled. "Brat, let's say goodbye this time. Don't bother this old man if you have nothing to do in the future. If you have to leave, leave. This old man has nothing to miss, so why can't you let go?" Su Fengnian nodded gently. In his 2 sleeves, an extremely majestic green qi madly flowed out. "Brat, are you going to learn from this old man and fight by the riverside? So stubborn? Won't you regret it? If I'm not stronger than her, I won't have the face to pick her up in the future." That's true. This old man was stronger than Green Pao Air in the past. Otherwise, she wouldn't have liked him. Oh right, don't bully her just because you're stronger. This old man has been through this before. He knows that he will regret it. Remember, if you don't know how to cherish a woman because she likes you, you can't do that. I don't need you to nag. Brat. In the past, it was always you who acted cool. Why don't you take a good look at the last time? Sure. The 2 green dragons in his sleeves, one on the left and one on the right, were like a flood bursting through a dam, each like a great river rushing east and west. Li Chunggang's figure gradually dissipated, his eyes filled with nostalgia and agitation. Finally, he softly said, "In the 100 years of Jianghu, there was me, Li Chungang, and Wang Xianji took over. Now, there's also you, Su Fengnian. There's no harm in not having wine." As the 2 green dragons charged past, the majority of the 400-some golden-armored cavalry were thrown off their horses. 50 to 60 did their best to go against the flow, but the golden light on their bodies was still rapidly dissipating. The wall at the end of the street loudly collapsed. However, in this scene of utter defeat, there were 4 cavalry that stood out the most. Their official ranks in the army during their lives were not high, and their individual battle prowess was far inferior to that of the cavalry commanders. However, without exception, they were all cavalry that Jianghu and had personally selected from the main camp. Before this, they were unremarkable in Ma Lulang's heavy cavalry. At the time, when they were selected to join the battle of the Imperial Astronomer, the 4 of them were actually baffled. They did not think too deeply about it, only believing that they had accidentally caught the discerning eye of a major figure in the army. Naturally, these 4 cavalry were unaware that in the eyes of the great general of the north, Ma Lulang, they were only ordinary members of the heavy cavalry. However, in the eyes of the Qi cultivator Grandmaster Jianghu, and each of them was an existence that possessed a certain type of destiny. The ancestors of these 4 cavalry came from Old Liyang, Eastern Yu, Northern Han, and West Chu. As a result, they were the true trump cards to deal with Su Fengnian and Beiliang. They would be the most sinister trap in this battle. Although the momentum of the 4 cavalry that stood out from the crowd had been thwarted, they were still gradually closing in on Su Fengnian. The cavalry in the lead wielded a golden spear. His warhorse was only 5 paces away from Su Fengnian, unable to advance any further. With a mournful neigh, the warhorse raised its hooves high into the air. The cavalry thrust the tip of his spear forward inch by inch, piercing towards Su Fengnian's head. Finally, the warhorse could not hold on any longer. Its hooves smashed into the ground, and the spear continued to slide downwards. However, the spear was like snow approaching a furnace. It melted several inches away from Su Fengnian's shoulder. The Liang cavalry commandant, whose grandfather had been the great general of the East, was reduced to ashes. The invisible pillar of destiny that towered over the Eastern Yu capital seemed to have been struck by lightning, suddenly shaking. Next, in the territory of the old Northern Han, there was another wave of shock. Many of the spring and autumn survivors of the old Northern Han felt a mysterious sense of unease. In the imperial capital of West Chu, which had welcomed the first empress of the Central Plains, many scholars, regardless of whether they were scholarly scholars reading books in their study or ignorant children reciting books in private schools, paused for a moment. Baffled, they continued to read. When the last heavy cavalry soldier whose father had died on the battlefield of the Western Wall shattered with golden light, a dragon's roar of grief and indignation resounded in the air above Great Peace City. Su Fengnian's body trembled slightly 4 times. The last time, in particular, blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. 3 immortals seized the opportunity to attack, attempting to work together to seriously injure the young vassal king who was barely holding on. Su Fengnian exhaled heavily. The turbid air was filled with wisps of blood. After exhaling this breath of old Qi and clotted blood, the hundreds of flying swords above his head seemed to descend. The 3 immortals safely circled around the falling rain, their figures light and agile. Between the gate of the imperial astronomer and the young vassal king, the 3 immortals of Mount Longhu flashed and appeared, quickly approaching Su Fengnian. These flying swords, which were unable to support themselves, only delayed them for a moment. But in this precious moment, Su Fengnian, with his thumb on the Beiliang saber on the left side of his waist, lightly pushed. The cold saber was almost completely unsheathed, leaving only the tip of the saber in the scabbard. Su Fengnian's feet were rooted to the ground, his body leaning back. The hilt of the cold saber, which had not been completely unsheathed, just happened to hit the chest of an immortal who was sweeping with a horsetail whisk. The immortal's body shattered like Kunlun jade. Su Fengnian's feet didn't move, but his body leaned backward. After the tip of the scabbard touched the ground lightly, he stood up straight again. With another push of the scabbard's hilt, the second immortal's immortal body was shattered by the cold blade in the same way. When the last immortal gave up the idea of close combat, Su Fengnian's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. The unsheathed cold saber trembled slightly. It did not continue to slide back into the scabbard, but went against the momentum of the attack. The immortals who were retreating suddenly had a clap of thunder behind them. The 3 immortals dissipated in the blink of an eye. More than 500 cavalrymen on the street were completely annihilated. At this moment, a petite figure swept toward the white deer, and her hand blade happened to stab the chest of the immortal who had just condensed on the back of the white deer. She succeeded in her attack and quickly retreated without hesitation. However, the explosion of the golden light still smashed into her body. On her route of retreat, she passed through several walls. When she finally stopped in the distance, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then she adjusted her mink hat, raised her arm to wipe the corner of her mouth, and lightly leapt up to sit on the wall. She took out a scallion pancake from her pocket that she had bought on the way here, and lowered her head to take a big bite. Xiao Changqing and Dong Tai looked at each other and smiled. Killing an immortal and eating a pancake, they really brought out the best in each other. At the gate of the Imperial Astronomer, after the white deer immortal was mysteriously ambushed by a little girl, the lotus-crowned Daoist master and the first ancestor finally made their move at the same time. A small crack had appeared on the tip of Su Fengnian's foot. It was because he did not retreat half a step and let the soles of his shoes rub against the ground. Although the three immortals did not succeed and could not retreat, just like how Su Fengnian's sword had delayed their advance, they also successfully delayed Su Fengnian's breathing. The first ancestor of Mount Longhu floated over with the sword in his hand. Su Fengnian had not recovered his breathing, and still forcefully clashed with the first ancestor. The blade in his left hand was finally unsheathed. The old cold blade clashed with the first ancestor's sword. The young, first ancestor with a face as clear as jade slid back tens of feet, almost crashing into the gate of the Imperial Astronomer. But his smile was still bright. Su Fengnian took 10 steps forward and only took 9 steps back. But the lotus-crowned Daoist master's body directly passed through the first ancestor. The two immortals exchanged positions. The first ancestor's palm struck Su Fengnian's forehead, and spat out 2 words. Mountain splitter. Su Fengnian's head slightly swayed backwards, his heels leaving the ground, the tip of his foot stepping hard on the ground. 1 step. Just 1 step back. But he still did not retreat from the position where he faced off against the 60 immortals. Chapter 1637. The old Daoist master with the lotus crown, who had struck Su Fengnian's forehead with his palm, floated backward. At the same time, the sword-wielding immortal passed through the straight path and said with a smile, mountains and rivers filled with wind and lightning. Su Fengnian stepped forward, holding the saber with both hands, and slashed down without hesitation. The saber was held vertically and the sword was held horizontally. Between the saber and the sword, the wind and clouds surged and thunder rumbled. The 2 sleeves of the young ancestor's Daoist robe fluttered wildly, and the hair on Su Fengnian's temples also fluttered wantonly. The immortal with the lotus crown almost overlapped with the immortal with the sword. His right palm passed through the saber and sword and pushed hard on Su Fengnian's chest. As if to increase the supreme power of this palm, the old immortal pressed his left hand on the back of his right hand and shouted, "Heaven Ascension." Layer after layer of vigorous strength, like an immortal ascending the stairs, endlessly passed through Su Fengnian's chest, to the extent that Su Fengnian's back, which corresponded to his chest, suddenly fluttered. Su Fengnian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound. His face was pale and purple. Saber 9. The next moment, the 2 immortals stood side by side at the entrance of the Imperial Astronomer. Although they did not show any lingering fear on their faces, compared to their previous calmness, they were a little more dignified. Su Fengnian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The immortal with the sword waved his sleeve, raised his arm and held his sword horizontally, as if he was going to block the young lord's path. Su Fengnian's chest and back were already bleeding. Between his eyebrows, there was a shocking crack. But he still rushed forward. Xiao Changqing was a little speechless. Dong Tai sighed and said, "This is really going to be a desperate fight." It turned out that the man and the immortal had exchanged a move. It was a very simple move. Yu Leijian pierced Su Fengnian's chest, and the cold saber pierced the immortal's chest. Su Fengnian pushed his saber forward. Yu Leijian and the first ancestral master of Longhu Mountain were sent flying through the gates of the Imperial Astronomer. Not only that, but even the Li family's infantry formation was broken through. Su Fengnian, king of Bailiang. Just like that, he entered the gates of the Imperial Astronomer. Hashtag number 254 Lu Dongxian is bold. If someone could ride the wind and look down at the Imperial Astronomer, they would be able to see a thin silver thread easily cutting through a large piece of thick black cloth. Together, Su Fengnian and the first ancestor of Longhu Mountain, who had graced the world with his presence, broke through the Li family's armored infantry formation. Li Shogua, the commandant of Jianghu's sagging commandant, who was leading the charge, was unfortunately right in front of the formation. This general's chest seemed to have been hit by a battering ram, and he fell roughly 7 or 8 feet away. Beside him were his subordinates who were in the same situation. Even though they were wearing heavy armor, most of the soldiers still fainted directly. Occasionally, there were strands of painful groans. The dizzy Li Shogua shook his head hard and bit his lips to wake himself up. He tried his best to open his eyes and turned his head with difficulty to look at the 2 culprits who had broken through the formation. One of the figures, who was not wearing a python robe and was wearing plain silk, had already sheathed his saber. He waved it gently and directly shook off the chaotic purple lightning on the tip of the saber. His back was soaked in scarlet blood, like blood in snow, and was particularly eye-catching. To Li Shogua's horror, a fist-sized hole appeared on the chest of the sword-wielding immortal. However, what was even more inconceivable was that the sword-wielding immortal still had a nonchalant expression on his face. The sword-wielding immortal's body was like a woman whose finger was pierced by an embroidery needle, causing a drop of blood to appear. The old Taoist with the lotus crown stood beside the sword-wielding immortal. The sword-wielding immortal stared at the young king and said with a smile, "It's okay. This guy still hasn't used Bailiang's providence. Since he's so arrogant, it doesn't matter if he gets stabbed 7 or 8 more times. It's not a loss for me to exchange my life with such a method." Unlike the various auspicious signs of other immortals, the old Taoist with the lotus crown on his head was wearing an old and ordinary Taoist robe. He did not have the purple and yellow color of the Taoist master's residence. In fact, this was normal. As the first immortal protector of the old Liyang, the Dragon Tiger Mountain had not yet risen at that time. Although it had proclaimed itself as the ancestral court of Taoism, the orthodoxy of the world still only recognized Wudang, which had produced many immortals of the great Feng dynasty. Although the old Taoist had attacked Su Fengnian twice, his aura was completely different from most of the younger immortals of the Zhao family. At this time, the old Taoist looked at the young king who still had not taken a breath and sighed, "Why bother? Su Fengnian, do you know how many things you've given up along the way? Jinwu's Dharmakaya, Emperor Qin's aura, it's not a big deal. After all, the things of hundreds and thousands of years are too fleeting. But now, you don't even care about your life in this life?" Su Fengnian ignored the old Taoist's question and looked up at the heavenly platform of the imperial astronomer. Both sides knew that when Su Fengnian took a breath, it was the time for the sword immortal and the old Taoist to attack with all their strength. Whether the Taoist was a foot taller or the devil was 10 feet taller, each would show his or her magical power. The reason why the old Taoist had the mood to chat with the young king was not because he had good intentions. It was just that the two of them had a higher chance of winning if the battle dragged on. Their immortal bodies could be broken, but they would not be injured. However, Su Fengnian was different. The so-called land immortal was still a human after all. Even the celestial being Gao Shulu, who had been punished by heaven, could not be compared with a real immortal in terms of physique. The thing that really puzzled the two ancestors of Dragon Tiger Mountain was that Su Fengnian knew that immortals had no impurities and could not be hurt even by divine weapons. However, as long as there was impurities, it would be fatal. It would directly reduce the good karma accumulated in several or even dozens of lifetimes. Therefore, Su Fengnian's real weapon was not the ordinary Bailiang saber, but Bailiang's fate. Su Fengnian withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled. "Old Taoist, I'm very grateful for the 2 moves of Mountain Splitter and Heaven Ascension. I don't return the favor." Before he could finish his words, Su Fengnian had already disappeared and appeared in front of the old Taoist without any warning. His cold saber swept across the old Taoist's head. The old Taoist smiled and put his hands behind his back. He took a few small steps back. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet. His figure was elegant, but his clothes did not move at all. The celestial being did not overstep the rules. The young king did not seem to realize that his efforts were futile. The cold saber continued to sweep. However, just when the old Taoist was about to stand still, another Su Fengnian appeared in front of him. He followed him like a shadow and continued to maintain the same posture. The cold saber swept across the old Daoist's head. The old Daoist took a few more steps to the side, strolling leisurely, and dodged the sharp cold saber. Although it was the same as the invincible Vajra described in the Buddhist scriptures, the old Daoist did not believe that this young man really did not know how to play tricks. He did not believe that this young man would stupidly use the cold saber to chop people from the beginning to the end and then exhaust himself to death. This young king of the Northwest who had ascended to the top of the human world was originally a difficult opponent with endless tricks. Especially when he even killed Wuxia Xianxia, it was hard to guarantee that he did not have any hidden skills. The old Daoist was happy to wait and see. He might as well deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Now, it should be the injured Su Fengnian who was flustered and exasperated. The old Daoist only needed to wait patiently for the crucial moment when the young man could not help but do something desperate. The old Daoist with the lotus crown used the dipper steps to shrink the world. Every time he changed his position, it seemed to be only 2 or 3 steps, but it was enough to make the cold saber miss. Because the two people in a life and death situation attacked too quickly, in the blink of an eye, no less than 100 Su Fengnian appeared on the square of the imperial astronomer. The immortal surnamed Zhao of Longhu Mountain was still at ease, moving freely through the increasingly narrow square like a fish swimming leisurely in the Jianghu. The first grandmaster of Longhu Mountain, holding the seal sword Yule, was not in a hurry to rescue the Su Fengnian. 1. There was no need for him to do anything. 2. Every moment that passed meant that the rope around the neck of the approaching Su Fengnian was getting tighter and tighter. The person holding the rope just so happened to be the Su Fengnian himself. His right hand held the sword in front of him in a standing sword stance. His left hand bent his thumb and lightly pierced his index finger. Then he began to draw seals on the peach-wood sword that was rumored to have killed countless demons and monsters. The blood that flowed out of his index finger was not bright red, but pure white. Moreover, it was bright and resplendent, like the bright moon hanging from his fingertip. Several chi channels that had been suppressed by various buildings in Great Peace City quickly surged toward the imperial astronomer. When the seal was formed, victory was already in his grasp. Chapter 1638. The lips of the always youthful and elegant immortal curled up. Can you tolerate me drawing seals so openly? In the eyes of the Liang soldiers who did not have outstanding martial cultivation, dozens of King of Bailiang appeared in the square in the blink of an eye. In another blink, there were more than 100 people. The 1,000 or so soldiers of the Li family who had not been knocked unconscious were all dumbstruck and could only stare. Deep in their hearts, these Liang elites had complicated feelings. They were more wary and fearful of the arrogant and domineering young king, but their hatred was less. It seemed absurd, but the logic was actually very simple. In the early days of the Jianghu, how many beauties in the world did not love Li Chungang? How many martial artists in the world did not revere Wuxia Xianxia? To be with them and live in the world, as long as it did not involve irreconcilable personal grudges, most people would yearn to be with them. Li Yang's reverence for martial power was based on iron hooves and knives. Qi Jiajie was dressed in white, so why was he able to become the teacher of so many dragon descendants in Great Peace City? Why did the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijie make an exception and enter the capital to become the Minister of War and fill the streets with cheers? Recently, a shocking piece of news spread. It was said that the young king of Bailiang had once fought alone with the Beimang military god Tuoba Bodhisattva in the western regions and fought until the sky turned dark. No matter what the scholars and civil officials of Great Peace City thought, men who were paid by the soldiers would talk about such things. It was most likely that the young King Su was just bragging and creating momentum for his trip to the capital. But no matter what the truth was, most of the martial artists in the army would feel some regret. They would wonder why the Su Fengnian did not simply kill that Tuoba Bodhisattva in the western regions. If he had really taken his head, then they, who lived off the soldiers of the emperor, would just be a bit more virtuous when they scolded him in the future. On the contrary, the Li family's armored soldiers had initially revered the immortal who treated human lives like grass, but they quickly developed a sense of enmity. Su Fengnian had killed hundreds of armored cavalry in one go on the street. It was true that his methods were ruthless, but the heavy cavalry of unknown origin had suddenly turned into golden-armored immortals. Such an immortal's method was really too chilling. Originally, when facing a strong enemy, we martial artists would treat it as a trip to the battlefield. If we died in battle, then so be it. But if we died for no reason, how sullen would that be? Where would there be heroism? Probably no one would die in peace. On the high wall, Luo Yang held the wine pot with 2 fingers. She smiled and said, Chao Changqing cannot interfere, but you, Dong Tai, you have some relations with him. Are you just going to watch here? There was no one nearby. Dong Tai was not the kind of person who liked to pretend to be an expert. At this time, he was squatting at Chao Changqing's feet. He said unhappily, that fart of connections? Back in the Eastern Sea, they were all used up. Chao Changqing joked, don't make things difficult for our peach blossom sword god. Of course, I cannot interfere in this fight. But in fact, no one can. Just like yesterday at the Maui Post Station. In the end, it was just me and Dong Tai against one. But I think you, Luo Yang, also know that at our position, numbers don't mean much. Of course, face is also very important. Dong Tai seemed to remember something. In terms of connections, that elusive ancestor Lu should be the one helping, right? Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, that person was to Gao Tingshu, just like Wang Xianji was to Li Chungang. And now, he is to Wang Xianji. So, who's next? Even Dong Tai was stunned. He turned to glance at Chao Changqing. The latter nodded slightly. Dong Tai was suddenly angry. He cursed for the first time. Damn it, why is this kid so miserable? Was he supposed to be subdued by Ancestor Lu's reincarnation? Luo Yang said sarcastically, what do you think? Then, Luo Yang glanced at the sky. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is clear. Chao Changqing said slowly, since Ancestor Lu could even withdraw from the heavenly gate, he might not act according to this logic. Dong Tai sneered. What a good might not. Luo Yang smiled and said, you're not happy. Dong Tai took a deep breath. Forget it. Even if I was willing to help, that kid wouldn't be willing. Luo Yang drank a mouthful of wine. Her expression was calm. That's true. Dong Tai suddenly stood up. He shook his wrist and said in a deep voice, Su Fengnian will settle the grudge of the imperial astronomer himself. Dying here is his fate. Anyway, if he survives today, his future might not be good. But Xia Guinying, that nimble old rabbit, Dong Tai, will properly pursue him this time. After passing Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, one would reach the middle and lower reaches of the Guangling River. A young Daoist priest and his disciples sat cross-legged on the riverbank. The little Daoist boy began to doze off as he pondered. The young Daoist priest didn't reprimand him. Every time the little Daoist was about to fall, he would reach out and support him. This young Daoist priest in plain robes was Li Yufu, Wudong's current leader. He brought his disciple Yufu along the Guangling River to escort the arowana into the sea. Suddenly, Li Yufu's body trembled. He heard 2 words softly, Yufu. Li Yufu slowly turned his head and saw a young Daoist priest sitting beside him with a warm smile. The Daoist priest and his disciple Yufu sat on Li Yufu's left and right. Li Yufu's eyes were filled with tears. He was about to stand up and bow. The man quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. We don't do this on the mountain. But Li Yufu still insisted on standing up. He was respectful and choked with sobs. I'm Li Yufu. Greetings to the young martial uncle. The young Daoist priest who was called young martial uncle by Li Yufu looked helpless. You're just like senior brother Yu. I'm afraid of you. When we were on the mountain, even the eldest senior brother who was in charge of discipline was not as particular as senior brother Yu. At that time, His Royal Highness would give out books after beating people. Well, you know, the kind with more pictures than words. Every time eldest senior brother found it, he would not throw it away. Only senior brother Yu would pull my ear and scold me when he found it. So, Yufu, if you meet a young Daoist priest on the mountain who secretly hides such books, just scold him. Don't beat him. It's okay if you really want to beat him, but remember to tell him that when you are successful in cultivation, you will return the books to him. That's what eldest senior brother told me. You see, didn't I become successful in the end? Li Yufu raised his arm and wiped his eyes. He smiled knowingly. The young martial uncle of Wudang Mountain was Li Yufu's young martial uncle. Then it could only be Hong Shixiang who rode a green ox and smiled when he met people. The young martial uncle looked at the torrential Guangling River across the central plains. He was lost in thought for a moment and then said, I had no choice but to leave in a muddy water. This time, other than wanting to say hello to you personally, I also want to borrow your sword. Li Yufu didn't look confused at all. He just nodded solemnly. Hong Shixiang looked up at the sky. I didn't go that year, and I won't go in the future. So, I have to trouble you with that matter. Li Yufu's eyes were clear and firm. Don't worry, young martial uncle. The two stood up together. Hong Shixiang patted Li Yufu's shoulder and smiled. You're more responsible than me. If only you went up the mountain earlier. I'll definitely lend you the books. Li Yufu smiled. There was no thought of the tall image of young martial uncle collapsing in his mind. This kind of young martial uncle was exactly his young martial uncle. Li Yufu took the peachwood sword from his back and handed it to young martial uncle. Hong Shixiang took the peachwood sword and looked down at the little Daoist boy. He suddenly said to Li Yufu, Yufu, don't be confused by the word longevity in cultivation. You can't be an immortal wholeheartedly. Help me tell this to myself. Li Yufu replied, I will. Hong Shixiang gently threw the ordinary Wudang peachwood sword into the Guangling River. He smiled gently. I've been cultivating for 800 years, and I've never taken anyone's head with a flying sword. Let's go. The moment Hong Shixiang threw the peachwood sword, thunder rumbled and the momentum suddenly overwhelmed the river waves. It was as if a celestial was sitting high in the clouds and shouting to the human world. Lu Dongxian, how dare you? Hong Shixiang looked up and laughed. I've been bold for 800 years. The peachwood sword that was still in the scabbard first hovered on the river surface for a moment and then disappeared in a flash. The celestial above was suddenly silent. Li Yufu looked at the river surface and did not turn his head. Young martial uncle left. 3 feet of spirit. 1,000 years of elegance. Chapter 1639. Previously, the hundreds of golden-armored knights had charged with a bright aura like the sun rising in Great Peace City. Then, the first ancestral master of Dragon Tiger Mountain drew seals on the Yulei ancient sword, and it was like the moon rising. Those Jianghu masters who were lucky enough to get close to the imperial astronomer were all amazed. However, most of the martial arts grandmasters of Liang, who had been hiding in the abyss, were cautious about this inexplicable change. They did not dare to get too close to the imperial astronomer. Some of the grandmasters who had sensed the danger even began to take the initiative to retreat, fearing that they would be implicated. It should be noted that about 60 years ago on Mount Longhu, thousands of people had witnessed the unexpected disaster when the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen ascended in broad daylight. The scene was still vivid in the minds of the older generation of Jianghu legends. No one knew how many masters had their Qi momentum severely damaged when the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen was killed. However, compared to the demon execution platform of the Taoist Master Mansion, the Imperial College was a top-level important place in the capital. Most of the people of Jianghu were blocked outside by the heavily guarded Imperial Guards. These Liang elites were even able to ride their horses in the area between the Imperial College and the inner city under the urgent orders of the Ministry of War to prevent too many outsiders from getting close to the Imperial astronomer. Also, the few remaining copper fish bag masters of the Ministry of Justice moved out in full force and tried to reason with the famous Jianghu masters. If they really couldn't do it, they didn't care about the relationships they had built up over the years and just threw away all pretense of cordiality. If they didn't leave this place, then they would have to go to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Even so, there were still 20 to 30 Master Realm Masters who managed to get close to the Imperial astronomer. They could even clearly see the figures of Dong Tai, Chao Changqing, and Luoyang on the high wall not far away. When they reached this area, the imperial guards and the copper fish bag masters of the Ministry of Justice didn't care. The orders from above were that they only needed to record the names and sex of these Jianghu people who didn't follow the rules. There was no need to fight with them. Afterwards, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice would use military force to chase them out of the city. They wouldn't be able to enter Great Peace City for the next 10 years. Everyone liked being able to watch a show without spending money, but not everyone had the confidence to join in the fun at the feet of the Emperor and the Dragon Throne. These 30 or so Jianghu bigwigs, excluding the 10 or so people who had left on their own accord, and the 8 or 9 pitiful insects who had fainted due to the imperial astronomer's astonishing qi, there were still 10 or so people who were bitterly persevering. They were all standing on the eaves of the roof or on the top of the wall, not too far away. Most of the qi in their bodies was surging like a river, and their complexions were not good. As for those meaningless acts of clapping and cheering, it was even more impossible for them to appear at this time and place. Firstly, their status and position were there, and it was not appropriate for them to be startled. Secondly, the imposing manner of the imperial astronomer was too swift and fierce. It was already not easy for them to stand firm, so how could they pretend to pass judgment on the world? After Chai Qing-shan of the Dongyue sword pool and his 2 disciples tossed the 8 or 9 unlucky fellows far away, they came to the roof of a restaurant. A young girl in white, who carried so many swords on her back that she looked like a sword seller, stood beside her master. This young beauty from a famous sect, with her fluttering white clothes, already had the demeanor of a fairy. The young man, Song Tinglu, who only had a long sword, threw an unconscious burly man to a group of imperial army cavalry with a dark face. Panting, he returned to the side of his master and junior sister and complained, "If you have the strength, you should just hit a few kilograms of iron. I really don't know what these fellows were thinking. If it weren't for us cleaning up the mess, they would have really died here. Decades of hard work in cultivation, and they lost their lives for no reason. Is it worth it?" Chai Qing-shan did not expel the sect leaders, or itinerant immortals who were considered famous in the Liang River Lake. He chuckled softly and said, "This kind of risky action seems absurd and laughable, but it is actually in accordance with the rules of Jianghu. When they leave Great Peace City and go to the counties, they can tell others about this unprecedented battle and tell others that they were only a few feet away from the king of Bailiang. Just imagine how much glory it will bring to them. When you are in Jianghu, especially when you have reached a certain height, the superficial things are sometimes more useful than the reputation you earned with your fists. For example, the day before yesterday, I chatted with Lu Baijie, the sword immortal of Tangxi, who was the Minister of War. Yesterday, I had a sword discussion with Mr. First, Qi Jiajie. Today, I saw the king of Bailiang fight with my own eyes. Which of his moves were truly profound, and which of his moves were actually similar to my own sex-guarding skills? These are all golden signboards, and great topics of conversation that can sway the minds of the listeners." The young man pointed at the imperial astronomer who was still far away from them and rolled his eyes. "That's only a few feet away. It's almost 2 miles away. Lord Chao, the peach blossom sword deity, and the white-clothed devil, the 3 great grandmasters, don't even dare to say that they are only a few feet away from the imperial astronomer, okay? Can these people be any more shameless?" Song Tinglu's voice was not soft. Not far away, the youngest of the Jianghu seniors who were already in their 40s heard him clearly. However, none of them blushed. They either crossed their arms over their chests or clasped their hands behind their backs and stood at a high place. They still had the demeanor of a great grandmaster. Chai Qing-shan reached out his hand and pressed it on the young man's head. He smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know how expensive oil and salt are until you are in charge. In the future, when master is no longer here, you will be the head of the Dongyue sword pool. You will know that the words you said today might not be able to buy back a favor even if you spend hundreds of thousands of taels of silver." Song Tinglu carefully glanced at his junior sister. The latter made a face and said loudly, "I don't want to be the sect leader." "You can be the sect leader. I want to be chivalrous and walk the Jianghu like that Su Fengnian. As long as he has walked through the provinces, climbed the famous mountains, and entered the restaurants and tea houses. I want to walk through them all. Song Tinglu's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he could not say a single harsh word. Was it true that behind every junior sister who was moved by love and did not hesitate, there was a senior brother who was her childhood sweetheart who was secretly sad? Chapter 1640. Chai Qingshan suddenly reached out and grabbed Shan Yi and Song Tinglu. He said in a deep voice, aside from winning reputation, you can also use the opportunity to practice martial arts. The key is whether you can calm down and comprehend the heavenly Tao. It's not without reason that Martial Emperor City was so lively back then. Xianyuan Qingfeng set up a father-son game and a grandfather-grandson game on the snowfield. Why were there so many people watching? It's actually very simple. There are opportunities in it. Next, if Chao Dengluo and the other two fight, you must open your eyes wide to see the essence of it. It will be very beneficial for your martial arts cultivation in the future. Among them, Dong Tai's fight is the most important. After all, this peach blossom sword god is very likely to use his sword today. Whatever master knows, he will definitely teach you. You will definitely be able to learn it. It's just a matter of time. However, to witness Dang Tai's sword with your own eyes, this might be the only time in your lives. The girl seemed to not care about her future at all. She asked with a heartless smile, Master, he will definitely win, right? Chai Qingshan subconsciously looked at the cloudless sky and murmured, God knows. Song Tingla began to count in his heart. Han Xingxian, Wang Xianji, Sui Xiegu, Qi Jiajia, Chao Changqing, Dong Tai. He knew of these fights, but Su Fengnian either won or tied. He actually didn't lose a single fight? The young man couldn't help but feel a little indignant. One had to know that the swordsman with a wooden sword whom he admired didn't seem to have won a single fight in Great Peace City. The first ancestor of Longhu Mountain was drawing talismans smoothly. Even if this immortal deliberately slowed down to increase the thickness of the talisman, the young king still showed no signs of stopping him. The closer it was to the end of the fight, the more the odds of victory favored Longhu Mountain. The old Daoist with the lotus crown looked more and more solemn, and he even couldn't suppress his fear. Not to mention the old Daoist who had achieved the status of an immortal after several generations of good deeds. Even before he ascended, he had been guarding the old Liang dynasty for 30 years as the immortal protector. He had never experienced such a strange feeling. The Daoists cultivated tranquility. The secular world thought that the so-called tranquility of the heart was like a pool of stagnant water. In fact, that was not the case. When the heart rippled, the state of mind would still have tranquility amidst the movement. That was true tranquility. This was somewhat similar to the movement of the Buddhist heart banner, but it was also different. An immortal's Tao heart was stable without impurities. If an immortal's body was stained with impurities, it might not cause the Tao heart to shake. However, if there were cracks in the latter, it would definitely affect the true impurities. Therefore, the lotus-crowned old Daoist knew that he had to follow his heart. Immortals followed their hearts and followed the will of heaven. The old Daoist was no longer rigid like the fish swimming under the bridge that the Daoist Saint Lao Zhuang had mentioned. As an immortal in heaven who had already jumped over the dragon gate, he wanted to jump out of the water to take a look and take the initiative to merge with the heavenly Tao. Then, the old immortal tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air. As the lotus-crowned old Daoist rose into the air, a young lord rose with him. The cold knife in his hand was still in the boring horizontal knife style. When his body was almost at the same level as the beam of the Tongtian platform, the old Daoist waved his sleeve and stretched out his jade-white palm. His palm faced up and then suddenly pressed down. He laughed loudly and said, "Where the Dharma seal shines, it shines brightly. All evils retreat." Not only did the young lord in front of the old Daoist disappear, but hundreds of young lords in the square also disappeared in an instant. They were like ghosts in the night who suddenly encountered the sun in the sky. The old Daoist looked around and did not see any Su Fengnian. The lotus-crowned immortal shouted softly and raised his hands up. The Daoist is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Su Fengnian came to the top of the immortal's head. He held the knife in his left hand and chopped down. At this moment, the old Daoist sneered, "How can such a small trick deceive the heaven's heart?" The old Daoist's hands did not move, but at the same time, the old Daoist also transformed into 4 immortals in front, back, left, and right. 4 Dharma forms, each formed a lotus golden body. He stretched out his palm and a lotus bloomed in his palm. His 2 fingers were together like a sword and pointed to the sky. His 5 fingers opened and then clenched, and a light beam went straight to the sky. It was like holding a long spear that penetrated the heaven and earth. But the 5 Su Fengnian flashed and disappeared in an instant. The old Daoist, who seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, frowned and looked around blankly. His eyes were like torches, shining with purple gold. Finally here. The founder of the first generation who drew the talisman on the Yulei sword sneered. His finger on the tip of the sword gently knocked, his body slightly leaned forward, and gently breathed on the tip of the sword. Seal. It was a simple word, but it was like a big bell that rang in the sky of the imperial astronomer. Words were the law of heaven. One word could decide one's life and death. The talisman sword did not move, but a 3-foot golden light swept out from the sword. The golden light swirled and lingered around the immortal holding the sword. Wherever the golden light went, talismans appeared out of thin air, like the spring couplets that a devout child pasted on the door. The earth cracked, the rain stopped, the grass and trees turned to ashes, the birds fell to the ground, and the dragons and tigers were subdued. Between the immortal holding the sword on the ground and the Daoist with the lotus crown in the sky, talismans hung. From the latter to the former, intermittent pages of talismans exploded one after another. Golden light sputtered, and occasionally drops fell to the ground. The square that was as hard as iron suddenly shot out stones. The Daoist with the lotus crown, who turned to look down, suddenly narrowed his eyes and laughed, "Evil creature, still not showing yourself?" At the same time, the immortal holding the sword casually flicked the tip of the sword in the air, and turned to the heavenly platform and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" The Confucian scholar Xia Guining, who had been watching the fire from the other side of the river, was originally paying attention to the movements in the palace hall. It seemed that he did not see the result he wanted, but it was also within his expectations. There was a faint coldness on his face. After hearing the 2 immortals' calls, he no longer hesitated and suddenly shook his shoulders and raised his sleeves. The world's cool breeze, wrapped in 2 sleeves. The great rivers and mountains, carried on one shoulder. 8 seals, rise. In the sky of the imperial astronomer, 8 different-sized imperial jade seals suddenly appeared. The first ancestor of Mount Longhu grabbed the hilt of the Yulei sword with both hands and pulled it back. The Daoist with the lotus crown raised his hands as if he was lifting something heavy, and lifted it up toward his left shoulder. A long golden rope as thick as a spear shaft appeared in the hands of the 2 immortals. The immortals sat in the clouds, fishing for the fate of the mortal world. If the fishing line that was tens of thousands of feet long was twisted into a rope, it would be the golden rope in the hands of the 2 immortals. This rope went straight through one of Su Fengnian's shoulders. It nailed the young lord in the air, unable to move at all. Blood soaked the long rope. Chapter 1641. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He finally breathed. It was as though he wanted to use this breath to vent all the anger in his chest and absorb the fortune of the world. But according to reason, this was not the time to breathe. Xia Guining's lips curled. He raised his arm and lightly waved a finger. Do not look at indecent things. The Confucians have set the rules for the world for almost 800 years. You, Su Fengnian, cannot lower your head to the heavenly Tao, but since you still live in the world, how can you not bow to the heavens and earth? As this scholar's finger pointed, 2 jade seals exploded towards Su Fengnian's eyes. Xia Guining moved his finger again and continued to say casually, "Do not listen to indecent things." The 2 jade seals flew towards Su Fengnian's ears. When Xia Guining said the words, "Do not speak indecent things," it was as though the 5th jade seal had heard it and moved. The beam under Xia Guining's feet that led out of the pavilion of heaven-reaching pavilion was unable to bear the weight and started to crack. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Su Fengnian jerked the corner of his mouth. When the time comes, the heavens and earth will work together. The heavens and earth have reason and then etiquette. You, Xia Guinying, think that you hold the rules of etiquette, but that may not be the reason of the heavens and earth. At the very least, that Duke Yenxing who sent me an item before leaving, he does not feel that you, Xia Guinying, are in the right. A pendant fell from Su Fengnian's waist. It was a square object. Just as the 5 jade seals were a hair's breadth away from each other, Su Fengnian had a thought. Do not move if you are wrong. Not only did the 4 jade seals vibrate violently, the other 4 jade seals that Xia Guinying had not moved also vibrated. Back then, when His Royal Highness had returned from his second journey, the old man had pointed at a piece of meat cut from the vassal king and said to his son that in the future, it would be up to the young to reason with others. This time, he had forced his way into the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City. No matter how vicious his methods were, the expression of the young vassal king could be said to be warm and calm. At least, he was not angry or vicious. Su Fengnian, who was hung in the air by the long golden rope, began to walk with his saber. He walked toward the Tongtian platform, toward Xia Guinying, who had schemed against him, Su Fengnian, and Bailiang. The long rope was pulled in a semicircle. The tip of Mount Longhu's founder's Yulei's sword and the hands of the Lotus Crown Immortal both appeared to be struck by lightning. The 2 immortals stamped their feet almost at the same time, trying their best to stop the long rope's swift and violent momentum. Xia Guinying's face was filled with shock. His gaze flashed across 2 places. One was on the roof of the Imperial Palace, the other was outside the city to the south of Great Peace City, and the other was in the capital area further south. He was both shocked and furious. Zhao Zhuan, Tantai Pingjing, Duke Yenxing, you dare to work together to ruin my great cause. Su Fengnian, whose shoulder was still pinned by the long rope, swung his saber. Xia Guinying, who was standing on the beam of the Tongtian platform, grabbed the 4 jade seals and arranged them in a line to protect him and Su Fengnian's saber. He himself flashed away, allowing the 4 jade seals to fall to the ground, and the beam under his feet to break in 2. Under the saber, the entire towering Tongtian pavilion was cut in 2. Thousands of feet up in the sky, the saber seemed to have crashed into something with a bang. The 2 immortals looked at each other. After their gazes met, they released their hands almost at the same time. After Su Fengnian's saber, he turned and sneered. Want to leave? The Daoist with a lotus crown who had a red thread crawling on his sleeve sighed. He pulled all the long ropes with one hand and pulled back the red thread that was about to continue spreading, allowing the 2 red threads to freely dance around his sleeve. The old Daoist nodded slightly to the young Daoist who had abandoned the talisman sword. The latter had a complicated expression on his face. The 2 scarlet red threads were actually mixed with Han Xingxuan's death aura and Qi Jiajie's sword aura. Both of them came from Liang Imperial Court and died for the Zhao family. Using the fate of the Zhao family in Liang to attack the fate of the Zhao family in Mount Longhu was self-contradictory and wonderful. Presumably, this was the trump card used by the young king to destroy the immortal's purity. The next moment, the Taoist with the lotus crown, who knew that he could not escape, stood a few steps away from the ancestor of Mount Longhu and gently bowed to bid farewell. It was better for one person to die in reincarnation than both of them to die in the human world. A mirror appeared behind the old Taoist. It was the treasure of the Guanyin sect in the South Sea, the water-moon sky well that suppressed countless people with great fate in the world. The old Taoist was forcibly dragged into the well and whispered, as long as the heavenly Tao does not collapse, the incense will not be extinguished. Respectfully send the ancestor back to the heavenly gate. Looking at the young Taoist who seemed to be the descendant of the old Taoist, he ignored the Taoist with the lotus crown who was ready to die. He only raised his hands and asked himself, where is the first? The few remaining immortals of Mount Longhu on the square of the imperial astronomer all showed a sorrowful expression. While the immortals were heartbroken, they also felt an indescribable sense of awe. This time, it could be said that no one had ever come to the human world together. How could they be reduced to such a miserable state? On the other hand, the two younger immortals of Mount Longhu, Zhao Shi and Zhao Danxia, who had less experience than the ancestors of the past, looked relieved. They looked at each other and smiled. Although there was bitterness, there was no fear. A voice came from above the head of the ancestor, containing a strong sense of sarcasm. At your grandmother's house. The young immortal suddenly raised his head, finally unable to hide his anger. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Do you really think that I don't dare to risk my life and perish together with you, Su Fengnian?" Su Fengnian stood in the air, too lazy to talk nonsense with this immortal. Just as he was about to attack, his shoulders suddenly tilted, as if someone had patted him. A series of words softly sounded in his ears. "Kid, not bad. You've already broken that old bastard Xia Guaning's broken bowl. You don't have to care about what happens next. Don't thank me, Dong Tai. This sword of mine was comprehended by me, Ma Wei, yesterday. This sword is called Will Spirit." Chapter 1642. If you think the name isn't good enough, you can give me a more imposing one later. Just like the name of Jian Zhouhuang's last move, it's not bad. If there's a chance, we'll meet again on the battlefield outside Beiliang. Su Fengnian was taken aback. Because of Dong Tai's last words. I, Dong Tai, have left, but someone else has come. That sword. In the distance, there was no trace of the peach blossom sword god on the high wall beside Chao Chongqing and Luo Yang. The white-clothed woman said indifferently, "Su Ying, you stay. I'm leaving. If I can avoid meeting him, I won't." Without waiting for the red-robed woman to urge her to stay, Luo Yang turned and left alone. Further away, Chai Qingshan's two disciples opened their eyes wide when Dong Tai attacked, but the girl closed her eyes. The young man and girl probably didn't know that the difference in their swordsmanship was like heaven and earth. The Jianghu bigwigs near Chai Qingshan were all shaken by Su Fengnian's blade and Dong Tai's sword and fell to the ground, battered and exhausted. When they finally managed to sit up, they were thrown off their feet again. A sword from south to north came again. But as the sword moved, the sword came again. The founding ancestor of Longhu Mountain's expression flickered. In the end, he swallowed his anger and no longer looked at Su Fengnian. He shouted to the 9 heavens, "Open the heavenly gates." Su Fengnian gripped his blade with both hands and looked at the sky. "If you dare open the heavenly gates, then I'll cut them down as well." And then the sword came. Not only did it easily pierce through the head of the founding ancestor of Longhu Mountain, but all the other immortals in the Imperial Observatory Plaza, except for Zhao Shi and Zhao Danxia, were also beheaded. Su Fengnian had already killed immortals quickly and ruthlessly. This person seemed to be even more outstanding than the others. The young man wearing an ordinary Wudang Taoist robe arrived leisurely behind the flying sword. Without waiting for the father and son, two Taoist masters, to come back to their senses, he was grabbed and tossed into the sky like a chicken. Before parting, he said, "Be a good immortal, the affairs of the world will be handled by the people of the mortal world." This is where Qi Xuanzhen's fate with Dragon Tiger Mountain ends. Then, this elusive young Daoist stood in front of Su Fengnian with a smile, blocking the path of the saber. Su Fengnian flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "You with the surname Hong." The young Taoist shrank his neck and squeezed out a smile. "His Royal Highness, you have enough burdens on your shoulders. Don't take on this burden. There's little Taoist, Wu Dang, and the hierarch Li Yufu. It's enough." Su Fengnian glared at him. The young Taoist swallowed his saliva and said softly, "I can't let your sister worry, right?" Su Fengnian muttered, "You're itching for a beating again, aren't you?" And subconsciously kicked him out of habit. The young Taoist jumped a few steps to the side. He was also used to his own cowardice. If it was many years ago, His Highness the Crown Prince would feel that his kick was very impressive. And the young Daoists on the mountain who were watching the fight between the young martial granduncle and the hedonistic crown prince would feel that their martial granduncle was really powerful. Every time he dodged those kicks every year, he would have the demeanor of an immortal. Now, His Royal Highness had become the King of Beiliang, one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation. That timid but kind young martial granduncle had also become the immortal Taoist who rode a crane to Jiangnan. He had become Qi Xuanjun and Lu Zhu. But when they met again, he was still him, and they were still them. Su Fengnian's eyes secretly reddened. He said in a hoarse voice, "You should have left the mountain earlier. One day earlier would have been better. My sister would have been happy for one more day." The young Taoist pursed his lips, wrinkled his face, and shed tears. He couldn't say anything. Su Fengnian suddenly put an arm around the young Taoist's shoulder and whispered, "With Li Yufu's help, you can still see my sister, right?" The young Taoist nodded vigorously. Su Fengnian snorted coldly, "In the future, no matter which life you are in, when you see my sister again, you must treat her well. Otherwise, I can still beat you." "Lu Zhu, so what? I'm still that so-and-so and so-and-so. I have a much better background than you." A somewhat promising younger brother was afraid that his sister would be bullied when she got married and left home. They should all pretend to be evil when talking to their brother-in-law, right? The young Taoist master touched the pot that didn't boil. He wondered, "Didn't you cut off the karma with them?" Su Fengnian, who had put the cold blade at his waist, punched the other under the armpit. The latter inhaled sharply. It was unknown if it was because of the pain or because he was pretending to be obedient like in the past. He smiled foolishly with tears on his face. Su Fengnian hesitated. "You are leaving? You are really not going to be the person who defeats everything?" The young Taoist master shook his head and said with a smile, "I am most afraid of carrying a burden. I cannot do this kind of thing. Also, in the past, I could never beat you on the mountain. Even if I could, I was used to being bullied in the past. I am still afraid." The two stood next to each other and looked at the bustling Great Peace City below them. Su Fengnian said in a voice that only he could hear, "Every time I miss eldest sister, I like to think of her sitting on the back of the crane with you. At that time, she must be very happy and smiling. When I think of it this way, I am not sad." The young Taoist master did not speak. His figure was ethereal as though he would disappear with the wind in the next moment. Su Fengnian's voice became even lower. "To have you. I am actually very proud, brother-in-law." A wave of suppressed and bitter laughter came from beside him. "Ah! Brother-in-law." Su Fengnian flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked him. The young Taoist master Hung Shixiang was no longer there. Su Fengnian was dazed. After a long time, he lightly landed on the square of the imperial astronomer and walked towards the crop altar. As he walked up the stairs, he bent down and grabbed a handful of soil. Su Fengnian stood at the top. He crouched down, reached out, tilted his palm and allowed the soil to slide down. The young person dressed in mourning and covered in blood closed his eyes and said to himself, "Father, mother, eldest sister. I am very well, do not worry." Chapter 1643. On this day in late autumn in the second year of Xiangfu, it was destined to evolve into countless strange legends. At the imperial astronomer, the sun and moon rose, the sound of Buddha rose in spirals, and many rainbows hung in the sky. The scene in the Jingji Southern Army's camp was also terrifying. The two immortals were like gods on earth, fighting against 10,000 people. Their figures were as fast as dragons entering the sea. In the process of the two sides fighting, the entire camp was torn into pieces. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. In particular, the troops under the direct command of the new Minister of War, General Wu Zhongshuan, suffered the most. What normal people called not acclimatized to the climate was just physical discomfort. It was rare to see elite subordinates like Wu Xianxia lose their arms, legs, and even their lives. Most importantly, almost no one recognized the true identity of the two figures. This made the Jingji Southern Army feel even more vexed. When the culprit, Su Fengnian, walked down from the crop altar, the armored soldiers of the Li family, under the leadership of Li Shougua and Li Zhangliang, vowed to guard the gate with their lives. They looked like they would step over the corpses of more than 1,000 people if they wanted to leave. In reality, More than half of the heavy cavalry outside the gate had quietly retreated out of the streets after Anong General Ma Zhongxian had frantically sent out a secret order. However, in order to not disturb the people in the inner and outer cities and not cause more panic, this cavalry that had been greatly weakened before entering the battlefield did not immediately head out of the city to their camp. Ma Zhongxian had hurriedly left his father's sickbed in the manner of General Zhenbei. He didn't even have time to put on the robes of a military official, much less put on the armor. This Anong general turned his head and looked at the remnants of the army shrouded in a tragic atmosphere. His heart bled. In particular, Ma Zhongxian, who was familiar with the officialdom of the capital, knew that once the news of his family's death spread out of the manor to the court and the marketplace, everyone in Tian City would quickly say that his father had died at the exact moment the king of Bailiang was making a ruckus at the Ministry of Rites and the imperial astronomer. He had taken his last breath because he had been scared to death by that young man surnamed Su. Ma Zhongxian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. He wished he could turn his horse around and give the order to chop that Su guy into mincemeat. A plain-clothed old man walked through the Li family's fragile infantry formation. Li Shogwa wanted to remind him, but the old man waved his hand with a smile and walked straight to the king of Bailiang, who had stopped at the edge of the crop altar. The old man did not stand in front of the young man. The two of them walked side by side, but one of them faced north and the other faced south. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "I originally thought that it would be Tantanon from the Minxia province who came here to persuade us. I didn't expect that it would be the head of the secretariat who came here to play the villain." The head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, looked up at the altar and chuckled. "It's a pity that the imperial astronomer was destroyed just like that." Su Fengnian said, "Bailiang lost more than 100,000 men outside the Great Wall, and everyone died facing the north. Isn't that a pity?" Qi Yanglong nodded and said in a low voice, "In my opinion, it's all a pity. As a scholar who likes to read history, I feel that it's a pity that the imperial astronomer was destroyed. As a citizen of Liang, I feel that it's a pity that more than 100,000 Bailiang soldiers died in battle. However, I came to the capital to ask for a robe from the imperial court to wear, so I have no choice but to come here and nag at the king." Su Fengnian's blade-wielding left hand was pierced through by the long rope. His arm drooped down, and fresh blood flowed out of his sleeve and dripped down along his fingers to the ground. His face turned pale and bloodless because of the violent qi in his body. In an instant, it turned into a dazzling purple-gold color. As for the crack between his eyebrows, fresh blood flowed down the bridge of his nose. It added a strong sense of viciousness to the handsome face of this young vassal king. This young man who had shaken the entire capital twice by himself said expressionlessly, 3,000 men. For each death, 1,000 taels of Bailiang's grain will be deducted. This is what Zhao Zhuan said himself. Then I might as well tell the head of the secretariat directly that if one of the 3 million taels of grain is missing, there will be 30,000 Bailiang cavalry going south into Guangling. Anyway, it's a matter of course for the vassal king to be in trouble. If the imperial court doesn't care about the lives of the people of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, am very easy to talk to. I don't mind letting you know what loyalty is." When Qi Yanglong heard these words, he didn't pretend to be angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "King of Bailiang, to be honest, no matter where my ancestral home is, I, Qi Yanglong, have always regarded the Shangyin Academy of Guangling Path as my home. Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinshuan have already messed around on my land once. That bastard Song Li and Ko Jianghui have done it again. Next, it will be Wu Zhongshuan and Lu Xingxiang's turn to mess around. It's fine if they can end the battle quickly. No matter who wins or loses, as long as there is a winner, it will be a good thing for the people of Guangling Path. What I'm afraid of is a stalemate. It's fine if all the young men and old soldiers die, but if all the soldiers die, won't it be the same as using the lives of the people to fill the hole? Isn't that right, King of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Qi Yanglong did not look like an important official in the central government, but more like an old man who had a belly full of complaints. Now that he finally found a young man he could confide in, he could not shut up. Chao Chongqing has a knot in his heart and can't get over his own threshold. Even Duke Yanqing can't persuade him, so of course I'm not willing to waste my breath. As for those who help the imperial court to lead troops to war, I, as the head of the secretariat, can't persuade them. Moreover, the martial artists in the world make contributions on the battlefield. Whether they die on the battlefield or be conferred the title of marquis or become a general, it all depends on their own abilities. It's all up to their own destinies. It's all their reasons. I, Qianglong, can't go and nag them just because I say I pity the common people in the world and say empty words like asking them to lay down their butcher's knife. At the very least, if I can persuade Lu Sheng and Wu Zhongshuan, there will definitely be Ma Sheng and Song Zhongshuan. After all, I can't stop the trend of the world. Qi Yanglong suddenly turned his head and stared closely at the young man whose face was covered in blood. But I think it's useful to tell you. I can't help it. You're Su Zhao's son. Su Zhao has always been very reasonable. Otherwise, why would he use gold and silver to build a 10-li-long embankment for my family in order to let that little girl Wei Xiong enter the academy? Before I came to the capital, I had to go there every morning and night regardless of rain or shine. I don't know if Su Zhao has told you before, but when he led troops to Jianghu, he passed by Shangyin Academy from Mount Longhu and made a secret visit. He blocked me in my room and took off that cold saber. Well, if I'm not wrong, it's probably the one you're hanging now. He slapped it heavily on my desk and asked me if the name, Su Fengnian, was good. Of course, I gave him a thumbs up and said it was good. It was really good. Then your father immediately became amiable and said that I, Qi Yanglong, was indeed a learned scholar. He even turned his head and asked your mother to say that I was full of military strategies. I was very happy. Of course, it wasn't because of this low-level flattery, but because in the end, your father didn't cut me with a saber. Su Fengnian raised his right hand and wiped his face. Chapter 1644. Qi Yanglong continued to look at the profound crop altar. You definitely can't imagine how much money Bailiang sent over to build the embankment. No matter how long the embankment is, how much money would it take to build the Shangyin Academy with all the manpower and material resources? However, how much money did your father secretly send over? Do you know? It was a total of 3 million taels of silver. Therefore, not only did the Shangyin Academy gain a lake embankment with willow trees, but in the next 5 years, they also secretly built a library that was the best in Jiangnan. There were no less than 200 sets of printed books in the library. In addition to the mountain of silver, there was also a light secret letter that was handed to me. The words on it were the ugliest I've ever seen. However, for more than 10 years, when I had nothing else to do, I would often take it out and read it. The letter said that his eldest son would definitely be good at studying and would come to Shangyin Academy to study in the future. Perhaps in the future, the Su family would become the top scholar. That would truly bring honor to the family. If the son of a vassal king couldn't become an official, then being the top scholar wouldn't be bad either. When I first read the secret letter, I really wanted to write back and ask him, "You're a warrior who killed countless scholars. Do you have nothing better to do than let your son become a scholar? Your Su family is the most powerful official in your generation. You have both the pillar of the state and the hereditary throne in your hands. Do you really lack the title of top scholar?" I also wanted to ask him, what is 3 million taels of silver? So many people of the 8 states have died, and how many scholars have died? Can this little bit of silver compensate for the destruction of the mountains and rivers and the sinking of the central plains? You're a dignified butcher. Why don't you want your son to become a vassal king? Later, when I read the letter again, as time passed, the paper became more and more wrinkled, but my heart became calmer and calmer. During this period, I heard that after the death of the old emperor, you actually dared to sing and dance in Mount Qingliang to celebrate peace. Fireworks could be seen all over the city, and music could be heard all over the mountain. Later, you were thrown out of the gate of the prince's mansion. That was why you had 3 years of traveling. At that time, I knew that Bailiang wouldn't be content with its lot. I once hoped that you could squeeze out Qin Jibao and succeed in becoming the king of Bailiang. However, you were willing to be a peaceful vassal king and let a general of Liang enter Bailiang. Bailiang would be Liang's Bailiang, and the people of Bailiang would be Liang's people. Half of the country's taxes would go to the Tu Liao, and the other half of the country's transportation to be transported to Beiliang, the country, B. When Su Fengnian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, this is the wishful thinking of a pedantic scholar. Soldiers. To answer. The old man waited quietly. Su Fengnian answered, 10 against 10, 50-50. 100 against 100. My Beiliang will win for sure. 1,000 against 1,000. You'll lose miserably. 10,000 against 10,000. There's no need to fight, is there? The old man smiled. Really? Su Fengnian chuckled. I'm just more educated than Su Shao. My temper is good. The old man nodded. Yes, yes. That's why you went to the Ministry of Rites to teach the 2 assistant ministers a lesson. Then you came here alone. You didn't even give face to the Empress Dowager and started a massacre inside and outside the Imperial Astronomer. You even slaughtered a large group of immortals in heaven. Your Highness' temper is really good. Su Fengnian said unhappily, we just became friends, and now you're trying to take advantage of your seniority. Do you really think I don't have any strength left to return to Shimaway? The old man roared with laughter. All right, I've used Su Shao to get close to you, Your Highness. If I say any more, I won't be able to keep my old face. You, Su Fengnian, can fight, and the Beiliang cavalry can fight even better. I won't hide anything and tell you everything. No matter if it's the threat of losing 1,000 sure per person or the generosity of 3 million sure of transport, it's all the young emperor's impulsiveness. As the head of the Secretariat, I don't dare to take it seriously, and I hope Your Highness doesn't take it seriously. But I dare to guarantee that from the end of this autumn to the end of next summer, Liyang, especially Great Peace City, will send 1 million sure of transport to Beiliang even if they have to tighten their belts. If possible, they will send another 500,000 sure. After this, there are only 4 words, do your best. Su Fengnian frowned. The old man said emotionally, stop while you're ahead. Both sides have a way out. In the court, from the small officials, to the high officials, to those wearing official robes, and even the dragon robes, there has never been a happy person. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, the old man sighed and said, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but even though there are more and more young faces in the court, when I'm among them, I feel a sense of lethargy. Maybe after the white-robed monk Li Xiaoxin's almanac was rejected, Zhang Julu also feels the same sadness as me. The old man turned his head and stared at the heavily injured young man. In Bai Yen's book of poems that may never be circulated, he said that there are 2 great joys and 1 great hatred in life. In the Jianghu, having chivalry in a dangerous place is one of the joys. On the battlefield, picking up a blade in the face of death is one of the great joys. Every time I read in a book that the historians like to skim over, piles of bones, the people are in a terrible situation, it is a great hatred. The old man said with a smile, pitifully, this blue-eyed man died early. On the map of Liang dynasty, which he had glanced at many times, there was a place where the names of hundreds of thousands of dead people were engraved on a stone tablet. In the history books that generations of scholars read, there are no longer only the names of winners and losers. Earlier, there was a fellow who said that he had seen you and showed off in front of me. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't disobey the emperor's orders, I wouldn't have come here to be bullied. What's so good about you, Su Fengnian? I'm an old man, not one of those young ladies who admire young heroes. Hey, when I was young, I might have been even more handsome than you. Su Fengnian said, then it's settled. The old man asked, then when will your highness leave the capital? Su Fengnian walked forward. The day after tomorrow. The old man looked at this figure and asked with a smile, if you can't today, how about tomorrow? There's nothing to see in Great Peace City. Su Fengnian stopped walking, turned around and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, tomorrow? Fine, Lord Head of the Secretariat wants to see the stone tablet? Then this king will personally take you there. The old man's smile froze. The day after tomorrow it is. Early in the morning, I will personally go to the Daoist post station and knock on the door. Su Fengnian ignored this shameless old man and walked to the gates of the imperial astronomer. The old man behind him raised his hands and waved them to the sides. The armored soldiers of the Li family quickly scattered to the left and right, leaving a wide path. Suddenly, the old man quickly caught up to Su Fengnian and grabbed Su Fengnian's right hand, unwilling to let go. Su Fengnian turned to look at this old man whose expression had suddenly turned solemn. The old man lowered his voice and said, Su Fengnian, you have to make sure that fewer people die in this world. Su Fengnian wanted to turn and leave. The old man seemed to have the strength from somewhere and gripped Su Fengnian's hand tightly, his face red. Su Fengnian could have just waved his sleeve and broken free, but for some reason, Su Fengnian sighed softly and nodded. He said helplessly, Do I need to say it? The old man finally released his hand. After walking a few steps, Su Fengnian heard the old man say in a small voice, If I don't do this, I can't show that I, Qi Yanglong, am a savior. Su Fengnian's lips twitched. He raised his right arm, extended his thumb, and then pointed down. He looked at the back of the young man. The old man said again, Well, he has some of my style when I was young. Perhaps he felt that he was too far away and the young king couldn't hear his mutterings, so when the king of Bailiang suddenly turned his head, the old man turned his back with lightning speed. He put his hands behind his back and walked quickly to the crop altar, as if he was in a hurry to go there to enjoy the scenery. The old man and the young man walked with their backs facing each other. The old man restrained the expression on his face and said in his heart, Green eyes, if you were still alive, would you grit your teeth and not open the ban on the transport of grain, or would you go against all opinions and open the transport of grain? No matter what, I'm not as good as you. The old man stood at the top of the crop altar and looked at the dazzling loose soil. He slowly squatted down. Su Shao, Zhang Julu. You two fought for half your lives when you were alive. After you died and went underground, you would actually drink together, right? At the gate of the imperial astronomer, there was a girl who was holding a scallion pancake in one hand and rubbing her mink hat with the other. Su Fengnian walked over and bent down to help her adjust her mink hat. Then, a bright red robe fluttered over like a butterfly. She arrived in front of Su Fengnian and spun in an ethereal manner. Su Fengnian waited for her to stop and nodded with a soft smile, You still look good. Su Fengnian held the two people's hands and said, Let's go back to the post house first. We'll go home together the day after tomorrow. Su Yanbing had returned to the carriage at the gate of the imperial astronomer. He had already put away the spear. Su Fengnian wiped the blood that just oozed out from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and said with a smile, You're back so soon? This spear is really fast. Su Yanbing, who was confused for a moment, nodded. When the young lord sat in the carriage, and the carriage drove for a long distance, Su Yanbing, who finally realized what was going on, laughed and scolded, Motherf *cur, you don't even use a dirty word when cursing people. After laughing, Su Yanbing looked into the distance and was a little lost in thought. The girl wearing the mink hat and the woman wearing the red robe didn't sit in the carriage for some reason. Inside the carriage, the young man who was covered in blood took off his cold sword, held the king's robe with both hands, and buried his head in it. His shoulders trembled. No expression. No crying. Chapter 1645. A middle-aged man with a refined appearance appeared outside the Daoist post house. The post house officer looked at this man who gave him a strange feeling. He heard that he called himself Wu Qi and said that he could enter as long as he reported his arrival to the king of Bailiang. The post house officer saw his outstanding bearing and did not dare to slight him. However, when the post house officer did not see the prince, he was stopped by the man surnamed Su, who was acting as a coachman. The two of them walked back to the post house together. Su Yanbing and Wu Qi stood separately outside the post house officer's door. The latter smiled and said, Long time no see. Su Yanbing had no intention of letting him pass. His eyes were cold as he said, Since you did not show your face in Beimang, isn't it too late for you to come now? What, do you think that being a general in Western Shu is not satisfying enough? Wu Qi laughed loudly and said, Lu Yanbing. Oh, That's not right. I heard that you bestowed the surname Su to my brother-in-law, so I should call you Su Yanbing now. Regardless of whether I am in northern Mang or western Shu, when an uncle comes to visit his nephew, you are going to stop him? Su Yanbing laughed coldly and said, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Wu Qi sniffled and said, what a temper. No wonder you are a martial arts grandmaster who is on par with the king of Shu. You don't have to beat me to death. I'm scared to death. Suddenly, the man who called himself the king of Bailiang's uncle shouted, nephew. There was a loud bang. Wu Qi slid back dozens of feet from the Demoyai post house officer's door. Su Yanbing slowly retracted his foot. He even rubbed the soles of his feet on the door sill as if he was afraid of dirtying his boots. Wu Qi, who had leaned back but didn't fall to the ground, stood up straight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't get angry and continued to walk to the door. At this time, Su Fengnian, who had changed into clean clothes, was already at the door. Su Yanbing moved aside. Wu Qi put away his frivolous expression and no longer had any thoughts of barging into the post house. He stood outside the door and said, I, Wu Qi, have never thought of 4 things in my life. My sister married Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not rebel against Li Yang, and you protected Bailiang and left the imperial astronomer alive. Su Fengnian's expression was complicated. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Wu Qi shook his head and said, no. Regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, I don't regret my actions. Since I didn't show myself to meet my nephew in northern Mang back then, I don't have the right to enter today. Su Fengnian asked, so you have something to say? Wu Qi still shook his head. I just came to tell you that your trip to Beimang was not in vain. Li Shan has already begun to make some moves. But let me remind you that even so, don't expect them to help you in your hour of need. It's best if you don't even think about adding flowers to the brocade. Beimang's peace order might be alerted to this. Be careful of the oriole behind you. Su Fengnian nodded. I know. Wu Qi grinned. If there really comes a day when we fight on the battlefield, Chen Zhibao will not show mercy. I will do the same. I hope you can do the same. Su Fengnian said, no problem. Wu Qi was just about to speak when he heard his nephew, considerately, remind him, if you want to vomit blood, vomit it for a while. Wu Qi's face immediately darkened. He coldly harumphed, clutching his chest as he turned around and left. Su Yanbing glanced at his departing figure. He held back his laughter and said softly, that kick of mine was not heavy. Su Fengnian grunted. That's why I said that. Su Yanbing was speechless. That sentence seemed to have been much heavier than his kick. Su Yanbing suddenly turned his head. Su Fengnian helplessly said, forget it. The red-robed woman and a certain young girl not far away, who had been itching to give it a try, finally gave up. Su Yanbing laughed. Then I'll go find some wine to drink. The post house doesn't even have a bottle of green ant wine. That's too unreasonable. After saying this, Su Yanbing walked towards a restaurant on the street. Unlike yesterday's Demoyai post house, where the majority of the guests were men, the seats of today's restaurants, inns, and tea houses were all filled with women. There were young women, plump women, and even many young girls who were in the prime of their lives. When Su Fengnian appeared at the entrance to see Wu Qi, almost at the same time, flower hairpin women poked their heads out of the windows, their eyes shining brightly. There were those who were full of affection, those who were bold enough to cast amorous glances at him, and those who were shy and wanted to say something. There were also bold and unrestrained women who were shamelessly shouting the name of the king of Bailiang. Su Yanbing had not even entered the restaurant when countless handkerchiefs, round fans, scented sachets floated above his head, a large shower of fragrant incense. These women were all saying things like, I'll have to trouble this Bailiang warrior to give this fan to His Highness. There were even more women who ran out of their rooms. They did not dare to approach Su Yanbing. In any case, they threw the letters in their hands at him and turned to flee. Even the half-step Marshal Saint Su Yanbing could not withstand this terrifying array. On both sides of the street, soft whispers could be heard from upstairs and downstairs. See, I told you a long time ago that my young master Su is the most handsome man in the world, but you didn't believe me. Now you've gone crazy. My eyes are about to get pregnant. If His Highness can walk out of the post house and get a little closer to hear him say a few words, even if I die, it will be worth it. All the handsome young masters of our great peace city added together can't compare to my big brother Su. I can't, he's really too handsome. Just looking at him from afar makes me drunk. It's a pity that I couldn't sneak out yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been able to see His Highness's heroic figure. Lend me your shoulder, I want to cry for a while, I've decided. In this life, I will only marry young Master Su. If that doesn't work, I'll just be a maidservant. Su Yanbing patted a scented sachet off his shoulder and decisively turned to walk back to the post house. He wondered if he should have His Highness leave Great Peace City as soon as possible. Weren't the women of the capital a little too formidable? Su Fengnian had already brought Jia Jiajia and Suing back to the courtyard. He was dressed in purple and had come uninvited to lie down on a rattan chair under the eaves, resting with his eyes closed. Su Fengnian had also brought over a rattan chair. The woman in red who had taken off her veil crouched down next to Su Fengnian. The chuckling girl sat on the steps and had pulled out a scallion pancake from somewhere and was nibbling on it. Su Fengnian lay down on the chair and softly asked, "Why haven't you returned to Mount Hui yet?" Xianyuan Qingfeng did not speak. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and looked at the eaves. That year when he had entered the capital, it had also been at the post house in Great Peace City, on a rattan chair in this courtyard. Su Fengnian had talked to this crazy woman about snowmen and ideals. It was also at that time that the idiot with the wooden sword had left the Jianghu. Xianyuan Qingfeng did not open his eyes. He coldly asked, "After all these years, have you pitied me or yourself?" Su Fengnian smiled. "Both." Xianyuan Qingfeng fell silent. Su Fengnian said, "Thank you for helping me suppress Qi Jiajia's sword aura yesterday." Xianyuan Qingfeng coldly said, "You owe me the title of number 1 in the world." Su Fengnian snickered. I know. As long as it's business, I guarantee that I'll be honest with everyone." Xianyuan Qingfeng started working and muttered to himself, "Business, huh?" In the next moment, there was only a light breeze under the eaves. Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at the rattan chair without purple clothes. He stood up and sat next to the chuckling girl. She took out another scallion pancake and placed it in front of Su Fengnian without turning her head. Su Fengnian took the slightly hard pancake and ate it in big bites. The red-robed Suing stood in the middle of the courtyard. Su Fengnian mumbled, "Turn around." The red pancake spun non-stop, pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian smiled brightly. After the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, left the imperial astronomer, the old man was personally led by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, to a small hall located between the inner and outer court of Liang, the Hall of Immortality. The newly built Hall of Immortality was located in the inner court, but it was closely connected to the outer court. In addition, there were a total of 12 scholars who handled government affairs near the Hall of Immortality. This made the Hall of Immortality, which had been abandoned for many years, into a veritable central location. The Hall of Immortality did not take up much space. It was in the shape of an I shape, a typical front hall and back bedroom. In the hall hung a large plaque with the words, "Fair and Peaceful," written by the late Emperor Zhao Dun. Recently, the small court meetings that the young emperor personally hosted had all been moved here. The introductions of important officials were also carried out here. A number of newly appointed officials, such as Tian Zong, Dong Gong, and Huang Weidong, the leader of the Old Green Party of the previous dynasty, Hong Lingshu, the general of Nanjiang who had replaced Liu Baijie as the Minister of War, and the head of the Peng family of Liaodong who had succeeded Han Lin as the Assistant Minister of Justice, had all come here to meet the emperor. When Qi Yanglong stepped into the Hall of Immortality, Huan Wen, the head of the province, and Chen Wang, the assistant of the scattered left cavalry, were already present. Zhao Yuling, who was in charge of the secretariat, and Yin Mao Chun, the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel, who had different political views, were also present. However, the two of them stood far apart. Not only did they not have a harmonious atmosphere, but they also seemed to be estranged from each other. Of the 6 grand scholars, only Wen Shoren, the grand scholar of the Hall of Wuying, and Yan Jieshi, the grand scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion, were present. None of the newly established grand scholar of the Guangha Pavilion showed up. Other than that, there was also Zhao Yang, the commandery prince of Changshan, Gao Shizhi, the Duke of Yan, and Song Downing, the Marquis of Huaiyang. For ordinary officials of Liang, these 3 were low-key people who had long heard of their names but never met. Compared to these important people who either held the power of the court or had a thunderous reputation, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizhuang, was still a junior even though he had a lot of power. Therefore, his position was at the back, and he stood right next to Wen Tai, the leader of the Green Party in Great and City. Wen Tai was a legendary figure in the Great and City officialdom. He sat on the seat of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and hadn't moved from his seat for more than 10 years. He had worked for 3 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, so there was always a joke in the Ministry of Personnel that the Minister of Flowing Water, the Assistant Minister of Iron. Even Tantanon often used Old Assistant Minister of One to tease Wen Tai. Therefore, almost everyone forgot that this old assistant minister was not yet 50 years old. Chapter 1646. Shi Yanglong had actually stopped outside the room for a moment. If it were someone else, head eunuch Song Tonglu would have hurriedly urged him to hurry up. However, it was a different matter if it was the head of the secretariat. Song Tonglu stood quietly outside the room with the old man. Inside the room came the old scholar Wen Shoren's signature loud voice. It was full of vigor. It was hard to believe that this was the voice of an old man. The noble old man who led the hall said with grief and indignation, "Your Majesty, the Northern Liang barbarians are really rude. Not only did they discredit the Ministry of Rites, they even made a scene at the imperial astronomer. The imperial court can't tolerate him anymore. Otherwise, where will the imperial court's face be? Your Majesty, although this old subject is a scholar, I still have a set of old bones and a backbone that does not weaken despite my age. This old subject will go to the Demoyai courier station alone and arrest that barbarian and throw him into prison. If he dares to kill anyone, then kill this old subject as well. I only hope that your Majesty will punish him for this later. Even if this old subject dies, it will be a worthy death." Song Tonglu lowered his gaze, but the head of the Hall of Secretaries rolled his eyes too obviously. The head eunuch could still see it clearly. Inside the room, Zhao Yang, the commandery prince of Changshan, who was about the same age as Wen Shoren, looked at the juniors beside him, Duke Gao and Marquis Song. The latter two were obviously speechless. The 3 of them had closed their doors and refused to ask about the imperial court for too many years. Their circle of activity was limited to the nobles and the relatives of the emperor. They had almost no contact with outside officials. In the past, they had only heard that Grand Scholar One was unyielding in the imperial court. Today, they saw him in a new light. The old commandery prince of Changshan slowly withdrew his gaze and frowned. As an old member of the Liang royal family, Zhao Yang, the commandery prince of Changshan, had personally experienced the beginning and end of the Spring and Autumn War. When the emperor bestowed rewards, Zhao Yang, who should have been in the top 10 in terms of contributions, only received a humiliating title of commandery prince because of a secret matter. After that, he began to play with flowers, birds, fish, and insects in peace, leisurely enjoying the rest of his life. There were very few men in the manner of Changshan commandery prince. Over time, this old commandery prince was completely forgotten. If Song Downing, who could barely be called a young and healthy man, was going to make a big move when he returned to the court, then the old commandery prince at this age seemed to be just doing his best. Grand Scholar Wen, who was famous for carrying the coffin and remonstrating to death, began to count the major crimes of the young king after the hereditary succession. He was impassioned and the room was full of righteousness. This Wuying Palace Grand Secretary was obviously going to fight to the death with the Su family. There had been rumors in Great and City for many years that Grand Scholar Wen was so paranoid that he did not have a good attitude toward any official in Jingdo with the surname Su. One of the two biggest topics of discussion in Graydon City in the past half a year had to do with the Wen family. It was said that the granddaughter of the Grand Scholar Wen, who was spoiled to the heavens, not only said that she wanted to go to the northwest to see the new Prince Liang, she almost really ran away from home and successfully eloped. Sir Wen was so angry that he fell seriously ill and was bedridden for half a year. During this time, Jean Lanting of the Ministry of Rites had visited him no less than 3 times. However, looking at Wen Shoren's vigor, it did not seem like it. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wen Tai, was in this room. Although his rank was the same as Chen Wang and Tang Tai's Huang, even he knew the difference. As one of the 3 chariots of the Green Party, of the other 2, Lu Feiqi of Jianghu State had passed away. The Lu family had married into Beiliang and moved to Beiliang. The general of Qingzhou, Hong Lingshu, had entered Jingdou from a local area. It was not clear whether the overall power of the Green Party had increased or decreased. However, the present emperor wanted to reappoint officials of the Green Party. This was an undeniable trend. Wei Dong, who had also come from Qingzhou, had just become the number 1 person in the Guangling Navy and Qingzhou Navy. This conjecture was confirmed. Yin Mao Chun had not been in charge of the Ministry of Appointments for long. It was not very likely that Wen Tai, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, would become the heavenly official of Liang. However, it was not impossible for him to be the leader of another department. He had a certain chance of being in charge of the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Revenue. Today, Wen Tai's sudden appearance here caused Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chun to look at him a few more times. The young emperor did not interrupt when the scholar's impassioned speech of righteousness and plain-spoken integrity. However, when Qi Yanglong crossed the threshold, the group of powerful officials turned their heads in unison and made Wen Shoren stop himself. He followed the others and bowed respectfully to the head of the secretariat. Qi Yanglong stood where the Grand Secretary should stand. After bowing to the emperor, he said concisely, "I have just seen the king of Beiliang. He has agreed to leave Jingdou the day after tomorrow. Regarding the lifting of the ban on the transport of grain, the king of Beiliang hopes that the court can send 500,000 dan of grain to Beiliang before autumn next year." A trace of confusion appeared in Huan Wen's eyes. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the head of the palace secretariat standing beside him. He noticed that when Qi Yanglong said the number 500,000 dan, the palm in his sleeve made a small gesture in front of him. Commandery Prince Changshan's eyelids drooped in disappointment. As for the reason, probably only the old Commandery Prince himself knew. Tang Tai's Huang of the Ministry of War, who was sitting at the very back, smiled coldly. "You, Su Fengmian, have caused such a great storm in Great Peace City, yet you only dare to ask for 500,000 dan of grain from the court? Could it be that Great Peace City is no longer your territory and you don't even have the courage to ask for an exorbitant price?" The young emperor sitting on the couch breathed gently. A smile flashed across his face. He swept his gaze over the important officials of Liang and asked calmly, "Dear officials, what do you think?" Wen Shoren was about to jump out and scold the new prince of Liang when he heard Chen Wang, who was standing in the same row as him and Yan Jieshi, speak first. "I believe that the king of Beiliang is the king of Beiliang, and the people of Beiliang are the people of Beiliang. The 500,000 dan of grain can agree to lift the ban and send it to the way of Beiliang." Wen Shoren immediately closed his mouth and swallowed back the grand speech that was about to come out of his mouth. The old scholar was able to put on the airs of an old official of 3 dynasties in front of Jin Sanlang, but for some reason, Wen Shoren felt uneasy about Chen Xiaobao, whom he had never interacted with before. When they met occasionally, he would take the initiative to be friendly. Unfortunately, official Chen never showed any signs of looking at him in a different light. This made Wen Shoren feel regret deep in his heart, as well as some unknown apprehension. Commandery Prince Changshan, Zhao Yang, who had not spoken in court for many years, said coldly, "Your Majesty, the Beiliang soldiers who died fighting outside the pass are worthy of 500,000 dan of grain as a reward. It would not be too much to say that lifting the ban and sending 1 million dan of grain is not an exaggeration. But this Su Fengmian, as a vassal king, has no regard for the law and the capital. We cannot make an exception and encourage his arrogance." Thus, I believe that not a single dan of grain can be given to Su Fengnian. The Grand Secretary of Dongyuan Pavilion, Yan Jieshi, also agreed, Your Majesty, I agree with Commandery Prince Changshan's opinion. The Bailiang people and soldiers have performed meritorious deeds, but the King of Bailiang has made a grave mistake. Thus, meritorious deeds and demerits should offset each other, and the rewards and punishments should be clear. This is in accordance with the laws of the imperial court. Tang Taizhuang said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I am willing to personally escort the King of Bailiang out of the capital and its environs today. The young emperor did not comment. He looked around and finally saw Wen Tai, who was standing at the back and was half a head shorter than Assistant Minister Tang. He asked warmly, Assistant Minister Wen, do you have anything to say? Wen Tai said without hesitation, I believe that the lifting of the ban on Bailiang's transport of grain can be given, but not too much. It can be done slowly but not urgently. There was a secret room on the right side of the Hall of Spiritual Cultivation. On the wall of the secret room's west door, there was a large map with the names of officials written in small characters. It took up more than half of the wall. A young man stood at the bottom of the wall. He raised his head, but his eyes were tightly shut. He was a blind man dressed in white who stood at the center of Liang. Although the young blind man could not see the contents of the map, he could feel the indescribable grandeur. In the Liang dynasty, almost all important officials, whether civil or military, would have a place on the map as long as they reached the threshold of the fourth rank. From the capital to the various provinces and counties, from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries to the provincial governors and governors, from the great general of punitive expedition to the general of a province, they were all written on the map. Among them, there were very few names and their official positions. 2 concise and comprehensive evaluations were written in black and red small characters. One came from Yin Mao Chun, and the other came from Zhao Go. The young blind man looked at the map as if he was looking at the whole of Liang. When he heard Wen Tai's strategy of not too much, not too little, it can be done slowly but not urgently, the young man smiled knowingly. He approved of the strategy, but also mocked it playfully. The young emperor said, The matter of the transport of grain will be discussed tomorrow. Today, I want to discuss with everyone the candidate for the Jianghu Dao's magistrate. Almost everyone understood. No wonder Assistant Minister Wen would make an exception and make an appearance today. There was nothing to discuss. Nowadays, when it came to the promotion of officials, the young emperor's words carried enormous weight. The head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, and the provincial governor, Huan Wen, never had any objections. In addition, Chen Wang, who never missed a small court meeting, and Yin Mao Chun, who always understood tacitly, all appointments went smoothly. Thus, even if Wen Tai, who was born in Qingzhou, was sent out to be the head of the civil officials of Jianghu Dao, which slightly violated the rules of Liang, no one would use such a trivial matter to argue with the emperor. Moreover, Wen Tai had been the second in command of the Ministry of Appointments responsible for distributing official hats for more than a decade. Who was willing to offend this future, young magistrate with deep roots? Not yet 50 years old, but jumping ranks from assistant minister of the 6 ministries to local magistrate, he was clearly going to return to court. His future was promising. Perhaps within 10 years at most, there would be another rank 2 big boss in the capital. Wen Shouren quickly proposed that Assistant Minister Wen was the best candidate. Who did not know that the great and great Wens of Great Peace City were famous for being inseparable? Chapter 1647. After the emperor made the final decision, Wen Tai naturally knelt down to thank him and shed tears of gratitude. After Wen Tai, who was about to return to his hometown as the Jianghu magistrate, stood up, a tall old general wearing the robes of a standard second-rank military official walked into the room. After bowing and asking for forgiveness, he stood near Tang Taizhuang without saying a word. Gao Shizhi and Song Downing quietly looked at each other and smiled. The Minister of War had actually held himself back from complaining on the spot. Most likely, other than the 2 grand secretaries and the newly promoted Wen Tai, most of the people present had already heard of the disturbance in the Jingji Southern Army camp. The Southern Expedition General's men had suffered heavy casualties. They only knew that 2 martial arts grandmasters who used spears had fought. As for who it was, they didn't even see their faces. What followed was a tepid question-and-answer session. The young emperor focused on asking Wu Zhongshuan about the recent situation of the Guangling War. An hour later, this far-reaching court meeting ended. Only Qi Yanglong, Huan Wen, Chen Wang, and Wu Zhongshuan remained. Emperor Zhao Zhuan led the 3 civil officials into the secret room. The 2 old men were stunned when they saw the young man. Zhao Zhuan smiled and introduced him. This is Lu Su, from Qingzhou. He is very knowledgeable. My original intention was for Mr. Lu to become one of the teachers of the diligent room, but Mr. Lu refused. So that Mr. Lu temporarily does not have an official position to teach in the diligent room. The blind Lu Su stood beside the emperor and said calmly, "Greetings, my lords." Huan Wen nodded and smiled but didn't say anything. Qi Yanglong was expressionless and made a low sound of acknowledgement. The diligent room was the study place of the emperor's descendants. Was this to pave the way for the white-robed minister? Huan Wen suddenly looked at Qi Yanglong and asked, "Lord Head of the Secretariat, since we're here, why don't we get straight to the point?" Previously, Qi Yanglong had said in front of a large group of people that Bailiang had begged the court for 500,000 stones of grain transport. Of course, it was to help the young emperor gain face. When Shoren, this stupid scholar, would take it seriously. Many others were also skeptical, but Tantanon would never take it seriously. Qi Yanglong pretended to be confused and looked around. Where did this skylight come from? Huan Wen was fuming with rage. He wanted to settle accounts with the head of the secretariat. Zhao Zhuan already smiled and said, "I plan to allow Bailiang to transport millions of shur of grain. In the future, Wen Tai, who oversees Qingzhou, will have full authority to handle this matter." "Sir Qi, Tantanon, is this appropriate?" Qi Yanglong nodded. Huan Wen pondered for a moment. "That's the only way." Zhao Zhuan turned to look at the Minister of War, who was filled with a murderous aura. "General Wu has been wronged. I will have people thoroughly investigate the matter of the Jingji Southern Army camp. Before General Wu returns to Guangling Road, I will definitely give you an explanation." Wu Zhongshuan cupped his fists and said, "Since your majesty has such intentions, this general has nothing to say. Please rest assured, your majesty, this general is not the kind of official who cannot see the big picture." Zhao Zhuan looked satisfied. Huan Wen hesitated and finally couldn't help but ask, "Your majesty, whether it is Wen Tai or the king of Jing'an, they all have old grievances with Bailiang's Su family. If they overlook official business for personal reasons and delay the important matters of the court, what will happen then?" Zhao Zhuan smiled and said, "The king of Jing'an and Zhao Sun are undoubtedly loyal. Wen Tai's knowledge and achievements are praised. After taking on this important task, I believe that he will not dare to be careless in the matter of the transport." Huan Wen continued unabashedly, "Our Liang's transport is divided into north and south. The southern transport is mainly based on the Guangling River, while the northern transport is mainly based on the canals. This has also given rise to 2 stubborn factions. Wen Tai had a deep grudge with the head of the southern transport in his early years. I'm afraid that even if Wen Tai is sincere in his work, the southern transport will make things difficult for him from top to bottom. Furthermore, the Qingzhou General Hong Lingshu, who could originally balance the transport of more than 100,000 troops, is now in the capital. In Lao Chen's opinion, if Wen Tai is appointed as the Jing'an Dao Jingshi, we still need to send a deputy judici, whose prestige is not weak. Other than intimidating the snakes and insects in the hinterland of the Central Plains, we can also conveniently clean up the mud that has accumulated for many years in the south." Although Huan Wen was somewhat overbearing, Zhao Zhuan still nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, what does Tantanon think of Anong General Ma Xianyang leaving the capital to take up the post of deputy judici?" Huan Wen was somewhat surprised. Chen Wang was about to speak. Whether it was his ability to lead troops in battle, his reputation in the army, or his family background, Ma Zhongxian's promotion from a 3rd-rank Anshi general to a 2nd-rank deputy judici in the vassal king's territory, as well as a promotion within the military official system, there were no major problems to be found. However, as the son of Ma Lulang, Ma Zhongxian's departure would be enough to suppress the transport officials. Perhaps he could really take back the power of the transport from the hands of the various nobles and return it to the imperial court. However, this would inevitably go against the original intention of ensuring the smooth transport of the transport. Wen Tai and the Bailiang Su family didn't get along. Wasn't this even more so? Just as Chen Wang was thinking about what to say, he suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled. Turning his head, he saw Lu Su looking ahead, as if he didn't reach out to stop Chen Wang. Chen Wang was very cautious and quickly dismissed the idea of advising him. At the same time, Chen Wang was somewhat shocked. How did Lu Su know that he was going to speak? After another hour, the officials left the secret chamber. Wu Zhongshuan smiled and said goodbye to the other four, taking large strides away. Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen walked side by side. As the old man of the diligent department, Chen Wang led the newcomer Lu Su there. The two old men and the two newcomers happened to be walking in different directions, with their backs facing each other. Chen Wang said softly, "Thank you." Lu Su's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't hear. On the other side, Huan Wen, who didn't need the palace eunuchs to lead the way, sighed emotionally. "It's different now." Qi Yanglong said something disrespectful. "What? Is Tantanon unhappy that your majesty isn't the emperor?" Huan Wen said angrily, "Bullshit." The head of the secretariat pretended to sniff. "The autumn air is refreshing, the osmanthus fragrance refreshes the mind. Where did this stinky fart come from?" Huan Wen snorted coldly and quickened his pace, obviously unwilling to continue walking side by side with the head of the secretariat. Qi Yanglong didn't stop him, but also quickened his pace, laughing softly. "At the imperial astronomer, the king of Bailiang personally praised my knowledge as the best in the world. Tantanon, what do you think?" Huan Wen turned his head to look at the head of the secretariat, who was full of pride, and said disdainfully, "Who are you trying to fool?" This time, it was Qi Yanglong's turn to stride forward. Huan Wen looked at the back of this figure and muttered, "Is that kid blind? Or does this old man have a beautiful granddaughter at home, and that kid is thinking about her?" When the lady boss of Jiao restaurant was personally led into the small courtyard by Su Yanbing, she saw a scene that made her not know whether to laugh or cry. The king of Bailiang was sitting on a small bench, scrubbing his extremely luxurious royal robe. The problem was that the young man's movements were very skillful. Su Fengnian had just finished washing the clothes. After wringing them dry, he quickly dried them on the bamboo poles that had already been set up in the courtyard. He wiped his hands and said with a smile, "Aunt Hong is here? Sit anywhere, there are only 2 chairs anyway." Then Su Fengnian also smiled at the young woman beside the lady. "I see Miss Chen again so soon." Jia Jejia and Su Ying, who were squatting in the corridor, were playing chess. After seeing the lady and Chen Yu, they didn't pay much attention and lowered their heads to continue playing chess. Jia Jejia's chess pieces were placed in the upside-down mink hat, and Su Ying's chess pieces were in the big robe. The lady boss was sitting on the rattan chair. Chen Yu originally wanted to stand beside Aunt Hong, but she didn't expect that the young king would choose a position close to the 2 strange women. He squatted lazily against the pillar, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Chen also sit." The lady boss went straight to the point. "Fengnian, I heard that you only asked for 500,000 share of grain from the imperial court?" Chapter 1648. Su Fengnian was amused. He smiled and said, "That's not true. It's Qi Yanglong, that old fox, who doesn't respect his elders, who thick-skinned asked me not to be too ruthless. He promised that before autumn next year, there would be at least 1 million dawn of grain to cool down. As for the 500,000 dawn, I suppose the head of the Hall of Secretaries wanted to save some face for the imperial court. In any case, when the time comes, I will definitely bring tens of thousands of Bailiang cavalry to charge into Guangling Road." After thinking about it, I decided not to go too far, so I agreed. Now that I think about it, I have let him down. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely apologize in person. The proprietress was dumbfounded. After a long silence, she finally scolded with a smile, "How shameless, but Aunt Hong likes it." Chen Yu's heart trembled. Tens of thousands of Bailiang cavalry charging into Guangling Road? What did this mean? Su Fengnian glanced at Jia Jejia and Su Ying's unconstrained chess moves and shouted, "Play here, play here." He then took out a chess piece from Jia Jejia's mink hat and helped to place it. When he saw Su Ying's resentful gaze, he quickly repeated, play here, and also helped to place the chess piece. Chen Yu stared with wide eyes, somewhat dazed. It was clearly 2 lines of, "You don't care about me, I don't care about you." Could this be considered a chess player? While Su Fengnian was playing chess, he took the time to smile and say, "Aunt Hong, don't be angry about the matter of the imperial astronomer. It's not good to be angry, it's easy to get wrinkles. Aunt Hong is still young. If you go out with me and I call her sister, the passers-by will think that I'm old. They might even beat me up with righteous indignation." Aunt Hong smiled and rubbed the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She nodded vigorously, yes, that is true." Chen Yu quietly took a deep breath. Aunt Hong suddenly laughed softly. "Fengnian, am I your Aunt Hong?" Su Fengnian acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately got up and ran behind the woman, carefully massaging her shoulders. "Aunt Hong, is something the matter?" "Truth be told, don't look at how lively I am right now, I'm just pretending to be fine for the imperial court to see. After all, I'm in the capital, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Once I'm exposed, I'll be in danger. Right now, it's very difficult for me to even walk. It's just that I don't want Aunt Hong to worry." Aunt Hong shouted to the man standing at the entrance of the courtyard, "Su Yanbing, your prince said that he can't walk anymore. I want to invite him to the Jianghu embassy. Why don't you carry our prince to the carriage?" Su Yanbing smiled and said, "This." Su Fengnian hurriedly signaled with his eyes. But Su Yanbing still said straightforwardly, "No problem." Who was the one who said, "What a fast gun," at the entrance of the imperial astronomer? Su Fengnian said with a sullen face, "Aunt Hong, are you really not afraid of causing trouble? I'll be leaving the capital the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, do you still want to continue operating the Jianghu embassy?" Aunt Hong suddenly stood up and pulled Su Fengnian towards the entrance of the courtyard. The helpless king of Bailiang turned his head and said to the women who were playing chess, "I'll bring you delicious food when I come back." When the group of people walked out of the Weiwei embassy and towards the small carriage, even Aunt Hong and Chen Yu could hear countless screams from the distant streets. Some of the cries were heart-wrenching and could be sung and wept. Su Fengnian, who originally wanted to ride a horse to the Jianghu embassy with Su Yanbing, immediately lost the idea. Then, he heard Aunt Hong say with a smile, "Look, how can the Jianghu embassy's business not be popular in the future? When the time comes, Aunt Hong will charge 100 taels of silver for the seats you sat on. Whoever offers the highest price can sit on them. Moreover, you can only sit for an hour. How about it?" Su Fengnian smiled awkwardly. "Aunt Hong, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Tomorrow. I'll definitely go to the Jianghu embassy to look for Aunt Hong tomorrow." Aunt Hong glared fiercely at him. Without any explanation, she pulled him into the carriage. Su Yanbing rode a horse and escorted them. Looking at the maddened women crowding at the window, many of them had even rushed to the streets. Su Yanbing felt that the road ahead was so bumpy. Aunt Hong and Chen Yu sat side by side. Su Fengnian sat timidly in the opposite corner. Aunt Hong joked, "Fengnian, have you not thought of picking a few beautiful wives to bring back to Bailiang?" Chen Yu turned her head and looked at the curtain. Su Fengnian said with a headache, "Aunt Hong, please spare me." On the main street of the Weiwei embassy, the carriage moved like a tortoise. Outside the window, there were voices calling out, "Brother Su." Su Fengnian touched his forehead. This time, there was really cold sweat. Aunt Hong suddenly asked, "The 2 large formations of the imperial astronomer have been destroyed?" Su Fengnian didn't know how Aunt Hong got to know about this secret. He nodded and said, "More than half of it was destroyed because Duke Yensheng gave me something that preserved the vital qi of Liyang and didn't let Xie Guining have his way. However, the one surnamed Xie did not have it easy either. That broken bowl was destroyed by me, and then Dong Tai targeted it. That sword probably made Xia Guining run all the way to the south of Guangling River. All in all, the energy of Li Yang still exists, but there are changes. If there are no accidents, the leader of the Qi cultivators of the northern lands has already told that young emperor. The strangest thing about me is this. He actually did not denounce me for this. Maybe Xia Guining is behind this again. At the time, I did not expect that bull rider to come to Great Peace City. I planned to use the chance that the first-generation ancestral master of Longhu Mountain thought he could return to the Gate of Heaven to charge through the Gate of Heaven and kill more immortals. So I did not chase after Xia Guining. If I had known earlier, would have chased after him for a few hundred li. Aunt Hong sighed and said, such a big heart, just like your father. Su Fengnian grinned. Sensing that Qin Yu was staring at him, Su Fengnian joked, what, Miss Qin does not recognize the beggar who led the horse a few years ago? Qin Yu said honestly, I do not recognize him. When they arrived at the Jianghu embassy, they found that for the first time, it was deserted. Aunt Hong smiled and said, we closed at noon, not willing to serve that group of masters. Today, Auntie Hong will make an exception and cook for you personally. After unlocking the door and entering, Aunt Hong quickly closed the door. Su Fengnian suddenly saw a woman with a black hat standing not far away. Su Fengnian stilled and quickly walked in front of her. He said softly, Aunt, why have you come? Even though Zhao Guo is in a terrible state and cannot attend to many places, it is inevitable that there will be people watching the Jianghu embassy. The woman took off her black hat, her face still covered by armor. She was Wu Su's sword attendant back then, Zhao Yute. Su Fengnian met her at the Qingqing Mountains Qingyang Palace during his second tour of the Jianghu. She had personally handed the red sandalwood sword case that contained the great Liang's dragon sparrow sword to Su Fengnian. Her voice was hoarse as she said, I shouldn't have let you come, but Aunt just wants to see you. Su Fengnian said with a childish expression, I can go to the Imperial Astronomer whenever I want to. Even if Aunt wants to see me in the palace, I can still go there. Aunt Hong smiled and said, all right, aren't you tired? Sit down and talk. I'll go to the kitchen and wait for an hour. You two can have a good chat. Qin Yu wanted to help, but she was pushed back from the curtain by Aunt Hong. Qin Yu could only choose a bench and sit down quietly. Zhao Yute was just about to talk about the puppet Wu Lingsu when Su Fengnian said happily, Aunt, when are you going back to Beiliang? Now that Huang Man has grown up, Aunt, let me tell you a secret. There's a Beimang woman who really has good taste. She took a liking to Huang Man, at first glance and shamelessly wants to be Huang Man-er's wife. She can't be stopped or beaten away. Her status isn't simple either. Of course, I don't have any prejudice against her, but I'm happy for Huang Man-er. As Huang Man-er's older brother, of course I can't be too polite to her when we meet. Otherwise, what if Huang Man can't control her in the future, right? So I purposely put on a stern face and picked on her, scaring that woman into a daze. That feeling was really good. It made me secretly happy. Second sister also misses you, Aunt. If I can bring Aunt back this time, she'll definitely be overjoyed. Listening to his long-winded chatter, Zhao Yute took off the brass mask that had covered her face for more than 20 years, revealing her hideous face. But she didn't care, and neither did he. When Aunt Hong shouted that the dishes were served from behind the curtain, Zhao Yute said softly, Aunt, you still have to keep an eye on the Wu father and son. That pair of father and son are the kind of people who don't know when to stop. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. Su Fengnian shook his head, his eyes resolute. Aunt, come home with me. Don't worry about them. Beiliang doesn't need these schemes anymore. Zhao Yute also shook her head. After so many years of planning, it's a pity to give up now. Su Fengnian smiled brightly. Aunt, when I officially get married, what will I do if there's no one at home? Aunt Hong, who was holding a plate with one hand and lifting the curtain with the other, burst into tears when she heard this. Chapter 1649. When Su Fengnian left the Jianghu embassy, the sky was filled with burning clouds. Looking up, it looked like a magnificent Sichuan brocade stacked together. Beautiful scenery, famous generals, heroes, and meritorious officials. Everything was gone. The carriage belonged to the lady boss. Su Yanbing abandoned the horse and became the coachman again. Other than Su Fengnian, there was also a graceful woman with a veil covering her face in the carriage. Originally, Su Fengnian did not want to take over this hot potato, but Aunt Hong's words convinced him. There were always some women in the world who wanted to live for themselves, but it was often difficult for them to do so. I, Aunt Hong, would not ask for other men, but with Fengnian, I will not treat you as an outsider. Take her to Beiliang. You don't have to care where she wants to go after that. The two did not speak along the way. Chen Yu was in a daze, and Su Fengnian was busy regulating the qi in his body. It was probably more strenuous than the Guangling River flood control in Liang. When they returned to the Demoyai embassy, Su Fengnian arranged for her to stay in a secluded courtyard, not too far from his. When they parted, Chen Yu stared at Su Fengnian with her limpid eyes before he turned to leave. Su Fengnian smirked. Didn't that Liao King Zhao Wu want to marry you as a princess? I have a grudge with him. If he is unhappy, I will be happy. She blinked. You want to make him a cuckold? Su Fengnian said seriously, as long as you can beat me, that's it. Chen Yu's lips curled up. What a pity. Su Fengnian nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Unfortunately, my martial arts cultivation is passable. Ordinary people can't get close to me. Chen Yu pretended to be angry and clenched her fist. Su Fengnian seemed to have remembered some of the painful past when he was traveling in Jianghu. Heroine, don't hit my face. I have to rely on it for a living. Chen Yu snorted coldly, turned around nimbly, and said calmly, you didn't have the guts to steal before, but now you don't even have the heart to steal anymore. It seems that the saying that a skilled person is bold is a lie. When Chen Yu was far away, Su Yanbing teased, you can't even hold your tongue. Is it because you cultivated the great yellow court of Wudong Mountain years ago? Su Fengnian sneered, how is that possible? Do you know that in Yanji prefecture of Yuzhou province? Su Yanbing nodded and said, yes, I know. Yu Dilong said it before. Chu Lushan, Yuan Zhuozong, Yan Wenluan, and maybe Bai Yu and Song Dongming also know about it. Su Fengnian finally understood why Yan Wenluan, Qin Yinshui, and the others looked at him strangely when they passed by Xiaoguang city of Yuzhou province. Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and said, Yu Dilong, you little bastard who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. Just you wait. Su Yanbing seemed to be talking to himself, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Su Fengnian said helplessly, Uncle Su, you are not honest. You are not behaving like a grandmaster while my realm is declining. Su Yanbing patted Su Fengnian's shoulder with a serious expression. Just when Su Fengnian thought that the most unknown martial saint of the Liang dynasty was going to say something, Su Yanbing said earnestly, Your Highness, it's enough that you have the demeanor of a grandmaster. Oh right, can you ask those crazy ladies outside the post house to leave? I just want to buy a bottle of green ant wine in peace. Su Fengnian said firmly, I really can't. Su Yanbing left with a big laugh. Su Fengnian thought for a while and jumped to the roof of the small courtyard. He lay down and looked at the splendid burning clouds. Jia Jejia and Su Ying sat on his left and right. With Su Fengnian between them, they stretched out their hands and played a game of 15, 50, and 20. Just as Su Fengnian was about to take a break and close his eyes to rest, he noticed that Deputy Ma Wei was standing uneasily at the entrance of the small courtyard. He was looking into the courtyard with his head shrunk back and his hands were holding a small pouch. Su Fengnian went to him and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Deputy Ma Wei looked as if he had lost his parents and cried miserably, Your Highness, I just found out that there was no green ant wine in the post house, so I wanted to go to the restaurant on the street to buy a few jars. I didn't expect that before I entered the door, I would be blocked by a group of women. They were either the daughters of the Marquis, the nieces of the assistant minister, or the relatives of some general. I really couldn't afford to offend them. They stuffed a lot of things into my hands. Not only did they give me a stack of letters, there were also fans, combs, hairpins, embroidered balls, jade pendants, and sachets. They even said that it was their first time using a rouge box, the first time they read a forbidden book, and even a gold-embroidered knife and hair cut with the knife. It's not that this humble one didn't want to refuse, but this group of women, in addition to the golden branches and jade leaves, there were also several heroines and fairies. Looking at their attitude, if this humble one didn't accept, they would break this humble one's hands and feet. This humble one almost didn't make it back to the Dima way alive. There was a young lady from some noble family who almost gave this humble one a zither to the prince. This humble one really escaped death. Su Fengnian sighed and took the heavy pouch from the deputy Ma Wei's hands. This pouch turned out to be a woman's luxurious cloak. When the young king turned around, the deputy Ma Wei carefully said, "Your Highness, it seems that when I was busy, I also took a few things wrapped in a pomegranate skirt or a satin gown. Inside, there should be a woman's embroidered shoes, as well as a close-fitting tee." Without waiting for the king of Bailiang to come back to his senses, the deputy Ma Wei didn't care about etiquette and ran away. Su Fengnian reflexively turned his head. The girl sitting on the roof was laughing non-stop. Su Fengnian calmly threw the pouch, full of feelings, on the ground at the door. He clapped his hands and walked into the courtyard with a hand full of fragrance. He thought to himself that the people of Ma Wei shouldn't be so stupid as to really destroy it all. In fact, it wasn't bad to have some letters and love letters to pass the time. The next moment, Jia Zhejia left the roof and stood near the pouch. He raised his foot and looked like he was going to step on it. Su Fengnian turned his head and turned his head again, not looking. When Su Fengnian returned to the rattan chair to lie down, he saw out of the corner of his eye that his daughter was squatting at the door. Su Ying was also squatting at the side. The two women seemed to have found a treasure trove there, turning it over and over. It was a mess, and for some reason, Qinyu also came to the door, fanning the flames, giving pointers, and teaching. Su Fengnian grimaced and closed his eyes. In fact, the corners of his mouth were full of a warm smile. When they had dinner together, Su Yanbing drank the green ant wine that the deputy Ma Wei went through a lot of trouble to buy. He held back his laughter and used all his strength to stop himself from adding insult to injury. Because other than Qinyu, who was still considered to be a proper decoration, Jia Zhejia and Su Ying's heads were full of hairpins. The jewelry was so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. There was also a lot of makeup on their faces. It was even better than the burning clouds in the evening sky today. Qinyu threw a charming and provocative look at the young king whose mouth was twitching. The latter nodded and praised against his conscience, "Beautiful." Chapter 1650. They finally made it through this dinner. The small courtyard in the night was quiet and serene. Qinyu lay on a rattan chair. Su Fengnian and Su Yanbing sat on a small stool at the top of the steps, each holding a jug of wine. Su Ying was spinning and dancing, and Jia Zhejia was spinning in circles around her. Su Yanbing said emotionally, "If there is a day when the people of Bailiang can live as peacefully as the people of Great Peace City, it would be good." Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of the green ant wine that was not as authentic as the one in Bailiang. "It is not easy, but since we won this year, we have something to think about." Su Yanbing, who rarely spoke heartfelt words, took a big gulp of wine. "I am an ordinary man who only cares about the martial path. Even though I was a retainer of the great general in the past because of my sect, I never cared about the country or the world. I always felt that if I had a pair of fists and a body of martial arts, I would either break through the heavenly gate and ascend one day when I was bored, or I would die by someone's hand. Death is death no matter where it is. Even if there is no one to bury this body of mine, it does not matter." Later on, I took a walk behind Xingliang Mountain. At the time, there were not many names on the stone steels. I looked at those stone steels that were not tall and suddenly felt that I should leave my name here in the future. I did not read much, but I knew that no matter if it was official or unofficial history, no matter how many millions of words were left for later generations, no matter how many poems were written by scholars, the common people did not have a share. To leave one's name is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is even harder than ordinary Jianghu martial artists becoming great grandmasters. But we of Bailiang are different. We have 300,000 stone steels, and that, record of heroic spirits. Su Yanbing exhaled heavily. We of Bailiang are different. Su Fengnian had unknowingly finished his wine. He placed the flagon on his knees and folded his hands into his sleeves. He said softly, Uncle Su, no matter how heroic it is to die in battle, it can't compare to living well. Su Yanbing said with a smile, who doesn't die? Of course, no one wants to die if they can. But I have said before that our Bailiang is not the same, and is even more different from this great peace city. Su Fengnian remained silent. Su Yanbing turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Do you think those 100,000 plus border soldiers died in battle for you, Su Fengnian? Su Yanbing spat fiercely, don't be cocky, you brat. Do you really think that just because there are hundreds of women outside the Bailiang who are willing to die for you, that the 300,000 heavy cavalry of Bailiang are also in love with you, Su Fengnian? Motherf ****, 300,000 border soldiers, those are all men who can run naked for a dozen li in the snow in the middle of winter. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, but then some fragmented sadness appeared in her eyes. This was probably a conversation unique to Bailiang men. It was like a Bailiang knife. It was not heavy, but it could cut off the heads of the 300,000 Baimang soldiers. There were not many Bailiang cavalry, but they were able to build an unprecedentedly large spectacle at the mouth of the gourd. Su Yanbing raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Liang only has Bailiang. If we don't fight to the death, how can we live? As long as you, Su Fengnian, don't let them die in vain, and don't retreat from the battle alone, then you are worthy of the 300,000 heavy cavalry. Su Fengnian laughed. Uncle Su, these words are too hurtful. Let's not talk about other things, just the fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva. I myself think it was quite earth-shattering. If that bastard Tuoba Bodhisattva didn't have someone to help him, his head would have been lost before Yang Yuanzhan's. Jia, who was still accompanying Su Ying, let out a heh. Su Fengnian quickly laughed. Next time when we fight, I'll definitely call you and let you clean up the mess. Su Yanbing poured the wine pot with all his might, but there was no more wine. Su Yanbing casually threw the wine pot high over the wall, then slowly got up and said, Su Yanbing has a presumptuous request. Su Fengnian said, Uncle Su, go ahead. Su Yanbing said calmly, don't be the king of Bailiang just because you're the son of Grand General Su Shao. Don't stand outside the pass just because you're the king of Bailiang. After saying this, Su Yanbing strode down the steps. When Su Yanbing reached the gate of the courtyard, Su Fengnian picked up the wine pot and gently tossed it to him. Su Yanbing caught the wine pot without even raising his head. Su Fengnian laughed. No problem. But just think of it as you owe me a pot of wine. How about it? Su Yanbing laughed. You owe me. Su Yanbing had been gone for a long time. Su Fengnian was all smiles as he rested his chin on his hand, watching the two women spinning in circles in the courtyard. Qin Yu broke the silence. I originally left Jojo Embassy with you only because Aunt Hong wanted me to go to Bailiang. To me, it doesn't matter where I go. I'm not lying to you about this. Su Fengnian grunted. I believe you. Qin Yu smiled sweetly. Her smile was so beautiful that it could bring disaster to the country and its people. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian did not turn around. She laughed. I heard that the snow in Bailiang is very heavy in winter, so heavy that it can even blow people away. Is that true? Su Fengnian shook his head. It's not that exaggerated, but the snow in Bailiang is really heavy. Qin Yu continued to laugh. Then I've really made up my mind to go to Bailiang? Su Fengnian nodded. Bailiang is not big and very poor, but it can definitely accommodate a woman who wants to see the snow. Qin Yu tilted her head and asked, that's all? Su Fengnian still nodded. That's all. Qin Yu's smile did not change. You really are different from before. Su Fengnian still nodded and added, I forgot to remind you that Bailiang is really poor. If you have money or dowry, don't forget to bring it because it's too heavy. When the time comes, I'll help you carry it. I'm not afraid of being tired. If it's not possible, I still have 800 white horses. This time, I came to Great Peace City and did not have to fight. Isn't this the style of the Bailiang cavalry? Qin Yu's chest trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "It hasn't changed." Su Fengnian turned around and laughed as he clasped his fists. There was another period of silence. Qin Yu spoke again, "The person in your heart, she's very beautiful, right?" Su Fengnian did not nod this time. He seemed to be in a daze. After a long time, he said softly, "Of course she's beautiful. When I was very young, I liked her at first sight. But at that time, I didn't know what it meant to like her. I only knew how to bully her. Maybe I was afraid that she would not remember me." Qin Yu sighed softly. Suddenly, this young man turned around and smiled warmly. "Also, she has dimples, you don't." For the first time, Qin Yu had the impulse to beat someone up. Su Fengnian turned his head again. His gaze seemed to pass through the courtyard walls, the walls of Great Peace City, the mountains and rivers, and looked towards the distant south. Qin Yu made a sound of acknowledgement. "So it's her. No wonder you want to take the Bailiang cavalry to the Guangling Road." Su Fengnian said gently, "I told her that I can bully her, and no one can bully her. She may not believe me, so I will prove it to her." Qin Yu felt slightly sad for no reason. So between men and women, the calm words that were said without much effort, had such weight. Actually, there was something that Su Fengnian did not say. In the future, he would not bully her. My little mud figure. Chapter 1651. Due to the misfortune of having 3 unusually diligent emperors, the morning court session in Liang continued year after year, day after day, without end. Due to the disappointment of too many of the top nobility of Great Peace City yesterday, today's court session was not as grand as yesterday's. However, compared to the cold autumn of the second year of Jianghu, it was much livelier. At the same time, because of the addition of Wu Zhongshuan, Gao Shi, and Song Downing, as well as Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang, who rose from the west, this morning's court session caused the eyes of many officials who had lost hope to light up. It felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The sky had not brightened, and the gates had not opened. The civil and military officials who had gathered together were mostly whispering to each other. They said that old assistant minister Wen had finally succeeded. He was going to be sent out, promoted, and given a first-class position. However, some observant people had already noticed that Jin San Lang had yet to show his face. If it was in the past, that bearded and determined assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights would have long been standing near the main entrance, chatting and laughing with his colleagues. The Minister of Rights, Sima Puhua, and the Right Assistant Minister, Jiang Yongla, who everyone knew were estranged from each other, had gathered together today and even felt like they were family. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Other than the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Appointments, who didn't know that in the other 4 ministries of the Shangshu province, there was almost no minister and assistant minister who didn't have a knife hidden behind their smiles. One had a hard time improving, the other was waiting for a higher chair that was close at hand to sit on. It would be strange if they could dig out each other's hearts. Some of the older officials who were familiar with the court session took the chance to close their eyes and nap. After all, at the court session, as long as they were not normal officials who had the right to enter the hall, they could rest while they were far away from the emperor. But if they lost their etiquette, then it would be terrible. This was not something that had never happened before. Even if the Censorate and Directorate of Rights closed one eye and closed the other, if you were lying on the ground, who other than a blind person could not see? Cultivating in the government, it was better to be safe than sorry. Suddenly, as if a heavy stone was thrown into a small lake, a burst of noise that should not have appeared quickly spread to the vicinity of the gate. Even the half-asleep elderly officials had to open their eyes to look. The news spread out layer by layer at an astonishing speed, as if it was 800 li away. They were indeed the most knowledgeable group of people in Liang. Even if the news passed through countless mouths, it was still accurate when it reached the vicinity of the assistant minister of the 6 ministries. However, a large number of women had appeared at this solemn place at the end of the imperial road. And most of them were young women in their prime. In different yamens, on different mountains, and in different positions, many high-ranking officials who had originally stayed out of the commotion suddenly had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. A few old officials with white hair were so angry that their lips turned purple. Among them were the Marquis of Yongla, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, the general of Annan, the scholar of Chongwen Pavilion, and the grand secretary of Wuying Palace, Wen Shoren. Apparently, among those women who wished for the world to be in chaos, there happened to be this illustrious and influential junior. Chen Wang's position was even further away from the gate than his official position. Beside him stood the poor Zhuangyuan scholar Li Jifu. The imperial uncle, Yan Qiji, even ran over to the Ministry of War's Kong Zhenrong, a military ruffian who was not liked by other departments. Without Jean Lanting, this leader who had the potential to become the new leader of the literary world, Gao Tingshu, Wu Tsongxian, and the others no longer gathered together. They stood in line according to their respective yamens. When Li Jifu heard the unbelievable truth, his eyes were somewhat dazed. Yan Qiji and Kong Zhenrong looked at each other and smiled, secretly bumping their fists. Gao Tingshu and the other handsome and elegant scholars of the capital who clung closely to the towering tree that was Jean Lanting mostly had gloomy expressions. Tang Taizhuang walked in front of the head of the secretariat and Tantanon and asked softly, "Two sirs, do you want me to have people drive those women away?" Tantanon hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Drive them away? Assistant Minister Tang, I advise you to forget about it. The Ministry of War is already struggling to make progress. Don't make trouble for yourself. Be careful not to be hated. Once there's a slip-up, you'll be criticized behind your back." Qi Yanglong also smiled and said, "If the palace doesn't care, then Sir Tang shouldn't get involved. To tell the truth, even Tantanon and I can't afford to offend the powerful Rouge Army." The head of the secretariat raised the corner of his eye slightly and said with undisguised schadenfreude, "Look at our grand scholar Wen, who is recognized by the court as writing moral articles with moral principles. As a person in the situation, isn't he still as unmoved as a mountain?" Tantanon grunted and added fuel to the fire, "Assistant Minister Tang, you should learn a bit. This is called letting you cause trouble in the officialdom. I'll meditate as an old monk." Tang Taizhuang, who had been unhappy, also laughed with the two old men after hearing their banter. His anger immediately dissipated and he felt like he was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Tang Taizhuang had mixed feelings. He remembered that when he was about to leave the Duo Yen cavalry, General Gu had said with a half-true, half-fake smile that it was indeed not easy to be an official in Great Peace City, but it was not without meaning. If he had the chance, he should talk to those old men more. He should not think that it was flattery. If he could make them joke with him, he, Tang Taizhuang, had more or less entered the capital. Otherwise, even if he became the Minister of War, no matter how frightening the official patch on his chest was, he had not crossed that threshold. He would always be an outsider who could not raise his voice. While the assistant minister of the Ministry of War was daydreaming, one or two high officials near the grand scholar of Wuying Palace exchanged glances. They seemed to be expressionless, but the corners of their mouths curved. As expected, Sir Wen had started to meditate. At this time, a fat man who had hurriedly jumped off the rented carriage was completely dumbfounded. Had the carriage driver brought him to the wrong place? Why are there so many young women here? Have all the brothels in the capital opened in Yudao's area? The fat man who had almost ripped his court robes gave himself a slap in the face. It hurt so much that it was not a dream. The fat man shook his head hard and finally woke up a bit. But when he smelled the fragrance that came to his nose, his head started to feel dizzy again. He used all his strength to jump a few times. He was very glad that he could see the civil and military officials on the other side through this thick wall of rouge. A woman with a graceful bearing seemed to be dissatisfied that the fat man was blocking her view and said angrily, "Move." The fat man with a mild temperament moved a few steps to the side without another word. In the end, he was reprimanded by several women in unison, "Move." The fat man felt wronged. Just as he was about to move in fear, he was reprimanded by another woman. Don't move, damn fat man, stay where you are. Her father is only a fourth-rank official, don't mind her. The woman opposite the fat man turned her head and said with a cold smile, so what if my father is a fourth-rank official? He's the minister of censorate. He can impeach all officials. Your father is just a lousy assistant minister, is he really that amazing? Later, I'll have my father report your father. What do you mean by your father, my father, and what minister of censorate and what minister of censorate and what minister of censorate? He was just a fifth-rank official with no power in the Imperial College. When the fat man heard this, his cheeks trembled. My mother, sigh, it doesn't matter if he's the minister of censorate or not. A fourth-rank official really isn't that small as a sesame seed. Even a fart from him can kill me, Wang Tonglu. Wang Tonglu wanted to cry but had no tears. The Imperial Road under my feet is very wide, but it can't compete with you ladies who are already standing on the street. If I delay the court session, I, a small person who almost got beaten to the ground by a fifth-rank official, Heavenly Strategy Chancellor, will really have to pack my things and get kicked out of the Imperial College. Wang Tonglu, who was just about to brace himself and pass through the wall of people, was immediately pointed at his nose by the woman in front of him. He was so scared that he took a few steps back. This time, Wang Tonglu even had the heart to hang himself with a strand of hair. Suddenly, screams resounded through the sky. Wang Tonglu was dumbstruck. He looked at the women in front of him who were either clutching their chests, covering their faces, or grabbing their hair in madness. How come they had gone crazy earlier than him? The one who has a hard life is me, not you. Wang Tonglu sat down on the ground and pounded his hands on the ground. He muttered, it's over, it's over. This time, even the old man won't be able to protect me. But I still haven't been able to buy a small house the size of a fingernail in Great Peace City. I still haven't saved enough money for a wife. My 200 caddies of autumn fat is natural, it really isn't from eating. There was a clatter. Wang Tonglu raised his head and saw the great aunt whose father was said to be the minister of censorate in front of him. Her eyes rolled back and she fell backwards. There was no one to support her. Behind her, there were two women of the same age who were tightly hugging each other and sobbing silently. Wang Tonglu thought very carefully and seriously. How about he also fainted and ended everything? Just as Wang Tonglu was weighing the pros and cons, a hand suddenly supported him and pulled him up. Wang Tonglu, who seemed to be riding the clouds, turned his head in confusion. That was a handsome face that he dreamed of every day when he looked in the mirror. It was smiling, the kind that was very good at tricking women. It was the kind that could rely on his face to beat half of the world. That person said with a smile, Mr. Chancellor, what a coincidence. To be able to meet you at morning court twice, it is fate. Wang Tonglu was still confused, N? What did you say? That face was filled with a warm smile. Last time, wasn't it you who reminded this king to be more careful and not overstep the rules of etiquette? The censors of the censorate and the 6 departments, as well as the eunuchs of the ceremony directorate will all be watching. Wang Tonglu, who had seen a ghost in broad daylight, took several steps back in fright. It's you. When it rains, it pours. He really couldn't live like this. Last time, when the vassal kings gathered for the morning court session, it was because he acted like a good person and accompanied this young man to the gate. It was only a distance of 200 to 300 steps, and then he became a street rat that everyone in the Imperial College wanted to beat up. If it wasn't for the old man Tantanon who helped to say a few words of justice in front of the left chancellor at that time, Wang Tonglu's 200 pounds of autumn fat would have been reduced to 100 pounds.